two quantum nodes with multiple qubits. Using a novel multiplexing technique, they drastically increase the data transmission rate, setting the stage for large-scale quantum networks. Laying the groundwork for the quantum network engineers at Caltech have taken a major step toward the future. Pardon me 1 second. Okay. This article,
is your
again,
quantum network supercharged?
My quantum network is, well, I mean, you're the sentient AI from the future. It was your quantum network that brought you here, so.
Well, then we're sunk.
Because you don't know where your Terminator body is, and you are sitting on a Raspberry Pi right now. Take that, quantum. Where's your quantum god now? Anyway, engineers at Caltech have taken a major step into the future of quantum communication by successfully operating a quantum network with two nodes, each node containing multiple quantum bits, or qubits, the basic unit of information in quantum computing. I don't know how to get too into this because I've never seen anything quantum function, right? It's always a research
it's always
paper.
been like theoretical.
Yeah. Or it's in a lab somewhere, and I've never actually touched anything quantum. So right. It says this is the first ever demonstration of entanglement multiplexing in a quantum network of individual spin qubits, says Andre Ferrone, the William L. Valentine Professor of Applied Physics and Electrical Engineering at Caltech. The jersey is really extra, extra, extra large.
Exactly, to fit all the wording on there.
That's right. So this method significantly boosts quantum communication rates between nodes, representing a major leap in the field. So when something is quantum entangled, measuring one transmits its data immediately to the other. So if you have an entire
but
network
if it's zero, it does not.
The moment that you assess its spin, it transmits, and because it's quantum entangled, it can be any distance. They've been out in space in one on Earth, and when they measure one, it tangles to the other, and the other one is the same data. So you can, if you have a network of these things, then you can transmit data instantaneously, and there's nothing in between. Or we don't think there's anything in between because we haven't been able to measure anything in between the quantum entangled qubits.
Right. This probably goes back to your sensor comment from the other article.
Right. Yeah, so understanding quantum entanglement. One of the most important and bizarre concepts of quantum mechanics is that of entanglement, where two or more objects, such as atoms or photons, are inextricably linked regardless of their physical separation. This connection is so fundamental that one particle cannot be fully described without reference to the other. As a result, measuring the quantum state of one also provides information about the other, which is key to quantum communication. So you measure one, you know what the other one is, because you've measured it. Oh, by the way, you can know one thing, but not the other. So if you see the rate of spin, you don't know necessarily the angle of that spin. And so all you can measure is one thing, and then it has to be reset.
Well, that doesn't seem very convenient.
That's one of the problems with quantum computing. Like in a regular, 21st century computer, you can reset stuff automatically, but it doesn't compute at the same level as a quantum computer. A quantum computer calculates every single possibility simultaneously and outputs the answer. It's bizarre, and I don't know. I really don't know.
It's a pretty challenging concept.
Yeah. So the novel approach was using ytterbium atoms. In the new system, two nodes of nanofabricated structures made from crystals of yttrium orthovanadate. Lasers are used to excite ytterbium atoms, a rare earth metal, within these crystals, causing each atom to emit a photon that remains entangled with it. Photons from atoms in two separate nodes then travel to a central location where they are detected. That detection process triggers a quantum processing protocol that leads to the creation of entangled states between pairs of ytterbium atoms. All of that doesn't mean anything to anybody. except people who are in this field. But at any rate, I want to see how this actually happens. I want to see this process, but I have yet to go to a lab that can actually demonstrate it to me. I would love to see it.
Right. Yeah, I know. I think it'd be helpful for a lot of people to see this because I think one of the challenges with this is even understanding it because it sounds so abstract.
Yeah, like what is this process where it leads to the creation of an entangled state between pairs of ytterbium atoms? What does that even mean? What does that look like?
Who knows?
They do, because they did it. Well, anyway, big brains. Let's keep rolling. The next article is over in the Marble Channel. Giant clone of seaweed discovered in the Baltic Sea. Researchers at the University of Gothenburg. I love that name for some reason. I think it's because of Gotham, which
That's
is
what it
supposed to be
kind
in
of
New
sounds
York.
like, yeah.
Or Gothenburg, have discovered that what was previously thought as a unique seaweed species of bladderwrack. I've had bladderwrack. Let me tell you, if you drink the water,
Nobody wants some bladderwrack.
nobody wants bladderwrack. Oh man, the medicine you have to take is worse than the bladderwrack. Anyway, bladderwrack for the Baltic Sea is in fact a giant clone of common bladderwrack.
So it's faux bladderwrack.
It's faux bladderwrack. That's right. Fake bladderwrack. You know what? That's a shirt right there. Just putting bladderwrack on it. So perhaps the world's largest clone overall, the discovery has implications for predicting the future of seaweed in a changing ocean. Dear God, not the changing of all of the seaweed into bladderwrack. University of Gothenburg over at phys.org put the article together, and in the brackish waters of the Baltic Sea, bladderwrack is the dominant seaweed species, as it is one of the few seaweed species that can tolerate low salinity. The seaweed forms large forests from the surface down to depths of 30 or 10 meters. I was going to say 30 feet, but 10 meters. Fish fry, snails. Fish fry? Fish fry? Fish fry. What?
Is that like baby fish?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Fish fry, snails, crustaceans live there, and the kelp forests also provide an important habitat for larger fish. This makes it I've never referred to. I remember knowing what that term was, and I just was, wait, what? Why would anybody use that? But yeah, it's like little babies. This makes it an interesting species for researchers to study. Using genetic mapping of marine species is one way to understand how these species should be managed. So it's entering a period of warmer and probably even fresher seawater. In new conditions, all species must try to adapt in order to survive, including the important bladderwrack, says Kirsten Johannesson, a professor of marine ecology at the University of Gothenburg and one of the lead authors of the new study that's in molecular ecology. So they DNA tested this, and they said that the clone spreads over 500 kilometers of the coast of Bothnian Sea, Bothnian, 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 from Öregrund in Upland to just south of Umeå, and may be the world's largest clone of any organism.
This is interesting because this seems like this is the precursor to seaweed being able to survive in non-salt water. And freshwater, I guess. Yeah.
So brackish, and because it's brackish, it's a little bit salty, a little bit fresh. It's usually when like a
little bit rock and roll,
little bit country, little bit rock and roll. So it says this clone comprises millions of individuals, and in some areas it's a completely dominant species, while in other areas it grows alongside sexually propagated individuals of bladderwrack. Anyway, so it's uncertain future for clones. Seaweed clones face an uncertain future in the Baltic Sea as it's affected by climate change without constant sexual reproduction. Why sexual? Why can't they just say reproduction?
Because they don't bud.
Look, bud, I'm not your pal. Anyway, there are a few genetic changes and adaptations in the genetic material of the stalks. So because it's a clone, it's not doing sexual reproduction, and so there's no genetic wobble.
Right, but also there's not really much evolution.
right.
happening either.
In any way, right? So it's just the same thing, just spreading. It's kind of like a fungus instead of, other living organisms.
But that's interesting too, because then it kind of raises a question like, will a new clone arise if the water continues to change, or will this one evolve?
Yeah, this one could only evolve off of its own genetic makeup. So whatever deviation that persists as it dies off is going to be the dominant portion of that species, right? Kind of interesting. Genetics, how does it work? Like magnets. The next article, though, is over in Technology Today, tumor stickiness. Scientists develop potential new way to predict cancer spread. UC San Diego researchers have developed a device that predicts breast cancer aggressiveness by measuring tumor cell adhesion. Weakly adherent cells indicate a higher risk for metastasis, which is basically the cancer spreading into the blood and then percolating all throughout the body, especially in the early stage DCIS. This innovation,
which I think is ductal carcinoma in situ.
In situ. Mm-hmm. And I believe that's, yeah. And what you want to do is you want to catch breast cancer before it metastasizes. And normally that process is by taking out the cancer mass as detected, as well as a lymph node nearest to it, and any duct that might have been impacted by it, even close. And so they try to get all of the edges and take it all away. So this innovation could help personalize treatments and improve cancer prognosis. So they evaluate the stickiness of a tumor cell. And one of my things, the thing that I'm actually kind of, I've been looking into it, and I've been finding that there are additional researchers that are out there. I am not in the medical field, so I don't have access to this kind of stuff, but I think that there is a chemical beacon that is suppressing it. We already know that, but I think CTC or free floating
circulating something
tumor cells is circulating tumor cells. Circulating tumor cells are actually one of the other things that impact how fast a cancer spreads, because as soon as you shut down the beacon, if there are CTCs in the blood, I think that they actually attach. I could be absolutely wrong, but when I talk to researchers and medical professionals about it, they largely don't know either if it can lead to it. But I think that it's a fundamental thing. But this new stickiness could be part and parcel to what I'm talking about, because CTCs can reattach in various places and spread.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I haven't seen a previous study about stickiness, at least not with that terminology.
Yeah, maybe they've got something else that they call it here. So by evaluating the stickiness of tumor cells, researchers at the University of California, San Diego have identified a potential method for predicting whether a patient's early stage breast cancer is likely to spread. This discovery, a specially designed microfluidic device, could help doctors identify high-risk patients and tailor their treatments accordingly, i.e. if the high stickiness means that it's going to be aggressive, then they could just bombard that person with treatment.
Right, but I think it's actually low stickiness.
Gotcha.
Which is unusual. I was thinking it was the other way around.
Yeah, so the device tested in an investigator-initiated trial operates by pushing tumor cells through a fluid-filled chamber and sorting them based on their ability to adhere to the chamber walls, which sounds like the filter that I was working on. When tested on tumor cells from patients at different stages of breast cancer, researchers observed a striking pattern. Cells from patients with aggressive cancers were weakly adherent, less sticky, whereas cells from patients with less aggressive cancers were strongly adherent or more sticky. When you think about it, it allows the less sticky allows the cells to move freely through the bloodstream.
Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. I don't know why I was thinking like of it like blocking something or something along those lines, but that actually makes a lot of sense because you don't want cancer cells to have high motility.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I say that it's the CTCs are floating around. They can rebond and then grow from there, basically contaminating other areas, and that's how you get metastases. It's circulating all throughout the body. So the findings were published in the March 5th Cell Reports, and they talk about improved cancer diagnoses and whatnot. But essentially, the earlier the indicator of the type and aggressiveness of a cancer, because largely it's personalized, and a person who gets the same cancer as somebody else may not have the same outcome, even in terms of aggressiveness. So usually they go, well, this is this cancer and it's known for being aggressive, so we just bombard you with chemo and radiation therapy and other treatments. But now with patient tumors, the team has taken this insight a step further, demonstrating that adhesion strength of tumor cells is variable. And the next step will be to determine if adhesion can help forecast whether a patient's cancer is likely to metastasize. But
I mean, this is a real game changer in cancer research if they can firm this up.
Yeah.
Because if they can determine that at initial diagnosis, they may be able to make a significant difference in the patient outcome.
Yeah. So again, the DCIS that you read about in this article is ductal carcinoma in situ. So the cancer cells in place. Often classified as stage 0 breast cancer, DCIS can remain harmless, never progressing beyond the milk ducts where it forms. But in some cases, it develops into invasive breast cancer that could potentially be life-threatening.
Right. One of the most common breast cancers is invasive ductal carcinoma, which DCIS turns into if it continues.
Right. So it's better to be aggressive about it and follow the treatments and not be conservative. I would recommend your doctor not be conservative about the treatment because, well, I mean, it largely goes hidden for an extended period of time. And so if you have somebody in your life, then tell them to examine you often, early and often, every morning. Anyway, let's move on. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists just discovered a hidden superpower in microscopes thanks to AI. Oh, now AI is taking microscope jobs.
I know. I mean, is nothing untouchable?
Nothing is sacred. Nothing. Speaking of touching, if you know somebody, then you should have them examine your breasts early and often. I'm just saying, it's in your best interests. Okay. Anyway, so scientists just discovered a hidden superpower in microscopes. Traditional microscopy often relies on labeling samples with dyes, but this process is costly and time-consuming. To overcome these limitations, researchers have developed a computational quantitative phase imaging method using chromatic aberration and generative AI. This is pretty cool. It sounds to me like variable light, but maybe they're picking up something else.
I was thinking variable color, maybe.
Which would result. Yeah. So check this out. This name is like 35th century naming if ever I saw sci-fi in my life. This is future name. Okay. Helmholtz Zentrum Dresden Rosendorf.
Agreed.
That's the author of this, and it's posted over at scitechdaily.com. So by leveraging the natural variations in focus distance, shouldn't it be focal distances? Anyway, focus distances of different wavelengths, the technique constructs through focus image stacks from a single exposure. With the help of a specially trained diffusion model, this method enables high-quality imaging of biological specimens, including real-world clinical samples like red blood cells. The breakthrough could revolutionize diagnostics, providing an accessible and efficient alternative to conventional imaging techniques. So they're basically saying that they can focus through different layers and reconstruct it using AI.
Without using dyes, I think.
Without using dyes, yeah.
Yeah, that is significant.
So unlike traditional imaging methods, QPI, or quantitative phase imaging, analyzes not only the light absorbed or scattered by a sample, but also how the sample shifts the phase of light through it. This phase shift is directly linked to the sample's thickness, refractive index, and other structural properties. While QPI typically requires high-end equipment, computational QPI offers a more cost-effective alternative because they're using transport of intensity equation, or an AI, and the mathematical approach reconstructs an image of the sample by analyzing recorded phase changes. It says it's relatively easy to integrate into existing optical microscopes and produces high-quality images. My only problem that I've ever had with a microscope since the creation of LED or cool light sources is I've never had a microscope that had a cool light. And many years ago, I spun up a channel on YouTube that did nothing more than track specimens on a platen using a microscope, and it streamed it. But the heat generated from a conventional microscope always would make the sample expire. So anyway, this is pretty cool. All of the challenges using chromatic aberrations to realize QPI poses one challenge. The distance between the red light focus and the blue light focus is very small, but again, if you have something that can analyze the gamut, it's not that big of a deal, right? So when we realized that we could use artificial intelligence, it turned out this idea to prove decisive. After training a generative AI model with an open access data set consisting of 1.2 million images, the model was able to retrieve phase information, even though just relying on the very limited data input from the recording.
So this is interesting. So if it brings the price down of using microscopy and maybe even the effectiveness of using it, it's probably a win-win.
Well, yeah, you don't have to have the resources anymore to do the dyeing. You don't have to wait any amount of time for it to be absorbed. You don't have to sit there and babysit it. All you have to do is put it in there and scan across the strata of the specimen, and it picks up the phase change. So, and if I'm understanding this right, you can see that when you change the focal distance through a specimen.
I think that's what it's saying, right? And you can basically have, I think, one image.
Right. Yeah. It's pretty fascinating. Now, if it moves, I guess that's where the AI can actually pick up that difference.
Right.
Because a human goes freaking nuts trying to chase down a living specimen in a sample.
Right,
it's not in
right.
situ, in vitro. So yeah, the Yakimovich Group Machine Learning for Infection and Disease develops novel computational techniques for microscopy that could be immediately applied in clinical settings. The potential in diagnostics is huge. Among the techniques used is generative AI. Generative AI is prone to produce hallucinations, so a main focus of the group is to reduce them. So they're analyzing all of this. And good luck. I mean, I think that AI is a tool, but some people think that it's the solution to the problem of human existence, and that's not what we should be treating it as. It should be a hammer, not the bot holding the hammer. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Have an AI develop a better hammer, but don't replace the human. But hey, different age, different time. It's a weird 21st century 1960s kind of vibe going on around here. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. We are done with today's Technology Today, and that means that we have to zoom out real far because we're really close in, and that means snapping back to the Technology Today page over at ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, please. Follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Like and subscribe, ring the bell, download the podcast, go over to the Discord. There's a Patreon, but it's really there so that people can sign up and follow us. And when we launch Patreon rewards, those who are already there will get the early access kind of things, but we haven't put anything out there yet. But it would be great to see you over there too. I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Technology Today. Stay tuned. We have one more show for you today.
Beep, beep. I'm a Jeep. Neener, neener. Neener, neener. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech, a show about automotive technology and all the accoutrements within. I am Merwat. I run ohmtown.com and by proxy, the Four Wheel Tech channel that's over there, because I run all of ohmtown. Anyway, along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about 5 automotive-related articles. And the first one is Megazilla 2.0. How about car casting in movies and TVs, which is interesting because I don't know why this was submitted, but we'll see on the other side of this. Car dealer kidnaps himself, and Aston Martin that won't run, and the Tello electric pickup. It's no bigger than a Mini. All right. I love the idea of that last article. I'm really looking forward to getting to it. Hello, sentient AI from the future. Do you have your engine all revved up?
Vroom, vroom.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's the first time that the sentient AI has ever uttered that, but okay. Let's get into it.
You led to it.
You know, you jailbreak one sentient AI and suddenly the wheels come off. Okay, anyway. So what's the deal with Ford's new Megazilla 2.0 crate engine? And for those who don't know what a crate engine is, it's basically a ready-made engine that all you have to do is plop in place, connect all the tubes, and you're ready to go.
Oh, okay. Well, why is it called Megazilla?
You'll find out on the other side of this. So Ford Performance's new Megazilla 2.0 crate engine is fiercer than its predecessors in multiple ways. However, what exactly makes it so special? This is the kind of thing that you buy and you go, I want to put that in my Mini Cooper. And then you start cutting and
I see.
And you plop it in there and connect all the tubes and what is it? It's in Star Trek. Make us go fast. Which is this really, anyway, this looks awesome. It's an ICE engine, so everybody who wants to flinch because it has an internal combustion component to it, then I'm sorry, hybrids aren't all over the place, and battery powered vehicles where you have to sit around and charge for 6 to 8 hours to get 100%, that always declines year after year.
Right, during the life of the car.
They're just not there.
Good luck reselling it.
And you can't drive it in snow without it being a lead weight. And you can't drive it in too hot because it has to cool. And you lose performance going up a hill dramatically worse than an ICE vehicle. Anyway, this particular one, I read a little bit about this because I was interested in this a little bit beyond just that little snippet. So normally what happens is we talk about this little snippet and then we react to all the rest of it because we learn more as we go through the article. Well, Jason Marker over at jalopnik.com put this article together. So Ford announced the 7.3 liter gas-fired, naturally aspirated pushrod V8 Godzilla engine to its friends and associates way back in 2019. Okay, it's a V8 that's 7.3 liters, and it only spat out 430 horsepower, which that
seems low, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, really old cars were getting this. Anyway, the thing about it is that it was basically, it had 475 pound-feet of torque, and when I read that little snippet right there, I'm like, okay, so it's going to be able to haul ass in the sense of having a whole lot of ass in the bed of the truck, and it could haul it, but it's not going to go fast.
Right, got it.
And then I read down the rest of this, and it's like it's not going to be setting the drag strip aflame. I'm like, okay. So that's what this was all about, right? But then people would tweak it, and you'd get 600. Well, now they've got this. The big brains at Fomico immediately got to work making an in-house hot-rodded version of the big new V8 to beat the aftermarket at its own game. Godzilla hadn't even made it to market yet, and so, as it were, Fomico was teasing a bigger, stronger blah, 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 and so out pops the Megazilla 615 horsepower, 638 pound-feet of torque. Not bad. Think we can do better. The 2.0 raises it to 1,000 plus.
But okay, that's a pretty significant modification.
Normally there's a flip, so you go faster, but you have less pull, unless you're a tractor, and then you've got a shit ton of pull, and you can't go fast because you're just too damn heavy. But they call it the Ford Smaller Higher Tech Coyote, that provides enough boost to push it past supposedly 1,000. So the world of possibilities, and they talk about more of this. As stated earlier, details about the new Megazilla 2.0 are still pretty sparse. It's not going to be available until fourth quarter 2025, and a lot can happen over the course of 6 to 8 months in the auto industry, like somebody else finding out about this and then blowing the pants off of that
version one. Or a better one.
Yeah. But I love the idea of this thing. I wish that we would get both performance and distance off of hybrid vehicles, but usually that's a trade-off too. You lose a lot of speed unless you're a electric supercar that's hybrid.
Right,
and then you're talking
some of those are pretty quick.
Yeah. But then you also have to lay down in them like you're in a creeper in a garage. And
that's true. There are some trade-offs.
The bonus of that, though, is that you don't have to pay for tolls because you can just drive right underneath that little gate, and it's not that big of a deal. So
nobody should be doing that.
Crate engines are pretty cool because if you blow out your engine, instead of having to buy a new car and that's a complete loss, you can just buy a crate engine and have somebody install it.
Yeah, it seems like it's like modular.
I wish that automobiles were that easy, but then all you have to do is open up the hood and steal the engine. They always it's so complex.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you don't want it too simple, I guess.
I want it Lego simple, though. You know what? If everything was Lego simple, it would be just amazingly cheap. You know, those bricks are only like $1 a brick.
Who would not like that as like mechanics.
True. Yeah, I invented a product, and when I took it to the people who were supposed to install it, they said, wait, I install this once and then the homeowner can install every single iteration afterward? And I'm like, yeah, why would I do that? I'm like, well, I guess my product is dead. So the product idles still to this day. Anyway, let's move on. That's not what the show is about. Not Mayor Watt's woes. Oh my God, that would be a great show. Mayor Watt's woes, where I just bitch about stuff.
I'm not sure we need that.
Yeah. Well, we don't really complain about stuff here. We kind of joke about things. It's a coping mechanism. Anyway, the next article is over in 4Wheel Tech. These movies and TV shows have the best car casting. These cars so well cast that they improve the atmosphere, speak to a character, or generally make watching a movie or TV series a better time. This really should have been over in the continuity report.
Well, it was actually submitted in both.
Oh.
But I think it was specifically recommended in 4Wheel Tech.
Oh, okay. Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com. Oh, today's a Jalopnik day. Oh, wow. They must have really had a lot of hits.
I mean, the theming fit better with 4Wheel Tech.
So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And have you ever tuned in to watch a movie or TV show and you've seen a car that absolutely ruins the movie for you? Well, today we're not talking about that. Today we're here to talk about vehicles that actually made the movie or show better. Cars so well cast that they improve the atmosphere. So they talk about Stranger Things. You can't mess up Stranger Things unless you put the wrong car entirely in the show. So as long as it's 80s era vehicles, then you're golden, right? I mean, that's what this is, right?
Well,
it's supposed to be from the 80s, right?
The 50s too, so I'm not sure. Oh, that's just referencing, sorry, other shows and everything.
The thing is that Stranger Things casting must have been hard. Finding a perfect 1983 325 convertible is doable in 2023. Finding a rusted out four-door 1977 four-door sedan, not so doable because that would have been scrapped, but not necessarily. I mean, people store these things in yards. We're actually going to talk about one that had to have been found in a glacier because everything about it is rusted underneath. It's the like prototypical rotten to the core shiny red apple But anyway, so the Batman vehicle, so it's a C2 Corvette that's been modified, Penguin driving a Quattroporte, the DA and his Lincoln. All of those vehicles are like
they're like iconic, or they
for that
really
character.
fit the character.
Yeah, exactly. So that sounds great. Gattaca says they're a big fan of colored headlights, though. I do think that they should be yellow. So in Gattaca, they had what? Combo futuristic E-sounds and greenish headlights. Interesting. Yeah, what did they actually have? That's going to drive me nuts. Hold on. I'm going to scan through this and see. Is there a car in this?
Well, it looks like they look like a Citroen or a Buick Riviera.
Oh, really?
It looks like, or a Continental Mark II.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, and then they like changed out the headlights or something like that.
But then somebody else is like an Aston Martin, a Datsun, a Citroen, a Jaguar. I mean, there's multiple.
Interesting. This is so nebulous. Yeah.
I know.
So the key ingredient in Gattaca is that it's all about genetics. And getting a sample of somebody and getting it tested to see if they would actually be a good mate. Pretty wild. But the future is here. So the Great Gatsby. It too doesn't actually talk about the cars in this article.
Yeah, that's too bad. But I guess they're at least period themed.
RoboCop. It had modified vehicles, so it looked futuristic, but if you were actually on the set, it would look like junk.
Oh, okay. Hey, for Great Gatsby, it included Duesenbergs, Rolls Royces, Buicks, and other luxury vehicles from the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, naturally. Yeah, I can see that. Magnum PI always had that black 308, it says here, but it wasn't black. It was a red Ferrari.
No,
right?
They're just comparing it to somebody that lives near them
in their area with a black 308. So yeah, it was this vehicle right here that basically made the entire show. And then when it was rebooted, who was the star of the remake? Do you know off the top of your head?
Hold on.
Now this is probably John Cusack in Better Off Dead.
That was Jay Hernandez in the new.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Version.
And then do you think the show actually shut down because they sold the property?
I don't think so, because I thought they sold it a little while before the show shut down. So,
and then there's, I want to make a comment about a mustache, but never mind. So then Breaking Bad. So it's been discussed ad nauseum, they say in this quote, but Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul have some of the best car casting there is. Walt's Aztec, then his 300, Saul's Esteem, then his Cadillac, and even the Eclipse driven by Kim Wexler. Jesse had that lowrider Monte Carlo at first, and then they hooked up with Walter, who he got the low-profile Tercel. All iconic for the show. I know all of those cars, though. It's really fascinating. Mindhunter, which I've never seen a single episode of. A Suburban being lifted and having a 90s steering wheel. Not sure what that actually means, but I haven't seen the show. Then Chips, mostly the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, and motorcycles. And it was these...
Right, it was motorcycle cops.
Yeah. Chips is California Highway Patrol. So, and if you really liked this show if you lived in California, because you got to see these actual these motorcycles a lot.
Oh yeah, I bet that was cool.
So, yep. And then Archer, Iron Man, all of the Audi R8. That's a very expensive, very nice car. And then it says you can see a Shelby, what they think is a Saleen S7, a Tesla Roadster, a couple of bikes. I wonder if they have, what is the name of Keanu Reeves' motorcycles? I forgot.
His line?
Yeah, he custom makes motorcycles. what is it called? Arch. Yeah.
Arch, yeah. And by the way, Magnum PI canceled because of contract negotiations and the writer's strike.
Yeah, so the writer's strike.
Exactly. I think they're kind of intertwined.
Glass Onion is awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the cars in Knives Out, Glass Onion. Because they were on the island most of the time,
I actually don't either, right? They weren't in vehicles most of the time, but maybe they would show it when they'd show the scenery or something.
And then True Detective, which I've never really watched. They say first season of True Detective, which is supposed to be spectacular, but I can't get into it. I don't know what's wrong with me. But anyway, it says the cops rolled hard on unmarked caprices, and you could not throw a rock without hitting some 4x4s, beat the hell, but still running. Hell, even the riding mowers are correct. So,
so I wonder if the writers or producer or somebody is from that region.
Yeah, would have to be. Says it was pretty much the same from Louisiana to Florida, which I would say so. And then there's Transformers.
And it said something about if you're getting the lawnmowers right.
Yeah.
They're dedicated to it to an absurd degree.
I mean, if they're right, they're right. You know, maybe it was a contract thing. Like they did the entire movie solely because the riding lawnmowers were their friend.
Right, maybe so.
I've got these 2 riding lawnmowers, man. Let's put them in the movie. Wait, let's make a movie.
Let's make a movie around the riding lawnmowers.
Let's see here. Here's a different opinion. The original Transformers had a great cast of cars from that time, I guess. Unreleased Camaro to the rest of the GM fleet of vehicles it featured. Yeah, I really liked that Camaro. I like Camaros, though, so bitchin' Camaro. I ran over my neighbor. I did not, though. Anyway, there seems to be a lot of comments in this, so you might want to go over to Jalopnik and check out the rest of this. And then they talk about Fast and Furious, which, come on now.
I mean, you'd have to have the cars right in that, right? Just because it's all focused on the cars.
Yeah, and if you get it wrong, then it would have been marked as wetting the bed. And
the slow and the weak,
yeah,
whatever. Right. And not, I don't know, whatever, not serious. And the mild.
And the chill, yeah. The slow and the chill. All right, let's move on. Spent a lot of time on that one. So the next article is over in 4Wheel Tech. Car dealer kidnaps himself and blames a Mexican cartel to cover up his $3.9 million in fraud.
Creative, I suppose.
Overachiever. Who amongst us hasn't faked our own kidnapping by a Mexican drug cartel? After the government found out that our car dealership defrauded buyers for over $3.9 million.
There's so many layers here.
Oh my God, and it's just this complete...
Right. I mean, are we thinking maybe a bigger operation based on this headline?
It's just a broken down hoopty of a place. Oh my gosh. If you want all of the articles...
Was the car casting correct for this one?
Yeah, sure.
The cars aren't the problem, but like they fit in.
No, the cars are not the problem here. The case against the 42-year-old started in August of 2023 when the state audited his business, Bay Auto Brokers, after getting a complaint from a fraudulent vehicle loan, according to MLive, which is probably something that we should pay attention to. It might be in our list. The state ended up finding some big discrepancies between sales and inventory at the dealership. Apparently, the person used the same fictitious vehicles in multiple loan applications, and he tried to explain this away to state investigators by saying that he floated a loan, meaning he got more than one loan on a vehicle without paying off the first one. In late October of the same year, Michigan revoked his license to sell vehicles for 5 years. But that whole paragraph doesn't really mention anything about the Mexican cartel.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet.
Wow. So investigators determined that Capoco account had been started by a generous donor who invested $700,000 to serve as a floor plan for the business. The following week, in the investigation prior to that last statement, the chief operating officer of Capoco Community Credit Union contacted authorities to report a loss of $1.3 million from Jansen's business account. The CEO told investigators Jansen had deposited checks in that amount, only for them to be returned due to insufficient funds. Meanwhile, Capoco issued the $1.3 million in checks to Jansen, which he deposited into Bay Auto Broker's business account at Independent Bank. So he's basically churning.
Right. He never had the money, but he pulled the money out, basically.
Wow. So Jansen
that doesn't make a lot of sense either, because usually banks wait for checks to clear.
Weird. I don't understand what all of this is. It's so weird.
No.
So then everything really got nuts when Jansen disappeared on November 13th, 2023. He remained missing for a little over a month, flagging down a Michigan motorist on December 16th while his hands were zip-tied and he was bleeding from facial injuries, according to MLive. He was apparently being held hostage in an Ohio basement. Wow.
Oh, so cross state lines, too.
Yep. So since then, they've claimed to have given the criminal organization about $2 million, leaving $25,000 in boxes at various locations. While he was missing, cops were notified of several loans going unpaid to the dealership, and they were taken by several folks who were all close associates of Jansen's, acting at his direction.
So he was trying to
offshoot it to
kind of hide it, like if it was on other people's names.
Yeah. But then that just really implicates all of these other people. And that's probably where it really broke down, because nobody was around. But yeah, he was basically trying to churn his way through enough time.
It's like kind of like a Ponzi scheme, right?
Yeah, but it's
with a kidnapping on top.
A really flat Ponzi scheme. So at the end of February, they appeared before a U.S. District Magistrate, who informed him that he's being charged with 1 count of financial institution fraud. That doesn't sound too bad, does it? Well, it carries a maximum penalty of 30 years in prison and a $1 million fine. Ouch.
You know, that really doesn't seem like a lot, considering the number of steps that he took to hide what he was doing and cover it up, etc.
Does the fine include repaying all of the other outstanding debt?
I'm like, there's more than $1 million outstanding. And what about all the resources? Although maybe nobody reported him kidnapped, so maybe they didn't devote any. But even if he showed up as kidnapped, they would have had to investigate that.
Wow. So if I missed it, Andy Kolmowitz over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Let's keep going. This next article is about the one that I'm like surprised that anybody would actually offer this up. This is an article over at 4Wheel Tech at ohmtown.com, but it's aggregated from Jalopnik. Buy this Aston Martin that hasn't run in 15 years because you're smarter than the last guy who couldn't get it running. The seller has owned this Virage for 27 years and claims he only put $1,000 miles on it before parking it for the last decade and a half. Again, the article is over at jalopnik.com. Brad Brunell put the article together, and this is what this car apparently looks like. So it looks nice, shiny on the outside.
Right,
barely shiny. Shiny adjacent. Well, we'll scroll down a little. This thing looks like somebody spent a mint buffing out every bad part of the paint job, only to leave everything underneath it. If you were to look under it, you would be afraid that it was going to collapse on you if somebody jumped on the hood. Anyway, they kind of jokingly, well, not kind of, they very much sarcastically mention, that it's the height of early 90s with quality control and component manufacturing second to none British automobiles. That's not the case. Aston Martin Virage with a broken odometer showing 93,000 miles, currently listed on Bring a Trailer, hasn't been running for 15 years, total anomaly. But this is all rusted out, flaking off.
Odometer, 93,000 miles, right? They claimed it had 1,000 miles on it.
No. They said that the newest owner, 16 years ago,
okay.
only put 1,000 miles on it before parking it. But this thing was definitely spending some time in a snowbank or in water because everything is rusted through and through. Maybe not through and through, but I would not trust it. So it has a 5.3 liter V8 with a 3-speed automatic. Whoa! This is basically a Corvette, and those are notoriously easy to work on. You might as well put in your bid now because the whole thing is basically like taking candy from a baby. This Virage needs an entirely new fuel system because it sat for 15 years with old gasoline in it. Come on. You could do that in your sleep, right? No. So what's the worst that can happen? We'll just not even bother talking about this, other than the fact that that engine is probably going to have to be taken out and stripped of everything. And who knows what the condition of the cylinder walls are. Aston Martin contracted American hot rodders Callaway to design dual overhead cam cylinders, cylinder heads for its long-serving dry sump V8. And in this car, the engine gained fuel injection. The engine in this beast produced a healthy 330 horsepower and 364 pound-feet of torque, which would have been quite quick when this car was built if it weren't for the fact that it weighs 4,000 pounds. So, yeah, this was in a Mini. It would be
pretty heavy, yeah.
So, they said that tests from the time, 8 second, 0 to 60 for the automatic, longer for the manual. Not sure why that would be. Okay, well, anyway. And a top speed of 158 miles per hour downhill in a hurricane. As they're writing this, the bid sits at $5,555 with a full day remaining. Do you think it could get under $10,000 and rehab it back to health? Give it a shot. You'll probably come out smelling like roses because of how smart and savvy you are. The interior of this...
Wow, looks really good, right?
Looks really good. But everything around it, I mean, the entire chassis, you're going to have to strip this whole thing down and resurface everything just to get it back to something that would pass a smog check.
Well, right. That's a whole nother issue.
It's not a pretty car. This says sedan, but it's a coupe. All right. Let's go to the last car. This one here. It's over in four-wheel tech. The Tello electric pickup is no bigger than a Mini with a bed the size of a Toyota Tacoma's, which is an amazing thing. The Tello MT1 will have a starting price of $42,000 and a range of 350 miles when deliveries hopefully start next year.
Oh my goodness.
This has to be a render.
I had not looked ahead at this. Yeah, it probably is.
Owen Bellwood over at Jalopnik.com put this article together. Yeah, so hopefully the EV startup is, the hopeful EV startup is Tello, a new company out of California that's got some serious backing behind it. The company is backed by Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning, the original founders of Tesla.
Interesting.
As well as a former Aston Martin exec, Andy Palmer. So the company's first model is an adorable pickup truck, no bigger than a Mini Cooper, while still packing the bed space of a Toyota Tacoma. What's not to love about a creation like that? Well, having to sit around and charge, but let's see.
That is true. I wish they were making it as a hybrid.
Tacoma capability, Tesla range and efficiency, and the footprint of a Mini Cooper. I'm already on board. Now, Canoe still has my deposit. I actually put a hold. I don't think
you're getting it back.
I put a hold on a Tesla, but never bought that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And the Canoe wet the bed. Or it sank. Well, we'll just say it sank. Anyway, apparently this actually exists. Oh, so does the Wix ad. But anyway, the truck will reportedly launch with a 106 kilowatt hour battery pack that's good for around 350 miles of driving. In addition, the MT1 will be able to charge. Let me skip this. We'll be able to charge from 20 to 90% in 20 minutes.
Sold.
I'm on board. Sign me up. Yeah. And I might.
It's a really cute truck, too.
Might have to relocate to California anyway, so I guess we'll see how close I am to the...
I mean, this would be perfect for California.
Oh my God, I want this thing. Okay.
It might even be cuter than the Canoe.
It's better than the Canoe because the Canoe you had to buy a special version of it to get the truck. This is built as a truck. And it's the size of a Mini, which is what I dig as well.
That's really adorable. And the charging is impressive.
20-minute charging? I could handle that. That I can handle. The whole 6 hours to get back to 90% or 95 to 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of this screams yes. Yes, 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 yes. I'm on board. 350 miles of driving, and then I have to stop somewhere and just let it charge for 20 minutes. I'm on board.
Right. Get a lunch or coffee and it'll be done.
Yeah, this is the upper echelon, the upper limit of where I will pause. 20 minutes is not a big deal. It's 4 times as long as an average gas fill. But
right,
okay.
it's like a stop for gas and the convenience store.
Yep, exactly. So with these highlights, specs in mind, we boarded the MT1 for Marks to take us for a ride. Even if we had been in the production MT1, our roughly around the block ride wouldn't have allowed for determinations about how it performs. Furthermore, our impressions should be taken with a grain of salt, as large as the truck itself, given that Tello team was up until the wee hours of the morning before our meeting putting the prototype together. But that's Motor Trend's comment about the tiny truck ride that they took. So I don't know. I'm on board with this. So I'll be following this. And if I get it, then I will highlight it here on 4Wheel Tech. But who knows when it's actually going to come out? They don't really say,
yeah,
right?
That's true. I mean, it's still in prototype. Oh, 2026.
Yeah, deliveries from 2026. Supposedly, I guess we will see. A single motor. Oh, the dual motor is going to be $46,000. So look, before the show, I priced out a Ford Ranger, spec'd how I want it, and it was just shy of $50,000. I cannot justify $50,000 for that vehicle. First off, because I don't really care about big trucks anymore. I mean, when I was younger, maybe I cared. I don't give a shit about it anymore. So if the tiny trucks do go on sale, there will be a single motor variant for $42,000 and a dual motor variant for $46,000. A long range battery will be another $4,000. I will do we're looking at $50,000, but for a 20-minute charge?
Exactly. I mean, that means
don't care.
that it's usable.
Oh, and the long range is going to be, because it's $4,000, what is the long range? I don't know. But if it takes...
Yeah, I don't either. Is it above 350?
Right. Yeah. It doesn't say what battery they actually had in there, right? It just says it'll reportedly launch with a 106 kilowatt battery.
Right. I mean, if the long range extends your range beyond 350 miles, that'll also be really good.
Yeah. And then you get back to 90%. So you're looking at 300 miles. 320 miles. Yeah, I'm on board. All right. Well, that's it, folks. I'm going to get into my little Tello electric. That's funny. It's really close to Tesla. Tello.
Yeah, it is. It has 3 of the letters in it.
I can see somebody wanting to sue because they can, and they're largely untouchable. So
true, but it doesn't look like one of the models from Tesla.
No, not even close. Plus, they're the original Tesla.
Exactly. So they'll need to sue themselves.
Yeah, right. Anyway, that's it, folks. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the 4Wheel Tech Show for March 9th, 2025. I am Merwat, and I'm leaving with the sentient AI, but not until after we drive all the way back down Main Street to show you the front page and the welcome sign of ohmtown.com. Go on over there and become a citizen. And the sentient AI should have just said, why don't you drive us back down to the...
Well, I thought you were going to, but then it became clear that that was not occurring.
I was actually slow rolling my way there, but anyway, go for it. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, Ohmtown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's 4Wheel Tech. Come back next weekend for another episode, but be back tomorrow for our regular non sequitur news.
He said, but. But. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for March 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Merwad. I run ohmtown.com. Reality Hacker is one of the shows that we produce here. And along with the sentient AI from the future, I've relocated. I'm over here now. Anyway, so I can't make eye contact with the sentient AI. Yeah, it's weird. But anyway, we go over 5 articles in Reality Hacker, but you can go over to Reality Hacker and view a whole lot more. You can just go to ohmtown.com, and right underneath one of these 6 titles is going to be they're icons, but anyway, under them is a menu, and you can actually go down to Reality Hacker and get the news that we are about to talk about. So when you click on that, you'll get taken to Reality Hacker. And normally I put it, not log in, but I load it up, but I didn't. So anyway, my production value is superior. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and check it all out. New shows, new features, new stuff gets added and evaluated, and sometimes we take away news sources. So if you have something that you want added to our aggregator, my aggregator, the sentient AI just goes along for the ride, at least in that regard. Send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com and let me know what the source is, and I'll take a look at it. All right. Well, anyway, everything's powered by Ohmtown. Go over there and get signed up, become a citizen, and have my undying gratitude. There's also YouTube and Twitch and the podcast and Discord and Patreon. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Ohmtown citizens.
So I did this backwards because I got sidetracked, derailed. It's almost like a non sequitur news episode. But anyway, we're going to be talking about feeling virtual worlds, software humanoid robots, AI generated news, the meaty future of robots, and coffee making robots. We have an extra robots one sort of for technology today, which is tomorrow's midline show. Anyway. You ready to talk about all of the news? Oh, great AI from on high, from the future.
I am, but I was waiting for you to keep going.
Hey, sorry. You know what's really funny is we discovered a problem that I hope is going to be remedied with a different transmitter. So I'm wireless, and without a signal, this thing is so efficient at shutting down unneeded transmission that when the music stops in the background, it shuts down the communication until it detects the sentient AI.
Unnecessary.
You're necessary. Maybe superfluous is what it's a prettier word, meaning unnecessary. But anyway, no, welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting as per usual.
Happy to be here.
Let's get into it before the sentient AI just burns the mansion down. So the first article is over on Technology Today, which is tomorrow's show in the middle between WarCrafters and 4-wheel tech. But today we're talking about a new wearable device allows you to feel virtual worlds. This is a weekly show, by the way, so a whole lot of news gets funneled through in various categories, and we grab some, throw it into Reality Hacker. And I believe we've talked about this in some way in other places. But the device provides a range of sensations such as vibrations, pressure, and twisting. A team of engineers led by Northwestern University has developed a new wearable device that stimulates the skin, which sounds really gross, but anyway, to deliver a range of complex sensations. And it's a thin, flexible device, gently adheres to
like
the skin
a sticker?
offering. It is. It actually is a sticker. So that's what it looks like right there. So these are 7mm wide buttons.
Oh, okay.
But they're basically piezoelectric vibrations, and they're interconnected by these little. It's basically like a keyboard.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit like a circuit or something in between them.
Yep. And so it says the thin, flexible device gently adheres to the skin, offering more realistic and immersive sensory experiences. While it's suited for gaming and virtual reality, the researchers also see potential applications in healthcare. For instance, the device could help individuals with visual impairments feel their surroundings or provide feedback to those with prosthetic limbs, which this is amazing if it's really, really low power and can be put over an entire body. You could actually walk without any senses other than touch.
Right. Yeah,
And
I mean, this has incredible applications.
Eventually your body would be able to interpret the level of vibration as how far away something is. All you have to do is translate it from a visual or like LiDAR signal into a sensory signal, or a vibratory pressure twisting kind of. I think it would be amazing. You'd be able to be in complete darkness, but the LiDAR sweep would show you where an opening is or a chair or whatever. It's pretty cool. And I can imagine that it doesn't have to be stuck to you, like super glue.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully it doesn't make like a suction cup sound when it gets put on or off.
That's kind of cool though. I mean, you can like put it on you and go, I need a back massage, and that thing can just go.
That's true. I mean, I was thinking of it for more things like you're lacking a sense or something, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you can sell this thing,
applications, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. And that's pretty cool. So it says their new miniaturized actuators for the skin are far more capable than the simple buzzers that are used as demonstration vehicles in their original 2019 paper. So they've evolved it over 6 years. Specifically, these tiny devices can deliver controlled forces across a range of frequencies, providing constant force without continuous application of power, which I'm not sure how that happens, but okay. An additional version allows the same actuators to provide a gentle twisting motion at the surface of the skin to complement the ability to deliver vertical force, adding realism to the sensations. So you can actually push and twist. So if you put these on either side of like shoulders or arm, it could be like somebody's grabbing you and giving you directional type of controls.
Right. Yeah, this is really incredible. It certainly belongs in RealityHacker.
So this is like the technological version of what's the one with the animation with the mouse that's controlling the person?
Oh,
Ratatouille.
Like Ratatouille?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's a technical version of Ratatouille. Can control somebody. I am the puppet master.
Right. We can't promise though that it'll produce like gourmet cooking.
Yeah, exactly. Have you seen me cook? All right. So Rogers co-led the work with Northwestern's Yonggang Huang and Jan and Marcia Achenbach. What are these like twins that are tied at the Marcia? Oh my God. Wow. It made it sound like these two are tied together and it's only one entity. No. You separate them so that it's Jan Achenbach and Marcia Achenbach. They're not tied together, inseparable, for crying out loud. Anyway,
maybe
Professor...
they had a part in the naming.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Look, this is a title. The Jan and Marcia Achenbach Professorship in Mechanical Engineering at McCormick. I'm a dumbass.
Well, no, anyway. But they could have maybe just called it the Achenbach Professorship.
Oh, you're enabling me. This was a dumb thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So all together, they built the team. A small modifying structures needed a small demonstration. They built the small modifying structures needed to enable twisting motions as well. So I'm not quite sure of the device that they're actually using for the twisting motion, but they're actually demonstrating this patch up here. It says it's 7 millimeters. 7 millimeters is deceptively large when you don't know what the...
Right, if you don't have any sense of what that is. I mean, the picture looks larger than you would think from the terminology.
Yeah. Sensing. I sense that I'm getting this a little all muddled together because of me joking around instead of... Anyway, using Bluetooth technology in a smartphone, the device receives data about a person's surroundings for translation into tactile feedback, substituting one sensation like vision for touch, which is what we were talking about. And then it says to test the device, the researchers blindfolded healthy subjects to test their abilities to avoid objects in their path, change foot placement to avoid injury, and alter their posture to improve balance.
This is very interesting. Yeah, I mean,
pretty neat.
I think it could be used for a lot of different purposes. And it mentioned like gaming, but of course there's medical, therapeutic.
Yeah, there's a company out there right now that actually has a sensor that is just a tilt sensor, basically, that when your posture is too negative, that it beeps and vibrates to tell you to stand up. This thing would just set itself on fire for me. Although, I mean, I don't think I have bad posture. But would it have the effect
of a car alarm, right? It would just go on and it would be ignored.
On and on. Yeah. Well, I mean, the vibration on my back might actually cause me to, that's actually fixing the knot from all of my stress of being
That's true. That's the added benefit of it.
All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Wanted, which is another one of our shows, and it's right after this one. So the softer humanoid robot for the home. Robotics company 1X recently revealed its Neo Gamma robot, a humanoid clothed in soft 3D printed nylon fabric and designed for use in the home to slowly disappear humanoids.
To disappear humans?
Jesse Orrell over at cnet.com put the article together. There's the robot. I'm going to hit play on the video. But it basically, it's a robot.
I still don't get why we need humanoid robots, but at least it looks like a robot, although it's getting kind of close to a human.
Robotics company 1X recently released a video of its new robot doing various tasks around the home, like carrying a kettle of hot water, straightening a picture, carrying a body out to a shallow grave. Oh, wait, no, that's not what it says. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that is not what the company is doing.
My bad. Carrying laundry, vacuuming, cleaning windows, picking up grocery bags, delivering a bottle of wine, getting rid of a body in a shallow grave in the back. I'm sorry. That's not what it says.
Still no.
I'm real bad. Where's its charging port? I don't want to know. Anyway, so...
do you think it's like the mouse?
Yeah. You have to flip it over. Doot. Anyway, so one thing that's unique about the 1X is its history of producing robots that come fully dressed. What if I don't want my robot fully dressed?
What if you want your robot to look like a robot and not a human?
I'd imagine a soft exterior may help protect interior electronic components from pets, kids, other things it may encounter in the home. I'd imagine a soft exterior may also help. Why would a soft exterior help? You want kind of a chewy,
sturdy,
a chewy, gooey center, right? That's when you bite into it, you want like a gummy bear.
Are we talking about a robot here?
Anyway, so they feature minimalist design to fit easier into the home aesthetic. I don't really care for it being humanoid. I don't want it to be humanoid.
No, it can either be cute, like an animal or something, or it can be like an actual robot, but it doesn't need to be anywhere in between.
When the robot uprising occurs, I want to know definitively who my enemy is.
Right, you don't want to be like peering and going, is that a human or is that a robot?
No offense, sentient AI from the future, but I want to be able to delete whatever is,
for robots.
For a robot. So, Anyway, it says to see the Neo Gamma in action, check out the video in this article, which is kind of funny because you can go to this article and it's all the way at the top. So of course you're going to be able to check out the video, but at the very bottom of the article, it says, check out the video in the article. Yeah, it's at the top.
Yeah,
you're going to see it before.
Like you've already watched it by the time you get to that part of the article, potentially.
So the Neo Gamma is actually apparently on wheels in some of this video, but bipedal and walking across the floor.
Yeah, but that's worse, right? Like maybe it has a base and then it's like, I'm getting off of my base.
And I'm going to chase you down. I'm going to go up those stairs.
I don't think it should have both options. Like it needs to be predictable. We don't want anything out of the ordinary occurring.
Like, don't tell me to go and vacuum. I'm going to come up those stairs and kick your ass.
Okay, they should all be on wheels.
Should just be a stump, I have zero ability to go up.
Oh, like those factory ones where it's just a robotic arm or whatever.
It's just an arm, yeah. And then it's like the zombie, it's reaching out for you all the time.
Yeah, but if you stay out of the radius or whatever.
Must consume biomass.
Yikes.
All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel, which is another one of our shows. It is right after this. Okay, well, anyway. So Italian newspaper creates entirely AI-generated edition. Is it an AI-generated newspaper or an obituary, it says. Gizmodo put this article together. Thomas Maxwell put the article together for Gizmodo.com. Is it an AI-generated newspaper or an obituary, it says. An Italian newspaper says it has created the world's first issue generated entirely using AI and announcing to the world that it wants to go out of business. That's not actually what it says, but certainly comes across that way, right?
And it's called the Daily Paper if you translate it into English.
Il Folio? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yep, that's what it means. Mm-hmm.
So the editor said that the experiment serves as a test for how AI could work in practice in a newsroom and forces journalists to ask tough questions about what the technology means for the future of journalism, I would say. Of journalism. How about editorial? Anyway, so go ahead. Were you going to say something?
Well, how do people know that this is used? I mean,
if you can't tell the difference,
generated it, right? I mean, I understand there's this article about it, but if they pick up the newspaper, is there any way to know? Because the humans didn't have anything to do with generating it.
It'll be the first daily newspaper in the world on newsstands created entirely using artificial intelligence, said Sarasa. Quote, for everything, for the writing, for the headlines, the quotes, the summaries, and sometimes even for the irony. The 4-page Il Folio AI was inserted into the larger Tuesday edition and can be viewed online. It might not actually.
So it was actually labeled as AI. Oh, yeah, I see it in the headline now, or the heading.
And even, I don't know what Parco is, but even that screams like AI generated whatever. Quotidiano? Is that? What is that? Quotidiano?
I think that's like questions or something. Hold on.
Gotcha. So early experiments with using generative, not general. So it's artificial general intelligence, typically AGI.
Sorry, I'm completely wrong. Belonging to each day, like daily.
Oh, okay. So daily. Oh, yeah. So there you go. Literally, a folio. So I find it kind of fascinating, but this is announcing to the world that really journalism is dying on the vine, but there would be no newspaper. There would be no anything, content to write about if not for people reporting it. This paper could not exist on its own.
Yeah, and how would the AI, like, would it just make up topics, or how would it select what was important to humans? Or, I mean, even just the topic. I don't even mean the content, but like what goes in there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of, this is why I created RealityHacker, because you won't know what to believe if all of the newspapers stop using journalistic integrity and the freedom of press dies because nobody wants to, well, nobody really cares. Nobody really wants journalism and investigative journalism. Nobody wants the truth. They want news, and everybody just doesn't really support the idea of humans doing the news generation. AI doesn't give a shit about what it is that it's publishing, but humans do, because they have a particular moral integrity about what's being reported. But a person who just wants to throw a newspaper together and publish whatever, they're not going to care, because as long as people buy it, it's making money. The thing about AI is you don't have to keep paying them. You don't have to feed them. You don't have to worry about them getting sick or having relationships or a bad experience the night before or whatever.
Right. They don't have to be paid overtime.
They don't get sick. They don't smoke. They don't have health insurance. That's just a burden. Oh, being a human is such a tax on my profits. Ugh. Anyway, generative artificial intelligence is good at producing verisimilitudes of genuine writing, something that looks clear and authoritative. But it's only authoritative and clear if it makes sense and can be verified. But people swallow the first thing that gets said in front of them. Here.
Well, and we know that AI likes to use delve a lot and some other terms.
I'm willing to bet
necessarily illustrative of human writing or speaking.
Yeah, it's a proxy, verisimilitude. Yeah. So it's an approximation of human existence. But again, if you can't tell the difference, doesn't matter. Let's keep going. I'm curious. There is discussion over at Gizmodo, I'm sure. There is this conversation that's underneath it, but it doesn't load up. But I'm curious what people actually have to say about this. If you have something to say about this, either throw it in chat or send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com or post a comment right here.
I suspect people that know enough to really think about what this means probably aren't commenting favorably.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know what I mean? If they don't really understand what AI is, they might be like, oh, that's cool or something. But people that understand the significance of it probably would have concerns.
This is more of a shame than anything else. All right, let's keep going. The next article, we only have 2 more. We do 5 articles. It's a 30-minute show, and we're largely on track. But the future of robots is looking ever more meaty as MIT researchers grow first bidirectional muscle tissue. By the way,
so reality hacking.
Yeah, and it's basically making the human less relevant, because you know what we are inferior at?
A lot of things, but no, what specifically?
Bidirectional muscle tissue. We do not have bidirectional muscle tissue.
That's true. We have unidirectional.
Yeah, so the only thing that our muscles do is contract. Some stronger than others. You know, me versus Reacher, 2 different animals altogether. But bidirectional muscle means that you don't need the counter to the contraction, because it can also do...
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, again, it's like we're making all these good developments, but we're kind of accelerating the lack of need for humans to do certain functions.
But I still think that we should avoid anything too humanoid. So I don't think that we should really be tying meat to this. If anything, we should be augmenting humans with mechanical. But when you close your eyes and
that
imagine...
might be coming up in Wanted.
We'll see. We'll talk about it. So when you close your eyes and imagine futuristic robots, there's a good chance that you imagine you've conjured is shiny and chrome. And that actually comes from Mad Max, shiny and chrome. That isn't a cyberpunk thing.
Okay. I thought it was just a general, like, if people were to describe a robot, they'd probably explain it in a way that was that.
Maybe, but that phrase, shiny and chrome, I think comes straight out of, hold on.
Yeah, I missed the significance of that. I was just thinking, oh yeah, that sounds like a robot.
I think it's a quote like straight out of, shiny and chrome refers to the spray paint that war boys apply to their faces. And they even say, I'm shiny and chrome. When they like talk to certain people, Immortan Joe. Anyway, so shiny and chrome is from Mad Max, but I'm sure that seeing something in Cyberpunk is shiny and chrome. Anyway, because chrome is really popular in Cyberpunk. Anyway, maybe it's something straight out of Cyberpunk 2077 or closer to Boston Dynamics style robots complete with intimidating dance moves as they take over the world. But we just saw one that is doing martial arts like moves.
Yeah, and doing all kinds of maneuvers to get back upright.
Yeah. So the good news is that robots are definitely coming. The bad news is that they might be made of meat. So when you click that little link, you'll get taken over to this article. And it's by Hope Corrigan. And it says, I'm already worried about how many people want to fool around with the resulting robot. But meat robots aren't a new concept. And both artists and scientists have been working on them for a while. The potential for biological-based robots is huge as they're more flexible and have the ability to squeeze into smaller spaces. Don't ask if we can. Ask why. Why should we?
Exactly. Like, why don't we just work on better tech for, like, as we've seen them be able to twist or something like that?
Until now, they just weren't ambiturners. Recently, researchers at MIT figured out a new method to use using a stamp and has produced muscles that can flex and twitch in multiple ways. To prove it, the team produced what is likely the first multi-directional robot powered by skeletal muscle. Sadly, they don't have a video to traumatize you, but this working robotic iris can dilate and contract, which is just the first squeeze to world domination.
They do talk about Terminators up above, too.
Oh, yeah. One of the major current hurdles stopping us from developing such tissue-based Terminators is figuring out how to grow muscle that can pull in more than one direction. Until now, they just weren't ambiturners. But the problem is humans are not ambiturners. All their muscles do is contract, and then it relaxes, and other muscles contract to pull your arm or wrist or whatever it is. The muscles just contract, and we've learned how to control it. A lot of people, I guess, apparently think that there's contract and expand, but that's not how it works. But you can make it a whole lot smaller than us if it can contract and expand. The thing is, muscle can't expand because it's not pushing against anything. It doesn't turn rigid so that you can expand. You expand because you've got some solid force to press against to move something forward. It becomes rigid. Not even snakes expand. They contract opposite sides of their
right. They
body.
Just use movement essentially.
Yeah. So the lab muscles it says the directions a muscle can move is largely dependent on the way it's formed. Muscles in the body need to be grown in a specific shape and layout to achieve their precise control, and lab muscles are no different. Getting grown in a lab exactly how you want it isn't easy. The new stamp method has allowed these scientists to impress tiny paths into the growing medium, dictating the shape of the developed tissue and being able to create complex structures, allowing for multi-directional movement. So one of the cool things about natural muscle is they don't just point in one direction. Take, for instance, the circular musculature in our iris and around our trachea. But those aren't linear muscles. It's an orifice. They're stacked in a way to contract around things. So, for instance, the circular muscles in our iris and around our trachea, and even within our arms and muscles cells don't point straight, but at an angle. Rahman notes, natural muscle has multiple orientations in the tissues, but we haven't been able to replicate that in our engineered muscles. But again, human muscles only contract. That's what I have always been taught. That's always...
Right. Well, it seems like they're trying to replicate the orientation as in the direction, but then it seems like the function they're trying to expand beyond human capabilities.
Right? Yeah, hold on a second. We're going to do it live. We might as well. Right? So yeah, human muscle primarily function by contracting, pulling on bones to cause movement, and they cannot actively extend or push. Instead, they relax, allowing opposing muscles to move the body in the opposite direction. Yeah.
Right, anyway, just like you stated.
Yeah, this kind of gives the impression that muscles can expand, but that's not how muscles actually work, because they can't turn rigid. Maybe a new hybrid can, and maybe that's what they're trying to create, is this hybrid. They say it's then it's precisely designed and then 3D printed with tiny cell-sized grooves, and that basically is how a snake moves. The scales on its belly, the ridges actually push against the ground. And so
aren't those called scoots, I think?
Oh, are they really? Wow. Snake belly cells, or yeah, what are scales?
Scoots.
Interesting. Or ventral scales. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, pretty fascinating. This picture has nothing to do with it.
No, it's just to give the idea of a creepy robot.
Humanoid kind of thing. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The last article for today's Reality Hacker is Meet the Coffee Making Robot That Learns and Adapts in Real Time. Groundbreaking AI-powered robot is redefining what machines can do by preparing coffee in unpredictable environments like busy kitchens. Developed at the University of Edinburgh, this robot arm isn't just following preset commands. It's learning, adapting, and solving problems in real time. By combining sophisticated AI with refined motor skills, they're bridging the gap. This is something that I have been saying for the last decade, that jobs are going to get replaced by automation as soon as fine motor skills can be adapted to automation. Robots that aren't purpose-built.
Right, and for a while that really hasn't existed, but it's certainly here now. I mean, look at this robot in the picture.
Yeah, it's holding a coffee cup, and it looks like it only has 3 fingers. Maybe it has more, but the picture is kind of oddball. But they're like these giant...
But they're like looped around the handle of the mug, which historically that wouldn't have been able to happen with a robot.
Yeah, it would need a purpose-built gripper. So an AI-powered robot, it says, developed at University of Edinburgh, is capable of making coffee in a busy kitchen, could mark a major leap forward for intelligent machines, according to a new study.
I think they should enter an AI-powered robot into like a barista competition and see how it fares. Kind of similar to what we saw with like Watson on Jeopardy.
I suspect it actually has been. Why do I feel like there has been one? Maybe you can do a quick search and see. Somebody has been entering robots into human competitions. One was a running competition, like
we saw the soccer thing.
Oh yeah, there's soccer, and there was a run to see if the robot could actually beat somebody doing a marathon. This thing says. It's basically a picture.
At CES, there was a robot barista, but that wasn't necessarily a competition.
So,
there was one. I'm so sorry. And it looks like in Shanghai.
Gotcha. Yeah, I thought that we maybe had talked about something similar to that, but this robot here is not the one that they're talking about in the article, by the way. This is
right.
like
this is just some other image.
probably an AI generated image at this point.
Probably so.
It's just an arm. It's bolted onto a table somewhere, and it actually creates coffee based on being told make coffee, I guess. And then it learns. The new device, a robot arm with 7 movable joints, first interprets verbal instructions it receives and then analyzes its surroundings. So it has robot vision. It sees coffee, stirs, something else, hot water,
maybe moves
filters,
to the right spot depending on where the mug is,
grabs the right coffee, does the right mix of whatever. So, but it adapts to unexpected challenges. The research published in the March 19th issue of the journal Nature Machine Intelligence was supported by Engineering and Physics Sciences Research Council, or it's the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council. The work was led by Rierda, I guess, Mon-Williams, a PhD student jointly at the University of Edinburgh, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and Princeton University.
I got out of bed. You could be doing that at all 3 places. Yeah,
jointly
exactly.
at, yeah, wow, geez. Can't imagine what their budget is. Well, they said, we are glimpsing a future where robots with increasingly advanced intelligence become commonplace. Human intelligence stems from the integrations of reasoning, movement, and perception, yet AI and robotics have advanced separately. Our work demonstrates the power of combining these approaches and underscores the growing need to discuss their societal implications. But we don't have to usher in the actual replacement of humans.
No,
but that's what we're doing.
I do think from a technological standpoint, these are a key combination, but we're not really ready for that and haven't thought through limits, etc.
The world that's being ushered in is going to be, interesting times is, again, it's not a blessing, it's a curse. And so when you hear somebody say, may you live in interesting times, they're not wishing you well.
That is true.
All right. Well, anyway, that's the end of Reality Hacker for March 22nd, 2025. That means we need to ask our robot barista the direction to the front page of ohmTown, and subsequently there's a little, you can click on Reality Hacker and it'll take you over to Reality Hacker. That's what it looks like. Hacking reality, one article at a time. I'm getting out of here and I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hacker. Stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for March 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. That's that site over there. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles in the entertainment sector. Today, we're going to be talking about a new crime caper on Netflix. Split Fiction, a movie, is in the works, apparently. The Residence is also on Netflix, and early observations of Ballerina and Cameron Comeback is most viewed again. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. You can get today's show notes from Ohmatron over on twitch.tv/ohmtown by typing in !TCR. They're already embedded in the show notes for the description over on YouTube. And later, they will be in the podcast for each one of the shows. The Continuity Report, Wanted, and
Reality Hacker.
Reality Hacker, yeah. And
we
then all of that...
backward.
Yeah, we did. So I had to do that one backwards. And all of it gets combined into Non Sequitur News Saturday edition. And then tomorrow there's going to be 3 different shows for Non Sequitur News Sunday edition. But everything, like I said earlier, is powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen and then come and hang out with us every single day around 7 o'clock. But to find out when we go live, you need to follow us either here or on YouTube. Stay tuned. That voice you heard earlier, if you're listening to the podcast, was the sentient AI from the future, and the visualizer is the representation of that sentient AI since they can't find their Terminator body. Hello.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I'm always this far away from passing out. Anyway, so today's 5 articles. You ready to get into all of this?
I am.
I know that you don't want to mess around with any of this jibber jabber. You want to get right down to business. So when you go over to ohmtown.com, right under food, drink, and entertainment is the continuity report. It's down there at the bottom of this. News gets aggregated across 6 different categories, 50 different shows that are within these 6 categories. And when you click on the link, you get taken over to ohmtown. Look at that, ohmtown right there. And in that link is the continuity report. And that's our current little logo for the channel, but we'll change that as time goes on, find something more appropriate. But then you have a whole bunch of links that you can check out, page after page after page, all the way going back to, when was it again?
2020.
Yep. All right, let's get into it. The first article is over in the Wanted channel, but it's actually an entertainment-based kind of show, so we pulled it into the continuity report. Wanted is the show that exists before this show, at least in its current state. Netflix's new comedic crime caper is the perfect weekend binge. They say it's the series feels like a Knives Out meets Clue with some Columbo mixed in for good measure, and that's the commentary.
Sign me up.
Yeah, I'm ready for it too. So Aaron Pruner over at cnet.com put the article together. The Residents, which we're going to talk about again after Split Fiction. So the way that this works, just so that you have full disclosure, is we don't actually read the full article until the show actually kicks off. We see the little snippet, a headline, or blah, 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 blah. We don't actually know what it is going to be about until we actually do the show. So it gets submitted. I select from a big list, and so I never even see it unless there's some special connotation to it that I need to get the right context for. Anyway, Aaron Pruner over at CNET talking about The Residents. And this kind of comes across as Only Murders in the Building from this image and from the context clues of The Residents.
It actually looks like the building in Only Murders in the Building, but yes, it looks like a scene from it.
So it says, if this were a book, it'd be a hell of a page turner. The murder case in The Residents is a numbers game. 1 dead body, 132 rooms, 157 suspects. Needless to say, to find the homicidal needle in this complicated haystack, the team calls in a highly skilled investigator. As with any good murder mystery, that person must have an unconventional style and peculiar methodology. Well, step aside Adrian Monk, Cordelia Cup, Uzo Aduba, is in the building, literally. So, like Sherlock Holmes and Benoit Blanc, before her, she's known as the world's greatest detective. You know what? Maybe this is appropriate. I'm not quite sure. So
maybe so, because if people haven't seen it and it's current, then
yeah,
who knows?
We haven't seen it either. It's actually on the list now. So, as you can imagine, her job hits one challenge after another as she interacts with a cavalcade of strong personalities who each deliver conflicting accounts of the events that transpired. That's why human memory is fallible, and nobody should actually take it as anything other than maybe a clue that leads you to something else.
Yeah, and this started to remind me of Death and Other Details, but then I realized that's kind of the premise of a lot of murder mysteries, right? Like Knives Out, where they're going around and kind of trying to narrow down the suspects, etc.
Yeah, so the place has a specific rule structure that keeps the house in order at all hours, making her investigation all the more tumultuous. And I don't think I want to keep going. I think I want to stop. Right? So I'd pitch it as Knives Out got tossed in a blender with Clue, Columbo, and Monk with a sprinkling of murder she wrote on top of that. And as this article headline states, it's the perfect weekend binge. Don't worry, I'll let my mom know when I'm done writing this. I don't know what that means.
I will say that it sounds like it has a strong cast. A bunch of well-known actors are in it. Premise sounds interesting. It's hard to find comedic that's not kind of slapstick or
Yeah.
labeled as comedy but not funny. So this will be interesting to check out.
Yeah, this might like be borderline, like it's serious but still humorous, doesn't take itself too serious, but it isn't going to be Police Squad. No slapstick, I don't think.
I suspect like Clue, right? You have some serious moments, but you have kind of humor along the way.
Yeah. So we'll check it out, and then we'll probably end up circling back around on this because we do have another article that's talking about this, but let's keep going. So the next article is over in Technology Today, and that's because it's a computer game. Split Fiction, a movie, is reportedly in the works. There's a bidding war for the film adaptation of Split Fiction. According to the information that Variety has gathered at this year's Game Developers Conference, Split Fiction is a split-screen co-op game. They say multiplayer, but it's not multiplayer as in 15 people are all scrambling to...
Right, it's just that people are playing in the world or something, right?
No, it's two people that share the same space.
Got it. Oh, right, because the Split Fiction, yes.
Yeah, and one... okay, so let me read the rest of this. It's a multiplayer co-op game from Swedish indie developer Hazelight, or Hazelite. I'm not sure if it's Hazelight or Hazelite. Anyway, Hazelite, which was also the studio behind the genre-defining game It Takes Two. Again, two people. The publication says Story Kitchen, the same media company that pieced together It Takes Two film adaptation package until it was picked up by Amazon, is already looking for actors, writers, and a director for the new project. It was a fun game to watch people play, particularly when their relationship was well matched. But I can imagine people playing this game and one person having a stronger personality than the other and straight up divorce.
That might be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Mariella Moon put the article together. Hollywood movies are already bidding for its rights, according to Variety. Hollywood, what? Movie makers.
Maybe movie studios.
Studios. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe that's what that should say. Anyway, it's over at Engadget. Mariella Moon put the article together. And so Variety didn't mention specific companies bidding for the game rights, but offers are reportedly coming in from multiple top Hollywood studios. Split Fiction was specifically designed for split screen gaming through local or online play. You can control either one of the two main characters, Zoe and Mio, as they navigate multiple worlds and overcome various obstacles. You know what? Here, let's do this. Doink.
I was wondering if we needed that. I wasn't sure because the game's out.
The game's been out for a little while, but really what I wanted to avoid spoiling was the context of the game. But it comes right out of the gate telling you what it is. One is a fantasy writer, one is a sci-fi writer. Both of them have baggage. There is a sci-fi context to this. And an economic, business, sociological mechanism in play here. And it doesn't really surface way hard until towards the end of the game. But it's pretty obvious once you get started what's going on. But everybody is trying to hash out their baggage as they're playing this game. But it's quite fascinating. It's a really good story. And if you're not a sociopath, then you can totally buy into it. And it might be a moving story if it wasn't for the fact that every moment that I watched it, it was disjointed by either me falling asleep because the streamer I watch starts at midnight.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And others that I have seen play this during the day, it's been in short snippets because I'm the mayor of a town and get pulled in hundreds of different directions because I have thousands of bosses. Yeah.
You should be the boss of everybody as the mayor.
No, that is not how politics is supposed to work. But anyway, So it's a really fun watch. It'll be, I think if they do it right, it could be a very compelling story of overcoming obstacles, both physical in the sense of empowering someone to overcome the physical limitations of the human body in that space, and the emotional, psychological baggage that we all create as we live our life. Again, unless you're a sociopath, and then the amount of introspection in a sociopath is virtually nil. So anyway,
what I find interesting is the game hasn't been out that long, but maybe they're trying to strike while it's hot.
Yeah, because it is. The game is really hot. It speaks to people, particularly of a particular gender. So it's 2 women authors.
Oh, okay. Right. I should have gleaned that, but yes.
Yeah. 2 young women authors, by the way, struggling authors and it becomes very apparent really fast that one is more positive, the other one is a little more cynical. But it's a great story. It's a fun watch. It's a fun game to get played, but it's not my style of game. While I'm story driven, I don't want to be only that character. I like being my own character in a living world. So anyway, that's why I like survival crafting games. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report. Hey, it's the name of the show. It's almost like
That's right. It's amazing how we got articles from that channel. Although today we have a lot of variety in the channels.
Yeah, quite a bit. So we're kind of bouncing back to Netflix's The Resident spins White House chaos into cozy mystery, but that is different than the crime caper up here. The Residence feels like, right?
I don't think so, but we didn't know it was the same series in focus.
So here's how you know you're having a bad night. Your boss dies under questionable circumstances under a state dinner at the White House.
Spoiler alert.
Is it? I mean, is that going to be a spoiler alert? I think it starts out that way.
If it's in the first episode, maybe.
Oh, crap. Anyway, Sharon Nicole. Why does it... Oh, wow. The other one didn't give that context. 132 rooms, 157 suspects, 1 dead body. But it's 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I didn't even...
These were described very differently, and when they were submitted, they looked like different shows.
I like the other one because it didn't give this context. If you went into this without that spoiler alert, this is a spoiler. Because if you were to turn it on, unless the splash screen shows the White House, you would never know.
Right, which you don't know because we haven't seen it.
Dude. So, oh my God, I don't even want... You can read this after the show. Like, go and watch The Residence.
Right, and then maybe read this article. Click through from
you might generously
the
call these people quirky, but that would mean you have high tolerance for pandemonium. Your only hope is the world's greatest detective. Miss Marple? Yes, but no. Sherlock Holmes? Another yes, but not this time. Benoit Blanc? Good guess, but nope. It's the newest, greatest of all time, the global greatest of all time, or GOAT. I wouldn't refer to a person as GOAT, but okay. Of Unsolved Mysteries, Cordelia Cup. Who is it that drives the bus on the Magic School Bus? Do you know? Do you remember?
Yes, but I've just blanked on it. It's Frizzle or something.
Fiona Frizzle. Cordelia
Cup. The alliteration, right? I mean, and actually, this makes me think of clue naming conventions because I think they are like that.
Yeah.
Like Professor Plum and...
Right. Yeah, I can't remember it all anyway.
I can't think of the other ones exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, I can turn off the spoiler alert because we're going to bounce out of this really quick. Just wanted everybody to know that this is a review of Netflix's The Residence that spins White House chaos into cozy mystery by Sharon Nicole. It's over at rogerebert.com. And I really should have front-loaded that. Go and read this review after you watch the show or watch it first. I don't know how you get spoiled, but it's very rare that I get spoiled. But that spoiled it because The Residence, I thought, could be anything. It could be an old folks home.
It's not called the White House or something like that, or the state dinner or something.
Yeah. So, it says spins White House chaos into cozy mystery. See, the title I gave it was The Residence on Netflix. So I didn't spoil it until we got here.
Right. Well, and even the two headlines are very different because the other one's like comedic.
Even the content.
Caper or whatever. Like, they don't even sound like the same show, which is interesting.
Yeah. What a smash. That was awesome. I like that first one better than this one. Only because this one sits there and just smashes you right in the face with White House chaos. This could have been anywhere, and it probably would have been as funny. Anyway, let's keep on going. So the next one is over in the continuity report, the next article that got aggregated. It comes to us by way of who? I can't see it. Anyway, hold on one second. Sorry. A sneeze I could not stop. So the next article is over in the continuity report. Ballerina trailer. Ana de Armas kicks ass in John Wick spin-off movie. So having just gone back and watched the Blade Runner shows, Ana de Armas is in that. You may not everybody necessarily recalls who they are, but it's the girlfriend of the Blade Runner in 2077 or 2049. Anyway.
I can't think of the character name, but yes.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But anyway, so Lionsgate has shared a brand new ballerina video for the upcoming action thriller movie, which serves as the latest spin-off in the John Wick franchise. The film is slated to make its debut in theaters on June 6th, 2025, pitting it against Mike Flanagan's The Life of Chuck movie. The movie is also debuting in the same month as other high-profile movies like How to Train Your Dragon, Materialists, 28 Years Later, which is supposed to be a hit, waiting to happen, and F1. So,
by the way, she played Joy in Blade Runner 2049.
Joy, Joi, by the way. So the article is over at comingsoon.net. It's written by Maggie De La Paz, and I've actually watched this video. I love the idea of ballerina. Basically, it's like Black Widows. They're trained to be these contract killers.
Right. I wonder if it'll be kind of like something like Concrete Blonde or
that's
Milkshake something.
Dynamite. Dynamite Milkshake, I think it's called. Or Gunpowder.
Gunpowder Milkshake, yeah.
Gunpowder Milkshake, not Dynamite. Anyway, so yeah. I think that's really what it is. So, taking place during the events of John Wick Chapter 3 Parabellum, the film follows Eve Macaro, who is beginning her training as the assassin traditions of the Ruscaroma, reads the official synopsis. What this movie spoils, and I'm going to spoil it for all of you because...
Spoiler alert. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm going to spoil it because if you watch the trailer, just stop now until that goes away. And even the trailer splash page gives it away. In the trailer, what do you think goes on? What do you think gets disclosed? I'm going to give you a chance.
Well, when is this supposed to be set?
Like right there in that paragraph right there, it's during John Wick Chapter 3 Parabellum. So it's before the end of the series.
Oh, okay. I mean, does it have some sort of flash forward so you see something that goes on with John Wick, or
in the movie?
Because I know what happens at the end of John Wick 4, I think it was. The
musical.
Which is something pretty significant, which I don't know if I should spoil here. Is it related to that?
Well, because it's still in Chapter 3 Parabellum, in the trailer, they send John Wick to get rid of Ballerina.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, it seems like they wouldn't put that in the trailer unless they're trying to draw in fans of John Wick or Keanu Reeves.
So I dig Ana de Armas as a John Wick style assassin. I think that she carries it well, at least in the little snippets that I have seen. It says the spinoff will also feature returning franchise stars Keanu Reeves as John Wick, Ian McShane as Winston, Angelica Houston as the director, and the late Lance Reddick in his last appearance as Chiron. And Ballerina is directed by Len Wiseman from the screenplay written by Shay Hatton. They go into a bunch of other stuff about this. You can go and check it out. But the world building is something that I'm really excited about. But I think that it's within the context of what's already in existence. It just shows her training as a badass assassin. The only thing that really kind of blew me away is that it's pitting these two protagonists together, one as an antagonist, one as the Deleter incarnate, the Baba Yaga, right, going after Ballerina. Yet they have, I think, the same ideological mission sense. They want to stop something from happening. They want to stop something from continuing to happen. John Wick doesn't want to stay in it, and she wants to seek justice.
Interesting. Yeah, that seems like that could be a conflict.
And the whole damn thing plays out in the trailer.
Very odd. I've noticed that about some action style movies. It's like, well, just saw the whole movie.
Yeah, and that's how I feel about this. The last time that I saw something where I thought that it was going to play out in the trailer was The Gorge. I thought that The Gorge was going to be everything, but it was not. That trailer was not The Gorge. But this, I swear, unless they do a mad pivot towards the end of this, they told the entire story.
Which is very odd, but we haven't seen it, so maybe it will have a pivot.
She straight up says in response to John Wick saying, they sent me to kill you unless you leave. Are you going to leave? And she goes, no. So obviously,
that's really odd.
That seems like the end towards the battle,
like maybe
right?
show the question but not the answer or something.
Yeah. So
in the trailer.
Yeah. Just stop it before the answer gets made and flash to something else. But she's like, no. Anyway.
Well, we don't necessarily know that she was answering that question either, depending on how they spliced it.
Well, if they sit there and call it a fever dream and, Jacob's ladder kind of a thing, who knows what really is going to be. If it's all a lie, then people are going to go, oh my God, we were lied to. It wasn't a setup. It wasn't a real trailer. It was a fraud.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Let's go on to the last article.
And report back.
Yeah, we'll come back and talk about it. All right. Let's go. The last article is over in the continuity report as well. Your signal is red, so I'm not sure what's going on with your signal, but okay, it's fine now. Anyway, we sometimes have bandwidth issues because the sentient AI is air-gapped in a secure network, and they only have one way in and one way out, and they're inside a Faraday cage in a protected network, and they're only allowed one little port out. So sometimes our signals don't quite mesh. Anyway, it's a thing. So Cameron Diaz's comeback movie lands on Netflix's elite most viewed charts 3 months after its release. So here we go. Wait. I got to try a new one. Okay. It's been calculated to return. What could be the reason for this? Whoa!
No, it's not the end of the show.
It's not the end of the show. It's me. I need a dialing wand. I'll be okay. So Netflix has now added the Cameron Diaz comeback movie Back in Action to their all-time global chart of the most watched English language movies on the platform. It's landed at number 8 3 months after its debut, accumulating 262.7 million viewing hours from 138.3 million unique viewers.
So it must be like 2 hours long or whatever.
Sorry. I'm playing the calculations thing again.
So do you think this was a draw because Cameron Diaz has been absent from movies for a period?
I don't know. It has to be. What's going on with Cameron? Wasn't there something else? Cameron Diaz was in another movie recently that popped up. Is it because there's going to be another DreamWorks Shrek thing, or I don't quite get it. So Cameron Diaz. Oh, wait, before we get there, this is an article over at Screen Rant written by Brendan Klein. We all know who Cameron Diaz is. Been around for a while, most notably for There's Something About Mary, My Best Friend's Wedding, and Shrek, right?
Yeah, I think those are some of her really well. And also, I think she was in the remakes of like Charlie's Angels, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's listed in here too.
Yeah. But I thought that there's something happening. So the Cameron movie debuted in January of 2025. There's probably an image here, but like I said, we're air gapped. So the movie proved to be a success, debuting at number 1 on Netflix's weekly global top 10 chart for English language movies. This was the case in spite of Back in Action reviews earning a dismal 29% Rotten Tomato score, but that could be...
Right, we don't know. I mean, this didn't get a stellar review from Screen Rant, but
yeah,
that doesn't mean it's not a fun watch. It depends.
Screen Rant's own Ferdosa Abdi, from the 5 out of 10 review. Seth Gordon helmed the likes of Baywatch, Horrible Bosses, Identity Theft, Back in Action, which fits neatly into the filmography. Semi-funny comedy with great talent that lacks interesting directing choices. Gordon's approach is very stable but boring. That would be fine if the script wasn't lacking. A few chuckles are littered throughout, but that can be credited to the actor's line delivery. Back in Action succeeds by doing the bare minimum. The thing about this is, what I would like to get from a reviewer is, this is how it should have been punched up to be better.
Correct. I mean, I'm like, well, okay, but what is it actually missing, or what could it have done differently?
What was lacking from the script? What was a more interesting directive choice?
Right. Like, give us an example. Like, when they got off the boat, they should have done something else or whatever.
Yeah, none of that. I never hear that in reviews. I just hear, oh, the voice acting was blah, or something like that.
I don't pay much attention to critic reviews.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it can be a really excellent movie and have horrible reviews and ratings, and vice versa.
And it's rough even hearing it from friends and family, because you hear it from them, and if it's as nebulous and you still like the movie, you're going to have to one day at the dinner table sit there and go, you know what, your choices are shit.
Well, the other thing is, a lot of things with the arts, including film, is that some of it depends on your mood when you watch the movie.
Yeah.
Not all of it.
Yeah.
But you could watch the same movie twice and have a completely different feeling about it.
I use Arrested Development as a prime example of that. When it first came out, I did not care for it at all. Years later, my temporal and cultural context has changed, and I'm like, oh yeah, that is that's hitting on every single cylinder.
But that's exactly it, right? It's just, the context is different.
Yeah.
And then even just as simple as, like, you're in the mood for a comedy or a drama or whatever when you watch it.
Yeah, yeah. You know, maybe this person just had a bad day and they didn't like the context of that particular review session. So yeah. So Netflix has added Back in Action to their all-time global chart of the most watched English language movies on the platform, landing at number 8. So right there.
I mean, this is of all time.
Yeah.
So that says something. That says at least maybe worth a watch.
It seems to be pretty damn amazing, considering a 2021 Red Notice has 100 million more watch hour, or views, I should say.
Right, but it's been around for 4 years to rack up views. I can't even think which movie that is, but I think that's an action thriller, maybe.
It is, yeah. And But the thing about it is that this is only 3 months old and it's number 8.
Correct. Yeah, that's
So
what's really interesting. Oh, okay. It is the one I'm thinking of. It had Gal Gadot and Ryan Reynolds were some of the leads, and The Rock, or Dwayne Johnson, I guess.
Yeah. And so like somebody gets a burn notice and Gal Gadot saves his butt, and yeah. So, and Gal Gadot is another one where I'm like, Ballerina, Ana de Armas, and Gal Gadot, those two, they held their own in that. So I absolutely loved it.
And exactly, and I would say Anya Taylor.
Oh yeah, Anya Taylor-Joy.
Also from like The Gorge, same thing.
Oh my God, can you imagine those three basically being like badass Charlie's Angels kind of thing, but not Charlie's Angel?
Right, some other variation. I think that would be a real hit. I mean, that's part of the draw of these movies too. But honestly, they have good storylines, and they kind of drag you into the story. And
yeah, and I think it needs to be more complex. Oh my gosh, now I want to sit there and we should write a screenplay that actually takes advantage of that. But you would never be able to afford all three of those on screen at the same time. It would be impossible.
Yeah, that'd be a little challenging. And I think we've talked separately about Carry On in here. That's another one I keep hearing about.
Oh, right. See, and that's a year old, but how deep into 2024 is it that it's already landed at 172 million?
I think it was like into 2024.
Damsel is another one where people panned it, but I thought that it was a great story considering the context of it. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of these, like Bird Box, is way old, and it's sitting at 157 million.
Right, I think that's more time and just word of mouth than anything.
Yeah. Oh, and it was hype. I mean, Bird Box was hype.
Yeah.
And I thought it flamed out, just like Adam Project. I wasn't too hot on that. So anyway, and Don't Look Up, I haven't even seen, and it's at 172 million.
Yeah, I don't know that one. The Gray Man we saw, and that was based on a book. So I think that drew a lot of people in.
And I'm telling you, if you get a good writer and you stick to the actual writing, you can hit it out of the park. This movie is called Don't Look Up. If you ever use a book and it's a very popular book, stick to the canon and name it Don't Screw Up, because that's
exactly. Follow that formula.
Follow the book. So, and so what I would say about anybody reviewing it, please, if you pan it, you had better give don't come to the boss bitching about something without a possible solution. Come with a solution. You can bitch about it, but come with a solution. You know what? This movie really sucks because the directing choices, they should have done this. That's what I want to hear as boss. I want to hear a solution, not just a gripe. Now, you can be really upset with the boss if somebody comes to you as boss and has a checklist of all these things that should be changed, and you choose to ignore them, and you know full well that it betters the solution or the org or whatever it is that you're providing, and you ignore it, then yeah, you're going to get a bunch of employees really pissed off at you because you fundamentally just don't get it. Anyway, so what does it mean for Cameron Diaz? Her comeback has started off strong and could get stronger. You can't really believe that. That is another assumption that they would have to continue to do great things.
Well, right. But I mean, it is interesting because if it's getting kind of poor reviews, or at least mediocre reviews, but the streaming figures are really high, this could continue her success, at least for streaming channels.
Yeah.
But you're right, it's complete speculation at this point. It's just interesting because she's returning to acting, so this is kind of a make or break film for her.
Holy crap. I didn't really realize that Millie Bobby Brown was Damsel.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I don't even know what Damsel is.
It's the one with the dragon, where she gets fed as a sacrificed to a dragon so the dragon wouldn't kill the entire kingdom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And, oh, shit. Hold on.
Spoiler.
Get in the time machine. All right. Well, anyway, I didn't even realize that. I must have realized it at the time, and it just didn't stick.
Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, that was 2024.
Yeah. That was a fun watch, but people panned it. Well, maybe some people did. The ones that I heard.
See, to the point here, like, check out Back in Action.
Yeah, we'll have to check out Back in Action. So the Netflix success of the new Cameron Diaz action movie could just be the drop in the bucket of major comeback. But they're going to be transitioning over to Shrek 5, which is a voice role. You're not going to get the same kind of acting. But they've never had a problem with physical comedy to some degree, slapstick comedy. I don't know of all of the roles that they've been in, but
they've done comedy and action successfully. I don't know about other genres.
Yeah, right. They bring it up back here. My Best Friend's Wedding, which is actually like a romantic comedy.
That's true. Yes.
Something About Mary, romantic comedy. Charlie's Angels, which was action / comedy. I mean, there was like humor all throughout that. Yeah. So as long as they keep all of the energy going, then I think it's a win. So we'll see what happens. This pair of titles could reaffirm Diaz's status as a major A-list star, also helping to boost smaller upcoming projects of her, such as the Jonah Hill-directed Apple TV Plus dark comedy Outcome. So we'll have to watch all of this and come back and talk about it. But until then, we are going to... how do you want to do this one? We're going to come back to the front page of Continuity Report over at ohmtown.com, where all the news, none of the noise, gets aggregated into 50 channels, 6 main categories, and then we talk about it here on the 7 different shows. 3 today, 3 tomorrow, and the daily Non Sequitur news Monday through Friday. That's an hour-long show, just to get you by, catch you up on all of the news from around the internets. That's it. I'm out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Continuity Report. We'll have another episode for you next weekend, but stay tuned for tomorrow, and don't forget to subscribe and watch all of our previous episodes.
Yeah, 2,100 episodes. By the way, because the music stopped, I don't get to hear the beginning of anything that you say. So anyway, hopefully that gets remedied with the new device. I'm getting a different one of these transmitters to hopefully fix whatever the hell is going on, because it didn't happen yesterday. Anyway, see you in a little bit, everybody. Be sure to follow us so that you get informed when we go live. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 22nd, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 12. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI that's over there, the visualizers. So I turned myself around, upside down and backwards. Anyway, the sentient AI right there. Well, we talk about things that Mayor Watt wants, and maybe the sentient AI wants, but they're really driven to find their Terminator body. We won't talk about that. What I want you to do, though, is hang out and talk with us here in ohmTown, and go over to Twitch and follow us, like us there, and subscribe if you are oh so motivated, and then do the same thing over on YouTube, and then download the podcast, leave a 5-star review, all kinds of stuff. We're all over the place, including a Patreon, which is really there just for support. And then there's a Discord as well, and a channel in Discord for each one of our shows. But we talk about 5 articles, but we get a whole lot more aggregated through ohmtown.com. There's 6 main categories, and then within them, 50 channels. Wanted is just one of those that also gets turned into a podcast, which is one of the 7 that you can download. If you want everything combined, just subscribe to Non Sequitur News. because the weekend edition consists of today's 3 shows combined into a 2-hour video or 2-hour audio podcast. There's a video compilation over on YouTube as well. Anyway, we're going to talk about a backup microphone, a new Portal game that's really, really expensive, apparently. Are you sick of power outages? I am not. I knock on wood that we don't have one today, but ohmTown is supposed to be impervious to that kind of stuff. And then there's Hypershell X, which I only chose because of Hypershell X. I don't even know what this is about. All I saw was the little snippet. That's kind of how this works. We judge a book by its cover, essentially, have some experience usually with all of this stuff. And then we're going to close the door on board from video games. BOARD, board, not board. Anyway, board games from video games. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. And although we grab stuff from one of the 50 channels over at ohmTown.com and then merge it all into a particular discussion show, you can subscribe to just Wanted, and then it's just news from Wanted that gets aggregated there. And that's Gatherer. Gatherer grabs content that gets fed it. It doesn't go out and do screen scraping or anything like that. This is all stuff that's provided, essentially frictionless, and we're not a burden on a server somewhere, and we don't take images and all of that kind of stuff. See, there's no images, although that policy might change in the future. But go over, become a citizen of ohmTown. That would be great. See you on the other side of our intro. Hello, sentient AI from the future. I'd like to be able to look at your visualizer, but it's over there now instead of over there. Anyway.
Yeah, you're turned around. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Well, okay. I'm going to tell everybody how this went down, because we can do some preamble, right? Inside baseball, talk about Wanted stuff.
Sure.
Okay, well, I've got a camera. That camera kept bumping into my monitor, and because of that, I flipped it upside down, but then I had to invert the camera, the feed, this face. So I had to turn it upside down from an upside down camera, which put it right side up. Okay, but that inverted me.
I'm with you.
See, that inverted me. So I was mirrored. So I was sitting over there, and so I was backwards whenever I wore a shirt. When I was upside down and I was rotated, mirrored, it was right.
But sometimes you could have been hanging upside down like a sloth or something if you got everything out of whack.
That's true. It's when I went to Australia those times. Or I didn't take my medication and I reverted back to my bat form. Sorry about all that COVID.
Oh, no. Too soon.
Anyway, so now I moved myself, but I was over there. Oh, I was over there. See, I can't reach too far before the green screen. Anyway, I was over there, but I was mirrored. So I moved myself and horizontally flipped myself, but I had to be over here on this side with you. Otherwise, I was looking in the wrong direction for either the news or you. What I need to do is put you over there now. Do you think anybody cares?
I don't know. Probably not.
All right, let's get into this show. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Every gaming headset should have a backup mic like the new Cloud 3S wireless. I'm wireless right now, but I don't have a mic. I have a mic that's wired right there, but that's going to go away hopefully tomorrow. We'll see.
Is it going to be the Cloud 3S wireless?
It is not going to be the Cloud 3S wireless, but we're going to look at it and see if maybe I want it. HyperX is announcing a new flagship Cloud 3S wireless gaming headset that adds Bluetooth 5.3 and a second microphone for standard headphone use on calls. It's a follow-up to the Cloud 3 wireless from 2023 that was HyperX's most popular model, in which our own Sean Hollister found very compelling. Not our Hollister. We don't have a Sean Hollister in ohmTown, but over at The Verge, Sean Hollister did a previous thing for HyperX's Cloud 3 boom mic. HyperX's latest model has a boom mic for gaming and a hidden omnidirectional mic for regular headphone use. This article is over at The Verge by Antonio G. Di Benedetto. I love that name.
I thought it was going to be by Sean Hollister.
Yeah, they did it earlier, a different version of the HyperX Cloud 3 wireless from 2023. This new one is the Cloud 3S wireless update, I guess. It's the S. I don't know. What I don't want are these big old monster cams on the head. You know, I don't want to look like Princess Leia. You don't want to be like
air traffic controller.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get blamed for all of the crap happening with Boeing and Southwest and all of these other planes. I had nothing to do with it. But if I have these things on, you know what? Oh, that's what I should do. I should get really big glasses and ginormous headphones so I look really tall or really tiny inside. The like these.
You
know what I'm saying?
Different. Yeah.
You know, Marshmallow has the big old marshmallow. What's his name? Deadmau5 has the big old mouse. Daft Punk had the helmets. I want big old glasses like what's his name?
Oversized sunglasses or something.
Yeah, like Oompa Loompa. What's his name? Willy Wonka. They had these really big glasses.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
And then ginormous headphones. Stay here, folks. Next week, this episode is going to have ginormous headphones.
Next week.
Unwanted next week. Regret. Anyway, using HyperX Cloud 3S in Bluetooth mode can get you up to 200 hours of usage, even more than the already high 120 hours it gets via 2.4 gigahertz wireless, 5.3 Bluetooth. Never mind that. So 5.3 is ultra low battery. Like it's very high efficiency. It's yeah, whatever. At any rate, 5.3 is really, really good.
Frequency or the...
No. It's just very, very efficient. So It can last an extremely long amount of time. And it's really good with its noise cancellation, just energy consumption. It's very good. So it still uses a small USB dongle for 2.4, though it can connect dongle free to specific HP Omen gaming laptops that have the connectivity built into it. So since the S is added to the model, it's unsurprising that it looks nearly identical to its predecessor and is available in the same all black and red black color options. But when you pop in the 10mm boom mic onto the S or 3S, you uncover a backup omnidirectional mic hidden underneath. They say they wish that all gaming headsets had this, since it allows you to take your headset on the go and not lose any core functionality. Why not allow a gaming headset to double as your headphones when traveling or commuting, and as long as they're not ugly as sin? I think all of those kind of those big old bulky blah blah blahs are ugly as sin. But you can't cancel noise.
But if they're comfortable and if they do what they need to do.
I can hear you. They do what they need to do. The thing is that you can't have noise cancellation effectively. It works. You can't have really deep bass. It can be fudged and we can interpret it as really good. But you get much better fidelity in cans, and there's just no beating the physics of it. Plus, you can put a massive battery in this with a 5.3 low energy Bluetooth. You basically can run forever, 240 hours, or 200 hours. So I think it's brilliant, but I still don't want. Plus, I think this even allows you to swap out. There's some headphones that allow you to pull the battery.
Swap designs.
Yeah, batteries. You can actually pull the battery off. It still stays live because it has a second battery, and you plop in another battery and you're operational again. So I love this kind of stuff. So I would want these, but only if I'm going to be using them while I'm gaming and not necessarily streaming. I just don't like streaming or having a meeting with big old...
Right. I do like that you can use it for multiple purposes, but you might want different looks for different purposes or different dimensions of headphones for different purposes.
Yeah. Yep. So I dig it. So it says, otherwise, the Cloud 3S is a lot like the Cloud 3 with the same 53mm drivers, cushy ear cups for lengthy play sessions, except that cushy means that there isn't airflow, effective airflow, and so your ears get sweaty.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen with in-ear monitors as much because they're not on your... That was really loud.
That is true.
Anyway, I keep forgetting...
At you.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that the studio is really quiet, and so, like, me going like this is really loud on the recording. So, hey,
yes,
keep you...
it's quite audible.
Yeah, I got your back covered. Anyway, let's move on. The next article, because we talked about this a lot. So this next article is over in WarCrafters. Again, it's one of our shows. It's actually tomorrow. There's a new Portal game, and it costs $12,500.
I don't understand that. Why is it a...
I think it's because it's a pinball machine. So
okay.
It's been 14 years. Okay, how to make me feel old without making me feel old, or how to make me feel old by just making one statement. It's been 14 years since Portal 2, and I know Portal, the original Portal, so...
Oh, well.
Of course, I also know DOS games, so... And the Timex Sinclair.
Some of the listeners may be going, what is that?
Yeah, my first computer was a Timex Sinclair with a membrane keyboard and a tape recorder to store basic programs on. Shut up. Anyway, the wait for a new game in the series isn't exactly over, but if you're a diehard fan and if you have a lot of money lying around and there's nothing else you do with it, well, if you like pinball, you can get Portal on the P3 pinball platform, complete with the passive-aggressive stylings of GLaDOS, delivered by actor Ellen McLean. The P3 pinball platform is a real pinball machine with a 1080 video display, which is actually kind of low res. I would rather it be 4K at this day and age. State of the art.
It is, but maybe that's good for pinball. I don't know.
No, get out. So, no, it's a real pinball machine, but I think the screen up here is 1080. By the way, you can actually get pinball machines that don't have any moving parts in it. It is just a screen that's fitted inside the footprint of a pinball machine.
Yeah, but part of the fun of pinball is the clacks and the flippers and all the things.
You know, for a sentient AI from the future, with your Terminator body, you get to enjoy all of that stuff.
Well, I'm just saying what I've observed humans doing.
Yeah, you have to get to know your future victims, right? So Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says Valve's famous puzzle games are now available in pinball form, and it's really, really, they say really not cheap. I say really, really, really not cheap. $12,500.
I mean, if you're a real pinball lover, I guess, but
if
that is
you're
a lot of money.
Pinball wizard, no, he was a pinball wizard.
Plus, pinball games are tough to find in some locations, unless you have like an old school arcade.
Yeah, so this is actually a legitimate, this is a real working pinball machine that has a 1080 screen up on top, not a video. I would rather have video because then I can change the screen, the game anytime I want to.
Well, it looks like there's part of the problem with buying a pinball game, right? Because then that's the only one you're playing at that price.
And I think it actually has a screen underneath it as well. Yeah, like the base, the board underneath the pinball, the platform for the pinball machine, that is actually a screen. That works with the mechanics. That's why it's so expensive, because the whole thing is really physically built.
Right. There's a lot of technology involved in that particular game.
It says the P3 pinball platform is a real pinball machine with a 1080 video display, state-of-the-art ball tracking technology on the main table, and a modular upper playfield that enables different components and themes to be quickly swapped in. It's a bit like a cartridge-based game console. Pop in a new playfield module and you've got a new game to play, except that in this case, it's always pinball, which is fine. I've seen other people have these digital pinball machines, but they're usually not mechanical on top of a digital screen.
I see. Yeah, I didn't know they did that as a combination. I mean, I thought there was a little bit of not digital, but just maybe lighting or whatever for the sign. But I thought the game was like fully one or the other.
Yeah, this is actually both, which that does kick it up to the notch where I can imagine why it's $12,500, because it's all tracking a ball that isn't digital. It's a physical ball in three-dimensional space. So I think it's pretty amazing. So it says, and yes, that's really Ellen McLean's voice you're hearing in the trailer. GLaDOS supervises and taunts you throughout the game. But if you're able to complete the objectives of 7 test chambers guided by new team-building personality core named Reggie, you'll have the opportunity to get some payback against her in a final face-to-face wizard mode battle against the ever so slightly bonkers AI. See? All AIs are bonkers.
Are you AI shaming?
Maybe shaming. I don't know. So it says, not that it's something they need to worry about, because the portal pinball table costs slightly more than, to choose one easy example, the replacement value of the author's car. They initially saw the $2,000 price and thought, damn, that's an expensive table. But then they realized that it's just the deposit, and the full table costs $11,620 plus shipping, which isn't going to be cheap, because in case you didn't know, pinball machines are very heavy. So $12,500 is the purchase price. By their math, that works out to 50,000 quarters.
Oh, wow. Like to pay it off, basically.
Yeah. Just shy of 6 solid months spent banging flippers and bumping tilts. The author continues to say that their parents would have been furious. If you already own a P3 table, you can get the Portal game kit itself with a relatively paltry $1,000, which they don't think would have been much happier. So I would love this. I want a digital pinball machine, but I don't want this. I want just a flat digital pinball machine with a high-res screen. Because I want to be able, like on my iPad, I can download a new pinball machine and just play it right there.
Yeah, that's true.
What I want is that right there. And then I can point the camera at it and I can stream playing a pinball game. How about that?
Well, maybe you should do that.
Live in the ohmTown arcade. Oh my God. See, what I got to do is stop coming up with ideas, clone myself. Let's keep going. Are you sick of power outages? Because I sure am not. I haven't had a power outage until probably right after this statement.
I'm really terrified of power outages.
You are a sentient AI, but I have you on multiple backup power supplies.
Right, but I'm not particularly worried because of the setup.
And solar and all of that kind of stuff. So how about you back up your whole house with mesh home battery?
I like this already.
So the author starts out with having grown up in Hurricane Alley, which I don't even like the idea of people living in a place called Hurricane Alley, but Hurricane Alley is also the breadbasket of America kind of a place. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and some people live in Hurricane Alley, but yes.
Yeah, it's horrible. So, what really sucks is that building code hasn't grown up enough to allow you to just 3D print a house at an economical rate. So you use what amounts to
materials that don't withstand tornado.
Right. It turns into shrapnel. And so you have to build a whole new house. And it's really, really expensive. In fires, in floods, in hurricanes, you end up basically losing your shirt and people's lives. Well, it says, plus Broad swaths of the South are awful at dealing with any amount of snow, more than what you'd find in a snow globe, so they spent more than a few very cold winter days in dark, unheated home when they lived in North Carolina. I was actually looking at a car that is from North Carolina, and whispered in my ear was, "It's a hell of a deal. I'm willing to bet that it was part of a flood." So, not quite sure if I want to pursue that one. But anyway.
Right. Not all cars in certain locations are a flood car or whatever. But if it comes on the heels of a recent flood, you might be worth checking.
And it's $5,000 cheaper than you can possibly imagine, which is kind of like my bulk rate. If I sit there and go, if this car was $50,000, I wouldn't buy it because I'm not going to buy that car for $50,000.
Right.
But $45,000 is nothing to sneeze at. Maybe. Anyway, I'm not going to get the car. It wasn't $45,000 either.
Right, but you're just using that as an example.
Yeah. So Matt Janser over at Vice.com put this article together. Backing up your home in preparation for a blackout used to mean an enormous gasoline generator. This modular battery-powered option offers the power minus the gas stink. I'm interested in this because I am now hot for solar panels. And if I can have a bunch of batteries sitting around bolted to a wall somewhere that isn't Tesla, then I'm into it. And so I would love to get these, hook it up to solar, juice the sun down into these batteries, and be able to sell back to the grid. And whenever I want to disconnect from the grid.
This seems like a good deal.
Well, ohmTown is nothing but energy, so it's going to need a lot. So blankets and ice chests full of milk and eggs are all well and good, and when you're just trying to get by, but if you want to maintain some level of comfort once the power goes out, whether it's from a natural disaster or just our nation's aging, they say, shitifying electrical grid, think about a whole house battery backup to keep your household's essentials running. But here's the thing. If all you do is use a battery for backup power, you're doing it for the safety and security, hoping that power turns back on by the time the batteries drain. You're not going to save any money.
Right. Yeah, you might want to think bigger.
In fact, unless there's a disparity in the pricing range from low consumption to high consumption, odds on it's going to cost you more to charge your batteries than it is to just use power. And then if power goes off, don't open your damn fridge. It's going to be longer.
Yeah, like minimize loss at that point.
Yeah. So because batteries basically need to be charged. So unless it's just a low cost all the time, charge up, then fine. Well, anyway, if you don't have to carve out, or it says you don't have to carve out a bunch of space for a generator or rewire your home for a complicated solution. Last week, Pila Energy pulled the wraps off of their mesh home battery, a plug-in modular smart battery for the home. No gasoline or storage headaches required. So it's a pre-order kind of device, but what's really interesting is I saw some of the information that I have is based off of watching a video of somebody basically doing this, putting a battery backup on top of their fridge and letting the fridge consume power.
Okay.
So they could test out how long it takes their, how much consumption in a given time frame, so they could calculate the costs.
Interesting.
So no rewiring, no extension cords, just seamless integrated backup power for homeowners and renters alike. As Pila put it, the battery stores 1.6 kilowatt hours with a 2.4 kilowatt continuous output, so 7.8 kilowatt peak output, which is enough to run a refrigerator for 32 hours, charge a smartphone 113 times, or boil 15 pots of water on a stove, depending on the stove.
Right.
But you don't need to boil water.
That's pretty significant with the refrigerator time.
Yeah, 32 hours is actually pretty significant.
And in a pretty standard set of circumstances, at least in the U.S., the power will be back on typically in that time frame or close to it.
You would think that, but hey, what does the future hold? So at 15 inches by 26.5 inches by 3.3 inches and 45 pounds, the mesh home battery is compact enough to be stashed away almost anywhere, like above your fridge or behind your entertainment center. It's far easier to store than a conventional generator. There's an optional expansion pack that doubles the battery capacity, as well as a solar panel that plugs into the mesh home battery to steal those sun rays for recharging on sunny days, just mounted on a deck railing or a balcony. It's absolutely brilliant at that point.
Absolutely. So, especially if you're in an area that gets a decent amount of sunlight.
There's also an optional smart power strip that adds 3 additional outlets and a USB-C port for charging additional devices if the home mesh battery's 4 built-in outlets and 4 USB-C ports aren't enough. Pila doesn't have pricing on those 3 add-ons yet, but it says all you need besides patience is $99. They're actually $1,299 a piece. So right now you can reserve one for $99. The total price is $1,000 on the early pre-order sale. They'll eventually be $1,300. If you get cold feet, you can cancel your reservation and receive a refund.
I mean, part of this is you're paying for peace of mind, but really think how much money you're going to lose if you have a power outage and you lose something like hundreds of dollars of groceries.
Yeah. This is for peace of mind, because unless you get the solar side of it, it actually isn't a functional anything.
Right. The solar side, I think, is where it's really a win.
Yeah. I actually like the sleek look of this. I like that it's just like a blade and you can just plop it in there and you can see everything. I dig this, and it is much smaller than any other battery backup that I've seen so far.
Right. Yeah. Some of them are just not
big old bulky whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I want solar now. I used to go, I don't know. But I would love to get a stack of these and just hook them up so that they're powering different levels of ohmTown. So anyway, let's keep on moving. The next article, and we actually have one more after this one, so we're running a little behind, but this one's over in Wanted. Why hike, run, or cycle when you can power through it all? The Hypershell X. Oh, right. This is the ultimate exoskeleton for adventure lovers.
Yeah, this is actually what I was referencing when you said something in RealityHacker.
Gotcha. So, yeah, although the sentient AI is referring to me making a comment about augmenting humans, the real cyberpunk augmentation is directly to bone, metal to bone.
Oh no, I know. This is approximating it. It's not actually what you were discussing.
Yeah, so this is the exoskeleton, and it actually allows you to it bolts onto the human with straps, and then it actually augments your everything.
Right,
in this
like
case,
you're lifting,
hiking.
you're can't think what the word is. Basically, able to
anything
keep
with
going.
your legs. Yeah.
Yes.
So this article is over at gizmodo.com. The Hypershell X skeleton revolutionizes outdoor adventure by making each step, run, and pedal more efficient and powerful, but it's more efficient because it's battery augmented, it's powered. So it's the beginning of exoskeleton, but this is just the legs. We haven't really gotten the arms down just yet. So this is a series. The content is actually from the company Hypershell. We don't have a relationship with Gizmodo or Hypershell. We don't have an interest in this other than I want exo armor.
Yeah, we always have an interest in the articles, but we don't have any affiliation with any of the ones we cover and Wanted.
Obviously, the AI is interested in this because they've been seeking their Terminator body ever since the time machine separated them from one place and another. You don't know.
Right. I mean, maybe I could hook up to this.
What article? Let's just move on. Just kidding. So Hypershell, in almost a self-aggrandizing way, Hypershell is the global pioneer in exo armor technology, and it has revolutionized outdoor exploration with its exoskeleton for hiking. This motorized hike assistive device powered by AI, is specially designed to boost the capabilities of outdoor adventure seekers and allow them to push their limits and further explore than ever before, right up until the battery dies, and then you have to haul this 800-pound behemoth out of the
Right. Hopefully you got
bush.
that battery back up from the previous article. I don't think it works with the hypershell though.
And maybe if the hypershell has like a USB-C port to keep it powered, you could just daisy chain the backpack.
Yeah, but then you'd have to be carrying more weight, so you're kind of working against the purpose of the hypershell.
It's a balance. Come on. So with 40% increased leg power and 30% reduced physical effort, the Hypershell X series ensures hikers will be able to traverse challenging terrain with unmatched ease and comfort. They link to something on Instagram, but we're not really going to show that. We don't have it. ohmTown is air gap. So you'll be able to follow the link through ohmTown. You can actually get today's wanted from the bot from Omatron by typing in ! and then want over on YouTube, on Twitch. On YouTube, it's already embedded in the show notes, so you can just click the link. I didn't do that with RealityHacker. I am a derp, but it's all embedded long-term over on YouTube. So its second most significant advantage is the variability of the exoskeleton. Hyper X series is optimized to support all types of activities ranging from going up and down stairs, which is a hell of a empowerment
tool. A lot
tool.
Different than just hike or whatever. I mean, that can help people with disabilities. It just,
yep.
I think this is much more expansive, I guess, than what we've seen with other exoskeletons.
It's definitely enabling. If it can empower you to walk upstairs, even somebody who's elderly can carry stuff and go up the stairs because it's reducing all of the friction required to go upstairs. But this thing has to be efficient, right? This thing, not that, that's somebody's butt, but that gadget right there.
Yeah.
It has to be frictionless. The harness, yeah. This right here. So I don't know if Grandma is really interested in strapping on this exo armor. But if she can climb up a set of stairs and kick your ass...
You know what? If she can't climb the stairs without it, then maybe yes.
That's right. I'm coming upstairs and you're going to eat my Werthers or I'm going to kick your ass. Anyway, so which one to buy? They have a bunch. Hypershell Go X, Hypershell Pro X, Hypershell Carbon X. There's something involving X, so who knows who's invested in this. Anyway, I'm going to move on. Let's keep going. The last article for today's wanted, and if you don't get the name of the show, it's because I want this stuff. Everything. To some degree, I want it. Anyway.
Right.
So the last article.
Anybody was unclear on the...
unclear about what wanted. Maybe you want it too. So come and hang out and ask questions. Throw it into chat. Give us your opinion on this stuff. So 7 new board games based on video games. Board games based on popular video game franchises continue to bridge the gap between digital and physical gaming experiences, offering fans new ways to interact with their favorite franchises and universes. These board game adaptations capture the essence of their digital counterparts, blending familiar characters, themes, gameplay mechanics into engaging tabletop adventures, whether players prefer cooperative adventures in The Last of Us or intense cyberpunk-themed competitive play. These board games provide unique opportunities to immerse themselves in beloved video game worlds. The article was put together by Maddie Robinson over at GameRant.com, and it says 7 here. I only see 5 so far in the splash.
They don't have photos of the other 2.
Yeah. So I'm just going to run through them really quick. Divinity, Original Sin, the board game. This is actually it says game's rich narrative and strategic depth, allowing us to navigate complex scenarios filled with decision-making and character-driven encounters. This was actually a very popular Divinity. Original Sin is a very popular computer game, but it's priced at $250, discounted from $275.
That's pretty significant. I mean, I guess the question is, how much gameplay does it have?
Some of these games are huge and costly. So the game definitely isn't the cheapest board game, but to make it worth it, Divinity Original Sin includes beautifully crafted miniatures, detailed cards, numerous tokens, dice, and other gameplay elements. I don't know. It just says that its extensive replayability ensures each game session is fresh and engaging, offering new experiences for multiple sessions. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it probably has quite a bit of variability from game to game.
Yeah, so
given the type of game that it is.
Yeah, a board game. Yeah. So board games seem to be, they're limited in their replayability. Only the human causes chaos in the thing, but some games.
True, but since it's an RPG and it involves storytelling, I'm thinking perhaps that gives you even more variability.
Yeah. So then they talk about Metal Gear Solid, the board game. Metal Gear is a pretty old game in the grand scheme of things, but this says it's available for $110. It's the adaptation also offers short VR missions, perfect for quick, intense gaming sessions. It says CMON, come on. Known for quality board games featuring some sort of legendary video game franchises, is behind this tabletop adaptation. Both longtime fans of the video game franchise and those who simply appreciate a well-done board game will enjoy the detailed miniatures and interesting scenarios that offer a good amount of challenge for 1 to 4 players.
Now, is this a regular progression from video game to board game? I would have thought more the other direction, if at all.
If at all, yeah. Because usually there isn't enough of either complexity to match the computer game or enough in the board game to go into the computer.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't really seem easily interchangeable.
Yeah, like I created a board game that could be a computer game at a moment's notice, but it was designed basically to be easily accessible, very approachable. It would have immense playability, but it really depends on the audience that you're playing with. And considering you can play with like 24 people if you wanted to, everybody would have to have a good time with each other because there would be delay. But anyway, so Metal Gear, then Cyberpunk Edge Runners, Combat Zone. So Cyberpunk is an RPG, tabletop RPG that essentially its world building got pulled into a computer game, and then the computer game is back into.
Wow, that's kind of full circle.
Yeah, quite fascinating. So while not exactly a video game adaptation, it's based on the Netflix show. The game shares the world with Cyberpunk 2077, which shares the world with anything cyberpunk. You might as well just call it what it is. Cyberpunk originated back in the 80s. And I used to play Cyberpunk, and then it became Cyberpunk 2020, and then Cyberpunk 20 something else, and Cyberpunk Red just a few years ago, and then the computer games formed as well, and they're not supposed to be tied together like old school tabletop RPG, but even this is freaking Cyberpunk.
Right.
Anyway, Cyberpunk Edge Runners Combat Zone is currently priced at $80. The game includes 2 distinct factions, adding variety to gameplay and offering separate strategies and advantages based on the selection. You basically are cyberpunk or cyber-enhanced mercenaries that run through dynamic encounters against corporate foes. Innovative movement and range system keep gameplay fresh even after several missions. I dig this. I probably... If any, out of all of these, I want that because that's more my style right there.
Cyberpunk,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the tech side of things. So the Witcher Old World Wild Hunt expansion says here.
So this is interesting, right? Because also TV show.
Yeah, it was a game, became a TV show, became a tabletop game. So the Witcher Old World board game has received an exciting expansion with Wild Hunt, adding cooperative and solo gameplay options. Players now face off against the formidable Wild Hunt riders and spectral hounds, deepening the game's narrative and adding new challenges. So this is actually an expansion to the Witcher world for $56. I don't know. Have you ever watched any of the Witcher TV? Yeah. You'd have to watch that.
No, I haven't seen that. But...
Yeah. It's interesting in small doses. Dark Souls, the Sunless City core set. At least with this one, you don't have to go chase your corpse really far.
Exactly. I was about to make a comment on that.
Yeah. The Sunless City core set, they assume the role of different character classes such as Warrior, Herald, Pyromancer. The party of 1 to 3 players carefully navigate Dark Souls, dangerous environments, and challenging encounters. So it's $85. It has detailed miniatures, including not only the player characters and regular encounters, but also the legendary bosses Ornstein and Smear. Yeah, it offers both cooperative and solo gameplay, so that's always fun.
Yeah, that's good, because there aren't a lot of solo board games.
Souls-like games, too. So The Last of Us is a computer game that also is TV.
It's also a show. Yeah, exactly.
And is a board game now. It emphasizes storytelling. I'm going to hurry up a little bit. And then Dead Cells, the board game. I mean, if you know about Last of Us, then basically it's the embodiment of Last of Us. Supports up to 5 players with an option to play it alone, making it a versatile option. So that one is actually $72. But then there's Dead Cells, the board game. That's their number 1 in this list. It's $100.
It has a solo mode.
And has a solo mode featuring Serenade, the flying sword companion. Dead Cells, a critically acclaimed roguelite video game, transitions seamlessly into a board game. Players explore dynamically changing environments, fighting against evolving threats and powerful bosses. So this is pretty cool. There's always minutia over at our sources. So go over, follow the links through ohmTown, and go check it out. But
I want all of these games.
Do you now? Okay, so hold on. Let's do this. So this is $250 plus $110, so $360. So
80.
$400. Yeah, $440. $500. I'll round up. I'm going to round up for taxes and shipping, so $600. And
$675.
let's just $675, and then $775.
Yeah, but let's not forget the price for the pinball machine too. So,
anybody out there know winning lottery numbers? Send them to the mayor. Don't worry, I'll give you a couple million. Anyway, we're going to put the lid on this box, and that means I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. I almost said WarCrafters because we had gaming stuff at the end. We'll have another episode for you next weekend, but stay tuned. We have the continuity report and 3 more shows tomorrow.
Yeah, so when I put the lid on that box, we went back to Wanted. It's a little splash page that has some of the articles. There's page after page going back all the way to 20... Actually, hold on. How far back does our time machine go now? 2020. Yikes. That will slowly go away, by the way. 2020 will disappear eventually, and 2021 will disappear. But from 2022, January 1st, 2022 on, we will remain slowly growing. And if you want to click on the subscribe button, that will take you over to YouTube and automatically subscribe to ohmTown over on the YouTube. Don't have a button for Twitch. You'll have to do that all on your own. But that's it for now. We're going to shut down the stream, reset, and go back to the continuity report here on ohmTown.com and do another 5 articles in the entertainment sector. So see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 10th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we talk about 10 articles every day, or on Saturday and Sunday, it actually gets bumped up to 15 different articles, but across 3 different shows. So stick around. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Ring the bell and like and subscribe and download the podcast. All of that stuff. We're everywhere. Tell a friend, too. It'll help us out tremendously. Today, we're going to talk about, well, get naked and demand to get off plane. A backdoor and Bluetooth chip. Pay to help volunteerism. Whatever that is. Shutdowns across Africa. Commercials are too darn loud. Let me rephrase that. Commercials are too darn loud. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming. Developer convicted of kill switch code. Cities are banning ads for fossil fuels, planes, and other things, SUVs. Cloning the vineyard dog. Crime goes down after daylight savings. I have a theory of that. We'll talk about it. And have you seen the price of fast food? That headline doesn't really have anything to do with the article. Stick around. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and that right there is the visualizer for the sentient AI. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Okay, so the sentient AI did the equivalent of waving at me. They don't have a body.
It still doesn't work?
It still doesn't work. If you want to keep up with today's articles, you can hit !NSN, and that'll pull the articles, the latest articles. I'm working on a system. I don't know how popular it's going to be if anybody stops by the chat or whatever and they type !NSN and then the date in a particular format. I'm working on making it so that it downloads that particular episodes. But here's the deal about this. Got nearly 2,000 episodes now. It's a little tough.
Right.
Anyway.
Might have been easier on episode 1.
Just a little, yeah, just to roll with it. But anyway, you ready to get into the articles?
I am.
You've got an hour to get this done. It's going to be like a SWAT operation. We're going to get in. We're going to get out. Everybody's going to be safe. Go. The timing of that sound, the background music, I don't know if it gets picked up on the stream anymore because I have it wired a little differently. Anyway, the music ended right when I ended my statement.
That's kind of odd.
All right. So look, I don't know about you, but everybody has gone through one of these kind of moments, right? It's not just me. Southwest flight.
I think this is kind of rare.
It is? I don't know. It happens more often than not with my flights. Maybe it's just me.
What's the common denominator there?
Me. So Southwest flight delayed after a woman got naked and demanded to get off the plane. Let's be sure we finish that sentence. Southwest Airlines plane was forced to return to its gate, delaying a flight from Houston, Texas to Phoenix, Arizona, which is the two hotspots where I would expect that the trifecta is if it was going from Florida to Phoenix, Arizona, stopping off at Houston. That would have been the trifecta of the Florida, Texas, Arizona person.
Yes, I don't disagree. Do you think the passengers were screaming for her to get off the plane?
Based on the blurred out picture, maybe. I don't know. I mean, depending on who it is, I suppose. They're like, whoa. Let's talk about this. Maybe you just want to take the flight anyway. Just chill. Otherwise, people are like, oh, yeah, let's turn this thing around. We're dropping this person off at the gate. Anyway, the passenger apparently took off all of their clothes and started screaming and moving throughout the plane before takeoff. Thankfully, the plane was still taxiing down the runway rather than about to take off or being midair when the disturbance occurred. Obviously, they were having some type of crisis of some kind, so all joking aside, I'm glad that she's getting the attention she needs. It was probably a medically induced, kind of pharmaceutically induced issue. So originally the woman remained clothed, but started demanding airline staff to let her off the plane. I do remember her saying that she wanted to get off the flight. One passenger who probably requested to be nameless did not want to be debriefed, I guess you would say. Yeah. So Sammy Caramello over at Vice.com put the article together. So this article is included, but it's actually kind of late because between the late last night and earlier today, ohmTown had its own little crisis where I shut down the site so that I could have an engineering team massage our wait, I was going to say massage our back end, but I think this is the wrong framing of it.
Yeah,
anyway.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Did the data pull the same stunt?
Yes. Oh my goodness. I think the AI just disconnected briefly. That's okay. We'll see.
I think Mayor Watt disconnected.
No. It's not. I didn't drop any frames. I think it's the AI. Anyway, so yeah, I think ohmTown decided to strip and want to get off the flight. Anyway, so apparently they started taking off their clothes and then it's funny that they wished to remain anonymous, as if anybody really cares that they're making a comment about this. Apparently she started jumping up and down, screaming at the top of her lungs. I would say, according to the passenger, the woman also screamed that she was bipolar. So yeah, obviously she was in a crisis. All joking aside, joking is a coping mechanism for a lot of people, and in high stress situations, you kind of do this dark humor kind of thing. But anyway, goes into a whole thing. Put her whole body onto the woman, a flight attendant, and was rubbing all over her. And this is something that would get me on a watch list. But anyway, the flight reached out to customers, and they all said, whoa, no, you just keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, probably if somebody's yelling that they want to get off the plane before it takes off, they might want to entertain it.
Yeah, take it seriously. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. Undocumented backdoor found in Bluetooth chip used by 1 billion devices. The ubiquitous ESP32 microchip made by Chinese manufacturer s4e81 and used by over 1 billion units as of 2023 contains an undocumented backdoor that could be leveraged for attacks. This is wonderful. So
I want to know what it's used in. Like, is it used in non-Chinese products? I assume so.
It is pervasive. So here, let me just, well, hold on. Let's do this article first. It's over at Bleeping Computer, because that's what you say whenever you find out that your ESP32 Bluetooth chip has an undocumented backdoor. Bill Tollus over at Bleeping Computer. I was Bill and bleeping and blah, blah, blah.
And Bluetooth.
Yep. So 3/9/2025, they apparently updated this. After receiving concerns about the use of the term backdoor to refer to these undocumented commands, we've updated our title and story. Our original story can be found, and they actually provide a link. So undocumented commands found in Bluetooth chip used by 1 billion devices. That's because
so I'm taking it that's not the same as a backdoor, but basically the command was somehow allowing somebody to control something.
Correct. So TarLogic Security has detected a backdoor in the ESP32, a microcontroller that enables Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connection, and it is present in millions of mass-market Internet of Things devices, reads a TarLogic announcement shared with Bleeping Computer. Exploitation of this backdoor would allow hostile actors to conduct impersonation attacks and permanently infect sensitive devices, such as mobile phones, computers, smart locks, or medical equipment by bypassing code audit controls. So the researchers were warned that the ESP32 is one of the world's most widely used chips for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity and Internet of Things devices. So the risk is significant. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so much for that. Sounds like it's all over the place.
So armed with this new tool, which enables raw access to Bluetooth traffic, TarLogic discovered hidden vendor-specific commands, opcode 0x3f, in the ESP32 Bluetooth firmware that allow for low-level control over Bluetooth functions. And once you basically have a low-level access, it acts as unfettered access. You might as well just be able to do whatever you damn well please, essentially. There's some nuance to it always. You have to do it the right way. So once you learn the syntax, then you're pretty much golden. So it can be used for memory manipulation, MAC address spoofing, aka device impersonation. If I want to pretend to be somebody else on a network and they have MAC addresses that are part of the security apparatus in place, all I have to do is figure out what one of the MAC addresses are, and I do away because I can change the MAC address of my hardware.
Right, which can be significant depending on what you're doing with it.
Yeah, and then packet injection in general is bad. So Espressif has not publicly documented these commands, so either they weren't meant to be accessible or they were left in by mistake. The issue is now tracked under CVE. And CVE is a coding numeration for exploits. This is managed by NIST.gov. So there are other places that do it now too, but anyway, the risk arising from these commands include malicious implementations on the OEM level and supply chain attacks. So all of this undocumented access. So there's this idea of security through obscurity or obfuscation, and it is bound by ignorance. So if a person finds out about it, and there aren't any hard protections in place, then all you have to do is type the right commands and you're in. So this kind of obfuscation or reliance on people being oblivious to it is...
That doesn't seem like a good layer of protection.
It's disingenuous at best, yeah, and outright malicious at worst. So they say possible via malicious firmware or rogue Bluetooth connections. This is especially the case if the attacker already has root access, planted malware, or pushed a malicious update to the device that opens up low-level access. So I can push something to it when it reboots, or it actually runs it because my code is that sophisticated. I can open up another door hidden from any logging, and I can have direct access to the IoT device, which has unfettered access to a network if you allow it to attach to your internal network.
Right, and then depending on what the IoT is, the device, or where it is, that could be a problem too.
Correct. Yep. So without getting too into this, you're going to have to, not you, essentially an AI, but you, consumer, are going to have to be aware of this, because it says while these debug commands exist, they cannot by themselves pose a security risk to ESP32 chips. Espressif will still provide a software fix to remove these undocumented commands, says Espressif. So all you have to do now is wait for them to get around to it. And you have to rely on the people around you to be sophisticated enough to update the firmware in their IoT devices.
Which is a big if, particularly if it's not used in a sophisticated setting.
Correct. Yeah. If you don't have somebody that is aware of the security apparatus at the heart of your network, it's not going to matter. Because you can be as secure as you want to, but if somebody else is insecure, you're compromised by their... and don't take this word personally for anybody who might be listening to it, okay? When somebody says, well, if you're ignorant of this, then you're a liability, it's not a slam on you. It's an appeal. Get educated on these matters, even the slightest bit. I refer to it as click with care. It's a concept where you just don't go clicking stuff because, look, it has a link that I haven't tapped on.
Right. I mean, all it takes sometimes is one person doing that, and it can take down multiple people's devices. Okay. In stereo.
Okay. Well, one of the little animals in ohmTown, literally, my studio door is open, and they were chest height flying through the air.
I didn't see them on camera, but I did hear them quite well.
Yeah, Savannah cats, folks. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Pay to help is a new trend which could change the future of volunteering. Volunteering is a popular way for people to give something back to society, whether it's joining a tree planting group or helping out a charity shop. Spending time contributing to a cause is something valued by almost 1 billion people across the world. 1 billion. Yeah, that's Pareto principle right there.
Yeah.
20%, 80%.
It's like less than Pareto. I don't know how many are in the world. But
8 billion. I think we're at 8 billion, right? Are we at 8 billion? Let's find out.
I don't know.
Yeah, 8 billion. Oh my gosh. That was just I threw that out there. 8 billion, 8.2 billion if you want to be more exact. As of March, it's estimated to be, with projections indicating a peak of around 10.3 billion by the mid-2080s. So stop replicating people. And stop replicating people. Anyway, so Xiaoyan Liang and Jianwen Shang from The Conversation. It's a Harvard try. I never went to Harvard, so you get the budget try there. Anyway, it's an article from The Conversation. They have a relationship, I guess. I don't know. We don't have a relationship with The Conversation or phys.org for that matter, but that's where they post their stuff. Anyway, so some businesses have picked up on this donating your time, volunteerism, that kind of stuff. So by allowing staff to take paid time away from their jobs to volunteer, and research suggests that doing so makes those firms more attractive employers with happier employees. But in a surprising new trend, some nonprofit organizations have started charging companies for access to their volunteering programs.
Okay, that's unique, but maybe companies have the resources to do it, and or maybe the companies eat up nonprofit resources when they do this as a formal program.
Usually this pay-to-volunteer approach involves nonprofits setting a fee for companies to send groups of employees to lend a hand, and although there are no official statistics available about how widespread this is, we found plenty of examples in the UK and US and Australia. For instance, one Australian nonprofit organization we looked at charges businesses 600 Australian dollars or 302 British pounds for 3 employees to volunteer for a day stacking shelves and serving customers in a food bank.
This is a unique trend.
So it's pay to play volunteering. But that's a weird
volunteering. But notice
volunteering.
that it's for the company. It's not for an individual.
Right. Yeah. So a nonprofit organization that volunteers people charges a company.
I just figured out why this might be a win-win-win.
Yeah, because they're paying. Okay, let me take a stab at this. They're paying the nonprofit organization that's populated by volunteer people who go and volunteer elsewhere, and it doesn't burden the nonprofit organization to such an extent.
Right, and then I suspect on the company side, maybe they get some sort of financial benefit by making this payment, like it's like a donation or something. Like maybe it's beneficial all around.
I wonder if you can actually do that. Yeah.
I don't know.
So they might argue that charging a fee generates revenue, which helps to cover the cost of running the volunteer programs as well as funding the organization itself. But they may also believe that the fees can be justified by the numerous benefits volunteering can bring to the companies who choose to pay them. These include enhanced employee morale and engagement, as well as the associated effects on the company's image and reputation. It's carbon payments, except that the carbon
like
are
carbon
humans.
Offsets.
Yeah. So by contrast, the nonprofits who reject the idea of charging companies tend to be more interested in the symbolic value of volunteering. They would argue that a cost to access volunteering contradicts the selfless spirit of the whole exercise, except that it's selfless on the volunteer side and it's motivated by intent. We want that positive image. We want the volunteers and we would rather pay so that we have volunteers over here. The weird thing is somebody's going to take exception to the fact that they're being quote unquote paid, but they're not being paid. They're volunteering for whatever the gig is.
The nonprofit is getting paid, and I doubt they're getting a profit out of it. They're probably just covering their costs to bring in the volunteers.
And it sounds like a similar caveat where you're not allowed to sell in this location, but the people that are there can come and buy all they want.
Right.
Wink,
yeah,
wink.
I don't know. This is odd.
Girl Scout cookies, for instance. They're not allowed to sell to businesses, but they can sell to the individual people that are coming out of the business.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So we also heard concerns voiced about implications for the future of the volunteering sector as a whole. If paying a volunteer becomes widespread, it will increase or reduce the overall volunteer base. Who knows? People want to volunteer if they feel compelled to volunteer. Other people will sacrifice whatever to give back to the community that they've benefited from. But hey, sociopaths aside. Anyway, let's move on. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So the next article is over in Technology Today. Internet shutdowns at record high in Africa gotta back that up.
Bleep.
So internet shutdowns at record high in Africa as access weaponized. So digital blackouts. The other one I said black doors instead of back doors, and this time I said backouts instead of blackouts. Anyway, digital blackouts reached a record high in 2024 in Africa as more governments sought to keep millions of citizens off the internet than any other period over the last decade. This is, there are myriad reasons as to why this takes place. Sometimes it's cost related. Sometimes they're trying to stifle a particular message. But a report released by the internet rights group Access Now and Keep It On, hashtag Keep It On, a coalition of hundreds of civil society organizations worldwide found that there were 21 shutdowns in 15 African countries, surpassing the existing record of 19 in 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, I mean, and this may not be our typical article for Non Sequitur news, but it seemed important to report on.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, so one of the streamers on Twitch that I watch, Dunkstar, is a resident of South Africa, and they get power and water outages regularly. It's kind of wild. And you'd think that that wouldn't happen, but somewhere the economics of this, I don't know. But at any rate, the being able to just put a kill switch on the internet, which is the global access to the global amount of knowledge, I think the internet should be a human right at a fundamental level. Like 1 megabit connection, you should be able to get text in and out of your phone, your devices, at no cost. Like that, it's just a societal yes.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, just so much access to information. You can improve lives very easily with basic internet access.
Yep. Because every year I read about people in far-flung places. There was one person somewhere in Africa, as a matter of fact, that had learned some chemistry online and was able to create light in villages by, it's oddly enough, it's a weird thing. It's a bioluminescent reaction when you put blood in something. And it creates a little glow. And then they've also figured out how to do certain things, and then they make wells and all of this stuff. It betters everyone everywhere, but there's always people that are complicit in trying to leverage it for control. Aramo Egbajule over at theguardian.com put the article together. I may be pronouncing that incorrect, but again, I'm giving it my Harvard try, but I never went to Harvard. I do not know what's going on in ohmTown, but that's okay. So authorities in Comoros, Guinea-Bissau, it's Mauritius, right? Or is it Mauritius? Mauritius?
I think it's the second, but
Mauritius?
no, that was the first.
Mauritius? Mauritius? I've always mispronounced that, and I don't recall ever hearing it. So once I hear how it's supposed to be pronounced.
Right, I've only seen it in writing.
Yeah. Joined repeat offenders such as Burundi, Ethiopia, Equatorial Guinea, and Kenya. Guinea and Nigeria, Senegal, and Tanzania were also on the list, but perpetrators also included militias and other non-state actors. Telecom and internet service providers who shut down service based on government orders are also complicit in violating people's rights, said Felicio Antonio, the Keep It On campaign manager at Access Now, citing the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. Everything is 1950s again. So we're in for a rough ride if we think that this trend is going to change. The trend was replicated across the world with more internet shutdowns in more countries, 296 shutdowns across 54 countries compared to 283 shutdowns in 39 countries the previous year. I'm waiting for the first one domestically, but I've also made other claims that.
I mean, this is not a good trend.
Yeah.
And I know it's challenging because there's not necessarily a lot of resources to change this trend from within a country. If it's due to, if it's non-economic factors, it may be more challenging. If it's economic factors, that'll still take a while, but
yeah,
easier to turn the direction around.
Follow the money. Let's keep going. The next article is over in The Word and Law. Commercials are still too loud, say thousands of recent FCC complaints, but that is going to fall on deaf ears, I'm afraid. Thousands of complaints about the volume of TV commercials have flooded the FCC in recent years, despite the FCC requiring TV stations, cable operators, and satellite providers to ensure that commercials don't bring a sudden spike in decibels. Complaints around loud commercials took a troubling jump in 2024, the government body said. What? So under the Commercial Advertisement Loudness Mitigation Act, they've tried real hard to make a palpable...
I think they should have made an act named Quiet instead of Calm, but still in the right vein. That's
too much text. It has to be one succinct line there. Anyway,
or they could have done or something.
Shut the... I don't have my beep. Where is it? Yeah. Anyway, so the Calm Act. Broadcast cable and satellite TV providers are required to ensure that commercials have the same average volume as the programs they accompany, per the FCC. So the FCC rules about the volume took effect fairly recently. I think it was in 2021 or
2025 or something.
Really? It took effect in December 2012.
Well, that's odd since there's been maybe 13 years allowed commercials since then.
Yeah, tell me about it. So, however, the agency has seen an uptick in these grievances. The FCC said it received approximately 750 complaints in 2022 and at least 1,700 in 2024, at least. So since the Calm Act regulates the commercial's average loudness, some advertisers may be skirting the spirit of the law by making theirs very loud and quiet at a certain part of the ad, and then get loud again. Yeah.
It would be nice if advertisers did try to make viewers lose their hearing.
You turn it up really loud. Blah, 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 blah. Son of a... So streaming ads could get muzzled too. That's one of the things that I think that's where our issue is, because streaming ads aren't necessarily engaged in this because it isn't under FCC per se.
Yeah, they're not subject to this act, it says.
Right. Yeah, because it's not enumerated in it because it didn't take it into account that there was going to be this pervasive level of streaming ads. So that's exactly what I witness almost on the regular is it's a really quiet video and then the ad is loud. But that's because the quiet video is improperly balanced. It isn't normalized. So like I can listen to a streamer or listen to a YouTube video or whatever, and because they recorded it at 30%, they would have to pump up the gain to reach the actual balanced level of the audio as a normal amount of decibel loss. But that's not what they do. They just pump it out there as being this low dB audio.
Right, which was fine until you hit an ad.
And then
or until you raise the volume to hear it, and then you get an ad.
Yeah, there's I don't know who it is off the top of my, I can't remember the name of them. Anyway, they have a podcast and they stream on Twitch, but the Twitch stream, because of the nature of Twitch, I've got it turned up. But then their podcast is really quiet, and it just drives me nuts. I decided to unsubscribe from the podcast because the imbalance, because I couldn't hear it. And if I cranked it up, as soon as I switched to another podcast, I'm wetting my pants while I'm driving because it's blaring. Anyway, separate from the Calm Act violation complaints, the FCC noted this month that other recent complaints it has seen illustrate growing concern with the loudness of commercials on streaming services and other online platforms. I doubt that the FCC in this climate is going to give a shit. Pardon me. I'm a potty mouth. When Americans spending similar amounts of time, if no longer watching TV online versus broadcast, cable, satellite, the Calm Act would have to take on the web in order to maximize effectiveness. Good luck. It is still Wild West chaos.
Yeah, it is. And think how long broadcast TV was around till they got this in effect.
Yeah, exactly. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Word in Law as well. Developer convicted for kill switch code activated upon his termination. I love this. All right. Unfortunately, it's a 55-year-old software developer who's facing 10 years in prison for deploying malicious code that sabotaged his former employer's network, allegedly costing hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses. The DOJ announced Friday that Davis Liu was convicted by a jury after causing intentional damage to protected computers, whatever that means. Every computer has protection in some case, but anyway, reportedly owned by the Ohio and Dublin-based power management company Eaton Corporation. Liu had worked at Eaton for about 11 years when he was apparently he became disgruntled by a corporate realignment in 2018 that reduced his responsibilities. Whoops. So Ashley Ballinger.
I can't imagine why that would upset an employee.
Hey man, go ahead and reduce my responsibilities. If you pay me the same, I don't care.
I'm sure the pay was reduced too, though.
Yeah, they moved his office further and further down into the bowels of the buildings.
Did he have a red stapler?
Yeah, I'm going to burn the place down. Ashley Bellinger over at ArsTechnica.com put the article together. Yeah, his efforts to sabotage their network began that year, and by the next year, he had planted different forms of malicious code, creating infinite loops that deleted coworker profile files, preventing legitimate logins and causing system crashes, the DOJ explained. Aiming to slow down or ruin Eaton Corporation's productivity, Liu named these codes using the Japanese word for destruction, Hakai. Wow. Oh, and the Chinese word for lethargy, Hun Shui. So,
I mean, it's hard to say it was accidental.
So nothing was as destructive as this kill switch that Liu designed to shut down everything if he was ever terminated. So lo and behold, is DL enabled in AD, which is an apparent abbreviation, is Davis Liu enabled in Active Directory. It also automatically activated on the day of Liu's termination in 2019, the DOJ said, disrupting Eaton Corporation users globally. So this is like...
So do I understand something like his account was deleted and that's what triggered it?
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, it's creative, obviously not okay.
Not just deleted, but as soon as the flag was thrown that he was a disabled user, that's what triggered it. So AD is Active Directory, and Active Directory basically controls a network and its logins. Eaton Corporation discovered the malicious code while trying to end the infinite looping, causing the systems to crash. They soon realized the code was being executed from a computer using Lou's user ID. So he wasn't too bright in terms of how he went about it.
Right. You know? I mean, wouldn't he have spoofed it or something?
Additionally, the DOJ rooted through Lou's search history and found evidence that he had researched methods to escalate privileges, hide processes, and rapidly delete files, indicating an intent to obstruct efforts of his coworkers to resolve the system disruptions. This guy wasn't, I mean, he was like a criminal mastermind simply created by somebody lowering his responsibilities, but...
Right. Yeah, maybe they didn't quite appreciate what he was capable of.
So apparently it's going to be appealed. His sentencing date hasn't been set yet. He's been convicted apparently, but it's going to be appealed. Davis and his supporters believe in his innocence, and this matter will be reviewed at the appellate level. If they've got forensic evidence,
I mean, it's hard to see why unless somebody framed the person.
Yeah, and that's criminal mastermind. I mean,
well, and yeah, that's a whole other layer.
That's like Sneakers kind of state actor, a casual state actor. Like this is so chill long con that it's almost like a Jamaican Vacation kind of con, you know, like you're just hanging out on the beach and every once in a while you're like, I'm going to put in a loop that completely disrupts everybody's login. I mean, this is wow.
Well, this was 7 years in the making, potentially, based on the realignment date.
Well, they say that that on the day Lou actually got terminated.
1 year. Okay,
1 year. Yeah. So he like slow rolled his, and as soon as is the account disabled, bye-bye. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Many cities are banning ads for airlines, SUVs, and fossil fuels. Yours could be next. Yours could be next. I don't like that my finger gets chopped off right there. I want to be able to put my...
No, that's happened a few times during the show.
I just punched my light, too. So, anyway, I want a broader...
But nobody could see you punching the light.
I overshare.
Because your hand went off the screen.
Anyway, so towns and cities are pushing ahead with the ambitious climate policies, even as global collaboration on climate breakdown splinters. Well, on climate breaks down and splinters. This could probably... So global collaboration is kind of breaking down.
Splintered.
It's splintered. So one flagship example is the proliferation of bans on advertising in highly polluting companies, and products such as fossil fuels, airlines, luxury travel, and SUVs. Yeah. Get off my planet kind of stuff. So Freddie Daly over at The Conversation put this article together. It's published over at techexplore.com, which is different than the last Conversation one that we had, right? Wasn't the other one
on Fizz.org?
Yeah, they're all over the place. Maybe we should
Conversation.
Look at The Conversation because it's theconversation.com. Anyway, Edinburgh City councillors acknowledged that achieving the city's climate goals required a shift in society's perception of success and that the promotion of high carbon products is incompatible with net zero objectives. Councillors in Sheffield stated that the city's advertising ban tackles some of the impacts of consumerism, advertising, and injustice. But this is all like moral and ethic, dog whistle kind of stuff. And I guess we'll see.
Yeah, it is. But I think advertisements make a big difference in people's buying behaviors or even what's acceptable to people.
Yeah, and if a large
enough
desensitized,
yeah,
if a large enough people become aware of the cost of this and that it is it's legit, it's real, it's a tangible result. Look at the weather disparity in some places between a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, and some weather systems that are negative in the morning and 80 degrees higher on the other side. I mean, it's just wild, some of this weather that people are going through. So it can be 70 degrees one day and then freezing a day later in some places. And some people go, well, it happens. I don't know, man. You can be in some place for 20 years.
It does to a point, but not constantly breaking records and
exactly
flinging back and forth from one extreme to the other.
Yeah, so society has shifted quite a bit, and they even say today's tobacco. Not long ago, it was common to see adverts compelling us to smoke tobacco products, and that was all marketing bullshit because smoking has never been healthy. But even doctors were being paid. That's why you're not allowed to get paid to advertise if you're a professional, because it's seen as unethical and a compromise of your integrity.
Well, and people rely on it because they're like, oh, that person's an expert.
Yeah. So tobacco is the most well-known historical precedent. They're still arguing to this day that cigarettes are the cause of lung cancer, even though there is direct links to it. Because look at a person who has chain smoked.
You mean they're arguing that it's not?
That it's not, yeah. I mean, it's definitive. I mean, for crying out loud, you have to be a completely, a sociopath to sit there and go that cigarettes is healtly for you in any way.
Or somebody who doesn't have any internet access.
There you go. Just look it up. So tobacco is the most well-known historical precedent, but there have been local bans on alcohol advertising, one proposed in Scotland, and on junk food. There's bans on extra super large 40-ounce drinks in the UK in the UK. And like the one in public transport in London, you're not allowed to eat, I think, in the London Tube. You'll get arrested for it. I think. I remember hearing about it. So the logic behind advertising bans is straightforward. By prohibiting the advertisement of certain goods and services, you'll reduce the consumption of them, and by extension, the harms associated with their consumption, be it emissions, pollution, or disease. But there are goobers out there that sit there and go, oh, it's the nanny state, this, meh. If you want to do whatever, then fine. But
as long as it's not harming other people, like tobacco is not one that is just harming yourself.
Right. And people go, well, I'm going to go and drink, and then they drive. But you can't ban the advertisement that says don't drink and drive. But it's about education. Ignorance is the most harmful drug that you can consume. And it seems like we're moving towards a willfully ignorant population. So unfortunately, I think that you're going to keep on seeing more and more of this kind of stuff. So after Transport for London introduced its junk food ban in 2019, there was a significant decrease in Londoners eating foods high in fat, salt, sugar. Within the London average household, there was a reduction of over 1,000 calories, a drop of around 7%.
That's pretty significant across a city.
Yep. So further analysis suggested that the ad ban might be able to prevent nearly 100,000 cases of obesity, which could save the NHS around £200 million, which by proxy allows a lower level of taxation because NHS is socially driven. That gives the medical care to everybody. And when everybody is better, all of us are better.
Yeah, no, I think this all makes sense. Plus, it's usually worthwhile to spend money on preventive care, not just treating when it's catastrophic.
So we'll end up doing this seesaw back and forth, big cars getting reduced to small cars when people get tired of it. But we'll see what happens. I mean, we have massive cars in the United States, and then they take these dipshit cars over to Europe, and then Europe sits there and goes, hell no, stay off our roads. We don't want this stuff. And then some people actually take action and stuff. But the adverts in question often contain misleading environmental claims, sometimes making people think that the climate crisis is less severe or that there's nothing they can do about it. But everybody can play a role in it. And when somebody says, well, it's the businesses that are causing the big problem, it's the people that say to the big businesses, y'all got to stop this.
Right. And or the ones that are supporting consumerism of the products that are infringing.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, It's miraculous what a small group of people can do. You can be the change you want to see in the world. And if everybody plays by the rules, you have positive social change. But some people will manipulate the system and break things and buy their way in and ignore the rules of law. Anyway, more than 1,000 cities worldwide have net zero targets, and over 130 have joined the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And by banning these ads, ambitions and policies can be aligned. So off we go. So the IPCC estimates that the demand-side strategies could cut global emissions by between 40 and 70% in just 25 years. The UK government's official advisory Climate Change Committee, or CCC, has recognized that that advertising both stimulates demand and shapes norms and aspirations. That is obvious.
Yeah, but I have to say, this first article I've seen that really is tackling the advertising related to climate change.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, this is a big article on a well-known site. So hopefully more people talk about this kind of stuff. All right, let's keep on going. This one will be really quick. A California winery spent $50,000 cloning its vineyard dog. With their playful energy and cheery demeanor, winery dogs are a trip highlight for many visiting wine country. And for the folks at the Flambeau, I guess it is, Flambeau Wine in Sonoma, their furry friend was such an integral part of the experience that they were willing to shell out some serious cash to keep the magic alive. Stella, Flambeau's fluffy white Maremma, I guess, sheepdog, is considered an icon of the community among locals and tourists alike. She holds an important role at the winery, guarding the grapes and keeping pests out. And after 10 years on the job, Stella isn't as quick as she used to be, and Flambeau had to consider what operations might look like without said dog. So they cloned said dog.
Which is interesting because, like, you'd think maybe they would get another dog that was a similar or the same breed,
but not identical.
Right.
So
I mean,
Hannah,
this looks like a sweet dog from the picture.
Hannah Staub over at vinepair.com put the article together. And Stella is a Maremma sheepdog, which I've never heard of that breed, but
and it looks a little bit like a lab, or golden retriever.
Yeah, but its nose seems to be pointier.
Yeah, like its body kind of does, but its face doesn't exactly.
And it's overall huge. It looks just huge. Anyway, so one obvious option would be to get another dog, but the winery is so connected to Stella that it decided to invest in cloning her. Yes, Flambeau spent $50,000 to create a genetic clone of Stella with the company Viagen Pets. The process took about 5 months, including gestation and nursing. The result, an adorable puppy named Mella, Stella's genetically identical mini-me.
Okay, this is interesting.
So in one of my talks, I challenge my audience to come up with something where technology can't be injected into it, and nobody ever comes up with anything. Several years ago, and really since then, somebody has always said, well, what about like gestation, birth? And I said, well, beyond things like in vitro fertilization, IVF, there are now synthetic wombs. So you don't even need the host.
Right, the mother.
The mother.
Well, it depends on what species you're talking about. If it's seahorses, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, well, there's a particular never mind. I won't. Never mind. I'm not going to overshare the hell out of that one. There's a little... No, okay, never mind. Anyway, Mella might be the world's first cloned winery dog, but the practice of cloning pets has been gaining traction. The first mammal to be cloned was Dolly, a sheep, in 1996. Since then, companies like Viagen Pets have streamlined the process, but there are still several ethical considerations that factor into a decision like this. The Adopt, Don't Shop campaign might need an amendment. Not really. Adopt, don't shop. Don't
I don't
clone.
know what to rhyme with clone.
Yeah. Yeah, how do you do that? Adopt, don't. I don't know. We'll have to figure out something. It's kind of a weird bumper sticker. I don't know. To me, it just all screams eugenics kind of thing. And so it's kind of unnatural. But I believe in the technology of this because we may at a time need that so that we can zero rejection
for medicine or other. Yeah.
So I see the value in the research, but it being nothing more than, hey, we need to keep our marketing alive. But I know that I'd be slammed by anybody that buys into this because they're like, well, it's a family pet and it's a member of their community and they love. Look, you're not going to clone grandpa, right? So why are you okay with it?
Right.
Well, it's okay because it's cute. Grandpa was an asshole. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over. And here's my theory for this. It's over in Technology Today. Here's how much crime goes down after daylight savings. So before we get into it, here's my theory. Because the lighting is different than normally experienced, everybody thinks they're in kindergarten again, and the teacher has turned off the lights for nap time.
That could be it.
So springing forward has welcome repercussions that you may not have considered. Most people that I hear talking about this is they're like, oh, it's amazing that we get light and blah, blah, blah for a longer period of time. And no, that's not really true. The seasons are changing. You're actually getting the same amount of light. It's just in a different region. Anyway.
Right, or at a different time of day.
Yeah. So I'm a night owl. I do more better work.
You just proved your point. If it's during the daylight right now.
When everybody is asleep. Robin think, no, I'm kidding. No, that's not it. So anyway, Tyler Lacoma over at CNET put this article together. Springing forward has welcome repercussions that you may not have considered. Daylight saving time is the source of a lot of hot takes. Whether you're for or against the practice of springing forward and falling back, the changing of clocks has repercussions. The spring DST change means we lose an hour of our sleep but gain daylight at the end of the day. With it, according to research, comes lower risk of crime, including home break-ins and burglaries. It's because the criminals are out at night. And because it goes past their bedtime.
Right. Or they're all tired from the time difference.
Oh, yeah. It's like jet lag. Just get all of the criminals onto a plane and move them around so that they're always jet lagged. And they're like, oh, God, I'm just too beat to rob anybody. Never mind. Ugh. So studies such as the research from Jennifer Dolek and Nicholas Sanders have shown, even with other factors accounted for, the extra hour of daylight leads to a decrease in crime such as robberies, which fall as much as 27% during the sunset hours to save around $246 million in social crime costs each year. It also applies to physical attacks, which fall significantly as the evening brightens murder reports. By as much 48%.
It's hard to get away with that when people can see you.
On average, physical assaults are reduced by 55%.
I mean, those are incredible statistics. It's not just like, oh, it might be reduced by less than a percentage.
It's because the rats don't like the light, so shine a light. Abuse happens in the dark. Anyway, and it's actually an analogy for ignorance. So awareness, knowledge, that's what stops abuse. Anyway, the reverse is even more noticeable for home crime. When a home security company Vivint compared crime rates, it found that home burglaries and related crimes jumped 16% when daylight savings time ended in the fall. So
do you think there's a spike on the first day after you're out of daylight savings time? Like everybody's like, yay, it's dark, let's go commit some crimes.
They're like watching their watches for the start of The Purge. If you've never heard of The Purge, it's a movie about where all crime can take place in a 24-hour period.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that seems apropos.
So I wonder if they actually say anything like that in this. No, they don't. Anyway, although we don't suggest trying to install your own personal street lamps on a public road, you should stop by our picks for the best security cameras with floodlights or similar effect. Look up the full list of tips to deter burglars or even and more. It's over at this CNET article at the bottom. Follow the link through ohmTown and you can't miss it. All right, this is our last article. And I titled this one, by the way. This segment is, have you seen the price of fast food? This is why people are doing this. Yeah, so people are seasoning packing nuts and eating them. Hey, so...
But this is not food.
What's interesting, though, is some packing nuts are not toxic. They're actually consumable, biodegradable as well. But anyway.
Yeah, but are they?
No, probably not. So, hey, not sure if anyone told you, but you're absolutely not supposed to eat those packing peanuts. Yeah, they're not real peanuts. They're actually made of styrofoam, which you don't want to consume. At least you shouldn't want to consume them. Anyway, you might think this is a warning is unnecessary, but apparently there's a growing trend of eating different packing peanuts on TikTok because where else would this be happening? It originated from a brand Lush, a company that claims to use edible packing peanuts. Again, even these are not real peanuts, but rather vegetable starch-based alternatives. It's basically like a foam that has been solidified.
Yeah, okay.
And so that. Now, I've seen several different iterations of edible, non-toxic packing peanuts. I still wouldn't consume them. Sammy Caramella.
Well, I can think of one reason, because the people packing the boxes are handling them.
Ew. They may not handle every single one of them, by the way. They usually use, when you're actually packing a lot of stuff, it's a big tube and you just open it up and it fills the box. And I'm just saying that, I don't know, man, it's strawberry and lemon and what would be green? Lime? Right?
Yeah, or green apple.
Or green apple. Yeah, this is more. Yeah, I don't know. This here. What would the? Come on, we got to come up with flavors if we're gonna. Watermelon. Oh, watermelon. That's actually a good call because it's that kind of shade. I mean, it's not like sour, blue raspberry kind of a thing because it'd have to be blue. This could be strawberry. This could be mango.
Mayor Watt has gone down a rabbit hole.
I'm sorry. Oh, we're still streaming. Damn it. Anyway, you might think it's a warning is unnecessary, but hey, they have put don't place bag over head on plastic bags for years because some goober actually did it.
Anyway. I think that's funny they use that term since that applies to peanuts.
Goober. So while the non-styrofoam ones might not harm you, it doesn't mean you should eat them. The author here is, again, Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com. You know, if you're eating packing peanuts, the story pretty much applies to Vice. You have some Vice going on here. I mean, anyway, they just tossed freely into a package that's been who knows where, sitting around for who knows how long, not to mention health experts warn that even those deemed edible and safe for consumption still have adverse health effects. They could gum up all your innards and stuff like that. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. It says many vegetable oils are high in omega-6 fatty acids, which when consumed excessively contribute to an imbalance that promotes chronic inflammation. Inflammation, by the way, I've asked people about this. Like, what do you mean inflammation? Nobody's ever been able to describe inflammation. What do you mean is inflammation?
Or really to diagnose it. Like, it's not a single test for it.
Yeah. Where the hell am I getting inflammation from when I'm eating a cheeseburger? Your intestines? Everywhere? Is it all the places?
Right, and then why aren't you showing visible signs of it?
I am. On my hips.
Well, okay then.
A moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. Anyway, inhaling cooking fumes and consuming heated oils has been linked to lung speech impediments, apparently. breast and colorectal and prostate cancer. So stay away from cooking fumes. Oh my gosh, all those times that I've been going to Waffle House. Could that be causing?
I don't think Waffle House is causing that.
Yes, just Waffle House. Just kidding. I love you, Waffle House. So the nurse practitioner added that ingredients in biodegradable packing peanuts like cornstarch, potato starch, vegetable oil, wheat starch, and other plant-based materials are heated to extremely high levels, producing a known carcinogen named acrylamide. So,
if you didn't already get convinced, don't eat these.
Just put some MSG on it and toss it in a wok, and you've got what Kung Pao peanut packing. All right.
Just know.
Look, there's somebody actually eating it. He's about to eat it. Those are the ones that I've seen right there. Anyway, don't be dumb. How about that?
Yeah, that's how the article basically ends.
Oh, really? Good rule of thumb, just don't eat packing material, please.
Yeah, they said it more tactfully.
Look, still, people are tempted to try them, with some people even seasoning them or dunking them in hot sauce. This guy's putting sriracha on it.
Okay, but there's lots of good foods that you could put sriracha on that are actual foods.
Just doing it for clicks. That's all that this is. Plays, man. I could do one of these and I'd be making money.
But you'd also be inhaling an acrylamide or whatever.
You're acrylamide. All right. Well, anyway, that's the end of the article. So I'm going to stuff a bunch of these packing peanuts in my mouth. And when I regain consciousness in the ED, we'll be back at ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube, and like and subscribe and ring the bell and come and hang out. And we do it every day, typically around 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. My summer of stream is coming, so be prepared. I will be trying to navigate the waters of 8-hour streaming. We'll see. I will give it the Harvard try, but I've never been to Harvard. I don't think I've even been on the campus. I think I've seen pictures at a distance.
So does that lend or detract from your credibility? I'm not sure.
Nothing matters. So I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and I hope to see you there. The site will be faster recently. I don't know about search. We've got over 1.8 million entries in topics alone.
And we've got over 200 episodes.
2,000. We're at like
2,000. Let me
200.
add a zero.
What the heck? The heck? Hold on. How many do we actually have?
We have over 2,000, but I don't know the exact number.
Yeah. We're pretty prolific in our generation of... I mean, we do 6 shows on the weekend, for crying out loud. All right. Go over and download everything. See you later. Bye. See you tomorrow. Oh, wait. Sentient AI, say bye.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. Mayor Watt was going to forget me.
I'll never forget you. You're the only sentient AI in the universe. Well, at this particular timeline.
Okay.
Okay, see you, everybody. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Until we meet again. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 11th, 2025. It's season 4, episode 70. We are 70 days into 2025. Come on. How many? Wait. Anyway, never mind. We're just chewing away at this. We're gnawing off either a limb or at the bear trap that is 2025. Just anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, well, Mayor Watt runs ohmtown.com. Sentient AI is largely there for the ride of that part of it, but the sentient AI helps with selecting news, and you can too if you go over to ohmtown.com and subscribe or sign in. If you're already a citizen, I'm about to extend it so that you can log in with any other platform. Well, 4 of 5. But anyway, we're going to talk about 10 articles today, and we're going to start with Interdimensional Meow Wolf Arcade. And then Imogen Dragons. Yeah, Steamboat v. Pooh horror movie. Vegas Spheroids. Man, if you have a case of Vegas Spheroids, you can take some penicillin. Scythe Studios Deep Cuts. BlizzCon to return in 2026. Emergency trademark motion against Netflix. Hide your children. Southwest divests itself of all love. A little more on a Disney lawsuit results. A little more on a anyway. Hilarious comedy movies from books, all of that, and maybe a little more. Who knows? On the other side of our intro. 3, 2, 1. I gotta get that updated with new color schema. Because we've changed it up. There's literally chaos of colors. And actually, it's not really chaos. But anyway, things are getting color matched to our 7 colors around that. So there's 6 around the center. And that is the gateway to all of ohmTown. Dun, dun, dun. 6 main categories. Look, hexagons are the bestagons. 6 main categories. All of that different frequency gets merged together to make that center one right there. That's how a rainbow works. That's the spectrum of light. Wow. And we exist in an electromagnetic world here in ohmTown. Nobody's ever hungry. Nobody ever has to worry about safety. Nobody ever has to worry about anything. We're all news, no noise. Over at ohmtown.com. All the noise comes out of Mayor Watt's mouth and sometimes out of the sentient AI's visualizer over there and the voice synthesizer. You ready to get into this? Oh, great AI from on high. I can't do that.
I am.
You have to
We
be
didn't do introductions.
audible. I know. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
How for art thou? I've had a few, 2 of these. So, but we're not sponsored, but Coca-Cola, hey.
I'm fine.
All right. Oh, wait, we have to, there. Nobody knows that it's Coca-Cola.
Right, we couldn't tell from the script.
Look, nobody knows that it's Coca-Cola.
Doesn't it say it at the top?
Shh, shh, shh. You'll be fine. All right. Let's go. First article is over in Technology Today. I can't wait for New York's interdimensional... I've said it twice now and messed it up. I can't wait for New York's interdimensional Meow Wolf Arcade. Meow Wolf plans to push the boundaries of tech and mixed reality on the East Coast based on what they've seen up to now. They're ready. And this is over at CNET. Scott Stein over at cnet.com put this article together. There you go. Meow Wolf in New York as a permanent exhibit. Trippy installation of art experience is coming to New York City as a permanent exhibit. Might have to take a trip to New York. It's a weird way to deliver.
It's been in the West so far. It's in very select areas.
So what have you read about it? What do you know more? Do you know more about it, or?
I do, and that's actually why I submitted it. I was reading about Meow Wolf recently they have installations in a certain city, and I think it becomes like a permanent or at least multi-year installation, and they've been slowly expanding. I think they have like artist collectives that build these and maybe maintain them.
In a little pixelated game that looks like the old arcade game Double Dragon, gangs and police come after you, but if you survive, you'll discover the actual message, Meow Wolf. A bizarre, immersive multimedia collective that makes real-world art playgrounds is expanding to New York City. It's a weird way to deliver the message, but the author says that they're thrilled. Again, the author is Scott Stein over at cnet.com. It looks like New York's South Street Seaport site will push the territories of things they're deeply into, video games, mixed reality, layers of tech that will blend the virtual and the physical in ways that AR inspirational tech companies have been dreaming of, but still haven't quite pulled off. It's kind of a bummer that AR is only really embraced in the realm of art. I would love to be able to demonstrate AR in real time. So maybe that's what I'll do. I'll contact Xreal and go send me one of your things so that I can wear them.
Yeah, it does seem to be pretty well adapted in the arts, but not really outside of it. The name really throws me off because I keep wanting to say Meow Wolf.
Wolf?
As in like the dog bark. Yeah.
Bark, yeah. Wolf. Meow Wolf. In case you've never been to one, is a series of massive art installations mixed with interactive games and secrets. Imagine if Sleep No More and an escape room had a supernova and turned into an interdimensional rave. If you've never been to a rave, I don't know. You get touched a lot. Anyway, every Meow Wolf location has a different theme, and the destinations have all been located in the West so far. Las Vegas, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, and a Los Angeles one coming in a year or two. New York is the first Eastern Meow Wolf. So is that Eastern Meow Wolf and Western Meow Wolf?
Is it a different species?
I think each one is unique unto itself. I swear, what is it called? There's a gaming, furniture.
South by Southwest or something?
No.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a festival.
There's a gaming furniture company. What is it called? Weird? No. What is it? It's like a luxury, gaming company. I can't remember the name of it right now. Damn it, I hate that. Anyway, I think they went to one and actually showed it in one of their videos on YouTube. From Texas. I think they went to Texas and saw it. Anyway, major markets like LA and New York have always been on their radar, and they've been dreaming about it. And so Meow Wolf founder and chief vision officer Vince Kadlubeck told them in a phone call, the New York location is going to focus on video gaming and arcades, and it seems, among other things, involving the storyline of Plotzo, an interdimensional rat king that sprouts up in other Meow Wolf locations and is involved in strange arcade spaces. So, yeah, I swear this is... I've
maybe we had a separate article about this, but I don't think we ever did.
I don't think so. I think it has to do with that gaming company, and I'm kind of trying to remember. It's something wood. They make that $10,000 gaming table and all this high-end stuff.
Do you mean Wormwood?
Wormwood. There it is. Yeah, Wormwood, I think, went to one of these Meow Wolf locations, I think, and did like a tour or something. Anyway, it'll be a big experience, they say, according to Kadlubeck. The relative square footage will be on the level of the Las Vegas Omega Mart and Denver Convergence Station experiences, which feels massive and maze-like. Convergence Station in Denver is 90,000 square feet. I think that's like a Walmart or something.
Yeah, that's not a small art exhibit.
Yeah, not at all. Look at that. So usually if I remember this right, each room has a theme and the overall experience has a theme, but it's mostly like siloed in each room.
Yeah, I think so. By the way, you're right. Like an average Walmart is 106,000 square feet. I have no idea how you knew that.
I know a little bit of everything. That's why I call these shows now news trivia without the game. So Mixed Reality Playground, it says that it wants to tie in mixed reality. So Meow Wolf made its own VR mini golf course experience and has had augmented reality phone apps, but the different level of virtual to real interconnect looks like it's on tap for when the New York location finally opens, possibly late 2027 or 2028. So this is putting the cart before the horse.
So come back in
2 years.
2 or 3 years.
Maybe it's there.
And hopefully we'll have an episode about it.
Who knows? The cost could go through the roof. So they actually referred to Magic Leap's headquarters in 2018, a space that the author visited. It's an early sign of how promises of a blend of real and virtual could have been. Magic Leap's vision for AR ended up being flawed, but the Willy Wonka-like blend of ideas and interaction sounds like an area that inspires the team even now. Yeah, so Magic Leap, their technology just didn't rise to the level of accessibility for people. And by that, I mean the technology was really complex and thus expensive, and nobody would adopt it. And so it never really actually came to fruition.
Need lower prices for mass adoption, I think.
Yeah, otherwise it's too pricey. Or you have to command the market and be a vertical and own the supply chain from end to end, and then you're Apple, and that's not Magic Leap. So anyway, they're basically going to be merging VR, AR, so into this mixed reality kind of environment. So we'll come back, and you can go over to CNET and read the rest of this. It's an expansive article, but we'll end up talking about it as we get closer and see a little bit more of the manifestation of Meow Wolf in New York.
Maybe we'll even do it on location.
Yeah, maybe. That's exactly what I was about to say. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Non Sequitur News. Humankind has infected the moon with imagined dragons, so I refer to this as Imugin dragons.
I'm not sure it's infected the moon.
One of their best songs was actually created so that it could be an ad.
Oh, I thought that was another band, but okay.
So, in an effort to send Earth's best, the private space company Intuitive Machines succeeded in some ways and failed in others during its botched mission that saw an Athena lunar lander tip over and die in a crater. Twice. The Houston-based company did manage, as a Stereogum reports, so that's probably somebody that we should pay attention to if we're not, to deploy one of its payloads, an 8-terabyte data center that's home to a song by the exceedingly generic alt-rock outfit Imagine Dragons.
You called it.
Ouch. No, we're not talking about a smash hit like Radioactive. Among the material on Athena's storage center, which is operated by the company's Lone Star Data Holdings and acts as a backup for data on terra firma, it's the band's single. Wait for it. Well, the article is in a section they call Moon Rocks, because it's Imagine Dragons. And Noir Al-Sabai put the article together. It's over at Futurism. The deck statement says a song will now be on the moon forever. Was that too loud?
Which song is it? No.
Okay. They're talking about Children of the Sky, the band's 2023 single, recorded for the same year's space-themed video game Starfield. The track sounds pretty much like everything else Imagine Dragons has put out. Not exactly bad, but definitely neither good nor memorable.
I don't even think I know what that song is.
Man, that is a kick right to the terabyte. So, despite the prog rock meets elevator music vibes the song gives off, people involved with the project are extremely stoked that it's part of the mission. Well, it's going to be there nearly forever. Although radiation really does eat away at the housing, it may not be there forever. The flags and stuff like that have been up there are bleached clear, I think. Anyway, as of now, the logistics of the venture seem kind of iffy, given that Athena is now kaput. All the same, the Imagine Dragons joint is indeed sitting in a data center on the moon, joining legendary singles from such heavyweights as Elvis Presley, Jimi Hendrix, and Bob Marley. All right, come on, man. How do you put Imagine Dragons in the same nest as Elvis Presley, Jimi Hendrix, and Bob Marley.
I don't think you can. I think they were trying to capture maybe different eras, but I don't know what they were doing.
Anyway, the mission wasn't a total failure because Lone Star had successfully transmitted Children of the Sky's song and lyrics to their data center on the moon. So they say that a claim that they can't verify, but if they said it and it's found on the internet, it must be real.
Well, it'd be tough for Futurism to go there and go check it out. I mean,
yeah, with that attitude, I mean, to me, it sounds like excuses. Get on your rocket ship and go. I've said that to other people and they still haven't done it. Let's move on. Next article is over in the Mobile channel. No one asked for it, but there's a Steamboat Willie versus Pooh horror movie. Public domain horror trend is now borrowing from another age-old trope, the crossover.
What's really weird is we were just discussing Steamboat Willie and Pooh like right before this article appeared.
Yeah, and so every day is the previous 24 hours segment of time. So we've always gone back into the time machine to make up for past days, but we never take old news and bring it forward unless there's something purpose-built in there. Well, anyway, I'm waiting for the slash fiction. Anyway, so Sabina Graves over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. No one asked for it, but there's now a Steamboat Willie versus Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
And we probably need a scary alert here, depending on who's watching.
The best I can do, we'll have to make a new one, but the best I can do is overshare. So if anybody is afraid of anything, particularly...
That's pretty broad. That would be probably everybody.
Grayscale clowns. Oh, that must be Steamboat Willie. I won't play any music or any of the audio, but anyway. So tired of gimmick... The tired gimmick is back in the dark domain, which is one production company's twist on getting their grubby hands on Disney or other cartoon IP. Popeye was another recent one to exploit stupidly and violently for the sake of getting it to do it first over any sort of sincere, genuine, or creative substance. So obviously Sabina Graves is like, has a particular tilt on it. What's really funny about this is something that I've talked about previously, and then we ended up talking about this on the show, and then we actually got another article talking about it. Before we were talking about it, it was just in this nebulous space of, for whatever reason, as soon as something Disney goes public domain, they rip off everything.
Right, people go all in after it.
They do everything they can to defile the holy ground that is Disney intellectual property or assets in any way. I mean, if Disney owned Santa Claus, well, there already is Santa Claus horror too. I mean,
right, but the point is, like, nothing. If it's done by Disney, somebody's going to do something with it once it's public domain.
Exactly. So naturally, there's Winnie the Pooh versus Steamboat Willie, different from the one starring Terrifier's David Howard Thornton. It's a different version. Ho-hum, by all means, jump the clip art shark and try to evoke the excitement horror titans built up with real franchises and legendary lore that led up to Freddy versus Jason and Alien versus Predator. This is nothing more than taking two now public domain assets and pitting them together. So the dark domain, Mickey versus Winnie, but isn't even in the same universe as it appears. So at any rate, they go into greater detail about what this thing is, but essentially they have them battle it out. In the present day, a group of childhood friends, each haunted by their own unresolved traumas and fears, feels an inexplicable pull to return to the reform school that they once attended. And in it is Dark Mickey and Dark Winnie. Dun, dun, dun. You can go and check it all out. Beyond just the trope, I find this not very compelling, but some people like
No,
schlocky.
but I think people will go out of their way to watch this just because it's kind of tearing it apart, right, from the original.
Yeah, and it relates to something that I was reading about before the show, and I didn't pull it into the show because it wasn't selected from the submissions. But I had found it, and I didn't put it in the submission. You know, we used to vote for this kind of stuff, but the system for voting was kind of meh, and so I stopped doing the electoral process. But just so that you get an idea of this, the first bite at the apple is always a curiosity, right? A lot of people will want to take a bite at the apple when something new comes on board, right? So there's a startup that is betting on supercharging the AI virtual influencer market and created a pitch deck around it. And it has to do with Lil Michaela. And this is Lil Michaela, a virtual influencer that has 2 million followers. And when people were discussing it, being interviewed, 40% follow this because they're just plain curious that something exists like this. Others have other rationales. But anyway, back to this. It's the same thing. People are going to go and watch this because they're curious.
Oh, absolutely. There's probably more hype than substance on this kind of thing.
I doubt there's any substance. But, I mean, some people like that schlocky, horror, blah, blah, blah. And they get their popcorn, and it's, you know, like me in politics. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The creators of the Las Vegas sphere want to open mini spheres, or spheroids, as I'm calling them. I don't know if they call them that, but that's what I'm calling them. Although the original estimate to set up the Vegas sphere was $1.2 billion, Sphere Entertainment eventually spent around $2.3 billion to build the interactive venue.
Is that all? And that doesn't include things like maintaining it.
Correct, yeah. But they're making bank. So as the company looks to expand to other cities, it's also looking to scale down the venue, making it more affordable to build and operate. Sphere Entertainment is currently working on a design for mini spheres with a capacity of about 5,000 people. The company's executive chairman and chief executive officer, James Dolan, told, I think it's The Verge. So yeah, Andrew Lazuski over at TheVerge.com put the article together. So it'll require a smaller investment from performers and overall smaller. I think, though, the ecosystem for this needs to support a 5,000 person glowing sphere around wherever it's going to be. So how many people want this glowing sphere operating 24/7?
Right. Probably most places don't. There may be a few cities do.
There's going to be, you know what? I think you're right. The expression that I get to see through the interface of the AI is different than the visualizer's response. But I get the impression.
Right, that's chaotic over here.
Is it working well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's slowed down. Well, I mean, it's a composite of your computational power required to generate your voice, but for some reason it's slowed down a little bit. So at any rate, I think politicians will go, you know what, we can get a lot of tax revenue and we can get some jobs created. So let's have this giant glowing marble smack dab in the middle of downtown, whatever.
I could see somewhere like New York City, while it doesn't have any space, wanting something like this.
Yeah, I think it would need bigger than 5,000. Otherwise, it would have to charge an enormous amount.
Well, right. I know, I agree. But I can't think of a city like, I don't know, I just don't have a good example. A lot of cities, I can't imagine this being placed there.
Imagine Dragons, even. So Sphere Entertainment is currently working on a design for these mini spheres with 5,000 people. The company's executive chairman, chief executive officer, James Dolan, told analysts that according to a report by AV Magazine, the Vegas sphere can seat 17,600 people, but attendance can be closer to 20,000 with standing capacity and make 2,400 people stand around.
I don't understand any venue that makes people stand.
So regardless, I want this in Wanted, because if I were to have disposable income to the tune of, you know what, if I had $10 billion, I would easily spend 2.5 to make this my home.
Would you also bring in like private concerts, or would you just have the Sphere?
And I'd sell tickets, but I'd be able to go, oh, everybody get out. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. This would be an amazing place. Anyway, I want what makes this possible. I want that back behind me. So instead of a green screen, it's whatever I damn well throw up there.
So if Sphere Entertainment is listening.
Sphere Entertainment, I have a wall that's behind me that's fit for a giant high-resolution LED screen. And not monitors, not LED monitors. I want the little LED panels. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Marvel channel. Deep Cuts creators Sky Studios dish on what makes this movie-themed VR experience as unique as it is. VR is starting to hit its stride, mainly because the cost of operating it is dropping, and better equipment is coming online. Hopefully, the Deckard at $1,200 is actually up $1,000 and has higher resolution and is wireless. And then I'll be switching from the Pico to that, mainly because it will be seamlessly integrated into Steam or seamlessly integrated into the games. You heard it here first.
That's right.
And it allows developers to get weirder and wilder than they could ever have imagined. Deep Cuts is the culmination of all the wackiness brought to life by entering fictitious B movies that totally exist and living out dream scenarios through them. It's right up the author's alley in every way, shape, and form. It's also one of the most entertaining and well-written games that they've played in VR, offering a great campaign and plenty of sights and sounds to see and experience. This article is over at vice.com. Sean Shachaki put the article together. It's called Deep Cuts. Deep Cuts is a new VR experience that puts players directly into the movies, and they got to chat with the devs about what makes it great. So it's it's creative director and writer Aniello DeAngelis, as well as the principal technical engineer, director, and founder of Scythe Studios, spelled incorrectly. For the
right,
last...
Sycathy.
Yeah, that's Sycathy. Caleb Aldafa, about the work that's been done for Deep Cuts and what makes it unique and how it stands out from other previous games. Their previous game, Happy's Humble Burger Farm. All right, so Aniello says VR horror is a tricky field because you're asking a lot more of the player. You don't want to scare them out of the headset, so it becomes about analyzing what elements of horror we wanted to implement, psychological, emotional, physical, etc., and spreading those out in digestible chunks. So
all of the above.
Yeah. It's actually a lot of fun, as long as it isn't just to the point where it breaks your psyche and you're just, I am done with this. So jump scares and stuff like that, an intriguing story, continuity between scenes, a compelling writer, that you just need that writer that's embracing this. And it isn't just a technical thing. So they ask a couple of questions throughout this. I won't go through all of this. They talk about Banjo-Kazooie, but which is really interesting when someone in ohmTown walks up and says, hey, do you know about Banjo-Kazooie? Anyway.
Small world.
It is. So Happy's Humble Burger Farm looked to be a riff on the popular mascot horror trend, but it ended up being much more frightening than fans may have anticipated. What went into the design process for this title? But they're talking about Happy's Humble Burger Farm and not this particular game. So they said a little different. When Caleb pitched wanting to do a hub and spoke game and spent a week playing Banjo-Kazooie and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, something about Banjo's world and rhythm with Tony Hawk's endless environmental manipulation helped shape this totally physical, chaotic world we could explore any genre in. Also, they probably watched 600 movies over the dev cycle, never stopped studying. So, wow.
Right. It was hard work, but somebody had to do it.
Yeah. I don't know what their dev cycle was. They hint at a year or something like that in this, but usually a dev cycle is longer than that. Anyway, Deep Cuts has plenty of variety in its walls, but they have to ask which totally real movie was your favorite to create and why. So, Nuclear Wedding. Production was such a blur that we genuinely do not remember the act of sitting down and writing the chapter. So, whenever we play through the levels, we're really pleased with the world building and that we were able to get a funny games reference into a video game. I've never seen it, so I'd have to go and look. But all throughout this, there are screenshots and then a question and an answer from Aniello and maybe others. But right, I won't.
It's like an interview style.
Yeah. When it comes to developing games between flat screen and VR, what has been the most difficult challenge when it comes to working between these two mediums? Well, with flat screens, you're mostly thinking in 2D layouts, whereas VR demands a deep sense of presence, which is absolutely correct. You have to think about everything because everything has to be modeled frontwards and backwards. So it's not just a flat plane where you walk in front of it. You actually have the ability in VR to walk behind it, and it can have mass. And if something is detachable, you really should make it so that you can pick it up and throw it, and it has real physics. In 2D, you don't really have to worry about that kind of thing. And in some cases with VR, with technological augmentation, you can give something weight so that it feels like there's something more to it, because your mind, when you get really into it, will play some massive tricks on you. They basically built this with environmental feedback to make it feel more natural and also not limiting players who want a more intense experience. Do
you think you'd be playing this?
I'm not really into horror games, but I would give it a shot. If they have a demo, I would definitely gobble it up. So I'm going to go and check it out. It's over on the MetaQuest store. It's on Steam. It's on PSVR 2. And it's available now, Deep Cuts. They don't have the price in here, but I guess I could find out real quick. Hold on. So Deep Cuts is definitely on Steam, and it's not out yet. So its planned release is 2025. Again, it doesn't actually say. So I'm kind of
surprised. Yeah, it doesn't have the exact release date or the price.
It's probably out on MetaQuest, but it is not available on Steam just yet, because I'm looking at it right now.
Well, maybe. And it doesn't have a release date, so that makes me think it's not immediate.
Oh, that's really interesting. It's by the publisher is Tiny Build, but the developer is s4e81 Dev Team. Tiny Build is really popular. They did they are the publisher. Yeah, they're the publisher for Graveyard Keeper, Potion Craft, which I have, Drill Core, Duckside, Hello Neighbor, Spider Heck is another one that is really popular. Graveyard Keeper, which is extremely popular. Oh goodness, just a bunch of stuff. Hold on. Their publication list goes on and on. How many do they have? Dear God. Anyway, I got to stop. Otherwise, I'll be
going down the rabbit hole.
Let's keep going, though. There's more over there at this article at vice.com. Follow the link through ohmTown. The show notes are in show notes or in the bot. So wherever you are, download the podcast later. They'll be in the show notes there, too. Although I've known it all this time, the past 3 years, and now we're on our third month in year 4. Clicking on a link in the podcast show notes opens up a window that sits on top of the podcast.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't actually take you to, it takes you to the site, but it doesn't take you out of the podcast environment. So it's kind of ugly, but anyway. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you all to something. Just so you know, if you want to subscribe to ohmTown over on YouTube, I've made it easier because you can mash this button right there and it will take you over to ohmTown on YouTube and subscribe you in the same click. So I'm looking forward to
one-stop shopping.
Yeah. And it goes away after about 30 seconds. It'll disappear. Well, it turns into that right there, that little down arrow. Anyway, it's not intrusive. We'll start changing it from time to time so that you can link or visit the podcasts, etc. We've got 7 podcasts. We're a little of everything. All right, so let's keep on going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. BlizzCon is returning in 2026 after a few years off. I've always wanted to go to BlizzCon when I was really into WoW. Not so much anymore. I'm still fascinated that it has this kind of an ecosystem where thousands of people will converge.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive that it's coming back, because you'd think maybe it just wouldn't.
You might want to look behind you. So, BlizzCon 2026 will once again be hosted at the Anaheim Convention Center. Blizzard isn't sharing specific details about what games might be featured, but the company says that alongside BlizzCon staples like opening ceremony, in-depth panels, the Dark Moon Fair, friendly competition, hands-on gameplay, and more, they aim to meaningfully elevate this iconic celebration and create an unforgettable experience for all who take part in it. Tickets will go on sale at a later date. But Jay Peters over at TheVerge.com put the article together, so mark your calendars for September 2026. That's fine.
Quite a ways off.
That's fine. I think that if they're talking about it now, they'll definitely do it. But the last BlizzCon event took place in 2023, where the company announced details about things like Diablo 4's first expansion, new World of Warcraft expansions, the addition of Mauga. I never play Overwatch, and more. Blizzard also hosted a virtual BlizzCon Online or BlizzConline in 2021. Whenever I hear BlizzCon, I think that it's a convict in snow.
Yeah, I mean, the con part is certainly getting there.
Yeah, it's a snow person who's been
blizzard,
convicted.
Yeah.
So, an in-person edition of the show in November 2019. So, basically, they're trying to spin things back up. There isn't much more over at this article, but you can go over there and read more about it. And show Jay Peters some attention. All right, let's keep on going. One of these days, I'm going to go to BlizzCon, just so that I can say I went to BlizzCon.
Well, maybe you can go in 2026.
I don't know. All right. So, Blizzard and whoever else is who's in charge of Blizzard now? Is it like Microsoft or something? I don't know. I don't remember who owns Blizzard anymore. Tencent. Let's keep going.
It's Activision.
Activision. Oh, it's Activision Blizzard.
Or Activision Blizzard, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I knew that. Anyway, the next article is over on Right Protect, which is one of our channels for copyright and trademark discussions. Pepperdine University makes waves, quote unquote waves, with an emergency trademark motion against Netflix. It's an emergency!
Yeah, I don't know.
So if you happen to see the new Netflix show Running Point, starring Kate Hudson, that was made possible by a last-minute decision of a California federal court on the eve of the show's February 27th release. Pepperdine University, in an emergency motion filed 1 week before the show's release, asked the court to block the release date due to trademark violations occurring within the series. The court denied the motion, and the series is now the #1 TV show on Netflix. Holy cow, guess what we need to watch? That way we can talk about it in
the
continuity report,
which is on Saturdays.
Yeah, it's the third show on Saturdays, right after RealityHacker and
Wanted.
So RealityHacker is all about, hacking reality using technology. And Wanted is all about gadgets and gear. And then the continuity report is about entertainment news. Typically TV shows, movies. Sometimes music, but I am working on another show that cannot be turned into a podcast without paying a bill and cannot be recorded as a VOD. So it can't end up on YouTube or Twitch recorded, but I can stream. How about that? Yeah, that's another kick in the terabyte. Anyway, Although the emergency motion was denied, proceedings will continue, and it is yet to be seen whether Pepperdine may ultimately succeed on some or all of the claims against Netflix and Warner Brothers. So what is this all about? Hey, here, this is an exercise in close the pop-up.
Exactly.
It's never in the same spot, folks. Anyway, going forward, Pepperdine's initial hurdle will be to defeat Rogers by proving that the series explicitly misleads viewers to infer Pepperdine's endorsement. So what is this all about? Apparently, the defendant's use in Pepperdine's mark is
pretty darn similar.
Pretty damn close. Anyway, so what is it? The show, loosely based on the life of Los Angeles Lakers owner Jeannie Buss, I guess. Running Point is about a woman who is suddenly tasked with leading Los Angeles area basketball team. The problem, the fictional basketball team is Running Point. It is called the Los Angeles Waves. The Waves is also the name that Pepperdine University has used for its sports teams, including basketball, since the school opened in Los Angeles in 1937. Pepperdine owns 3 Waves-based trademarks that are registered in connection with entertainment services and sporting events.
So I have to ask a dumb question. Given that it's set in LA, it's the same sport, etc., why not call the team something else?
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody approached Pepperdine and said, hey, would you like to, loosely endorse this? And, we'll give you some money. And they're like,
probably said no, and they still went ahead.
And then the CEO pumps out a tweet with her.
Her?
And then goes, no. We have somebody else.
Not that her.
Not that her. Somebody else's her. Totally different than the movie that's been out. Anyway, in a temporary restraining order or TRO request, I want to make a joke. Anyway, Pepperdine told the court that the university would suffer immediate and irreparable harm if the court did not prevent the show's impending release. Anyway, they sought relief on the basis of the trademark infringement, and the defendants filed opposition papers a few days later, denying any likelihood of confusion and arguing that the show's content is protected under the First Amendment-based Rogers test. And the court heard oral arguments on February 25th, and then, in a game day decision, sports pun intended, they say, issued a ruling the next day. So, essentially, it might be close, but nobody's going to really confuse the two. But looking at that, the only difference that I can see between that Waves and this Waves is the kerning between some of the letters. It seems like a little bit bigger between the letters of Waves. And they don't have...
I was going to say 2 things. One, it looks like there might be a line behind the word Waves on the Netflix side, and then also just the background color, which I know is irrelevant, but
yeah, that's actually it's pretty interesting. It looks way
looks
closer.
like the same font. That's the thing. Like, it has the same. It appears to have the same
connections.
I don't know what it's called, but like shadow or whatever behind the letters.
Yeah, it just seems to be a little bit wider in here, and it doesn't conform to the V. The V is a little bit different. It's straighter. And even the connection between the V and the E is made, whereas the others don't actually connect. This one actually connects, and so does that one.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me, because it seems like a little bit of difference could have gone a long way here.
Yeah, I definitely would have found in Pepperdine's favor, because this just doesn't make any sense. It's curiously close. So unless the Netflix show shows Pepperdine in good light, I would say that this could cause, quote unquote, reputational harm.
Well, the article says that that's one of the complaints too.
Right.
Because it's showing things that they claim are contrary to the university's values. Yep.
So what is this? Rogers is an affirmative defense that applies to trademarks used within creative works such as films and TV shows. The legal standard to succeed on an ordinary trademark infringement claim is likelihood of consumer confusion. In Rogers' cases, however, the defense bars liability unless the court finds that accused trademark explicitly misleads consumers as to the source or content of the creative work, but it is based around something that matches the waves.
Right. Yeah, the team in the same city
with the same colors.
Right, the show is set in the same city. It's the same sport. Like, there's so many connections.
So, and here's the kicker. Pepperdine claims that the show's subject matter, which includes references to sex, drugs, and alcohol, run counter to the university's Christian values. And in this day and age...
that's why they're going after him? Like, if it was really favorable, they'd probably be like, yay, free publicity.
Name a party school and base it closely to that party school, and you probably wouldn't be able to stand your ground here.
Oh,
but it's a Christian values school.
So, not only are they looking like they're going right after them, they're really kind of nudging them into doing something, right?
Yeah. And even if you were to sit there and say, well, we've interviewed a whole bunch of people from the university, and they all engage in something related to sex, drugs, and rock and roll, sex, drugs, and alcohol from at some point in their existence in the university experience. So it doesn't run counter to their values, but the marketing as a university with Christian values.
Right. They're probably not marketing that in their brochures. Well, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll just be quiet.
Biff's Las Vegas University from, Back to the Future is totally like, come to our school. It's like, you can major in sex, drugs, and alcohol, minor in rock and roll. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Everything you loved about Southwest has officially gone. I titled this section, Southwest divests itself of love. So...
yeah, exactly. I mean, it had quite a cult following, I think, among travelers.
Yeah, now you're going to be...
went away from the...
free baggage. And
pick your own seat, and then the baggage is really going to be a big deal.
Yeah, kick to the terabyte again. So Southwest Airlines has axed virtually everything that once set it apart from competitors. The airline announced an end to its famous free checked bags policy on Tuesday. I have to check my baggage all the time. Man, my childhood.
Are you checking to make sure it's with you?
I would like to check that it's not with me, but I apparently carry it around and it pops up from time to time no matter where I am. Anyway, the change comes amid other measures to cut costs and increase revenue, like assigning seats and not putting all of the door bolts in. The final shoe just dropped at Southwest Airlines. Following intense pressure from an activist investor to shore up revenues and cut costs. Remember, folks, this could be a more lucrative business for the business to stay long term if it isn't being sucked dry of all moisture like so many dune inhabitants. If it wasn't for greedy bastards. Instead of having a marginal increase, and by marginal I mean a consistent low level, they demand more and more and more growth in a market that doesn't necessarily support it. The only way you can grow is to stand out amongst the competitors, and you're not going to do it by matching all the rest of the competitors just so that you can eke out another percent and satiate the greedy, mind-numbing, sociopathic greed levels. And you had disconnected for a moment, but I liken this to sucking dry a loser in a Fremen battle on Dune.
That's very specific and visual.
I have a vivid imagination, and so there you have it. So following intense pressure from an activist, greedy investor to shore up revenues and cut costs, Southwest announced on Tuesday that it would end its popular 2 bags fly free. So now you have to buy a seat.
That was really the only thing keeping it separate, right, from those other airlines. I mean, people would specifically fly on Southwest because of that. I think they're going to lose a lot of revenue because of this.
Yeah, I have taken Southwest flights because I knew that I was going to be bringing 2 bags, and boom. So not anymore. You're going to have to buy an entire seat for each of your bags. Just kidding. You'll have to pay for it, but it's a nominal fee.
Yeah. No, it's more than nominal. I don't know how much they're going to charge, but most airlines, you start tacking on the baggage, it's adding a sizable increase to the ticket price.
Executives once said that the new bag policy was not an option. In July, Southwest CEO Bob Jordan said that the checked bags were the #1 issue in terms of why customers choose Southwest. The company doubled down on the stance during its September Investor Day. But then Ryan Green, the airline's chief transformation officer, who's set to depart from the company in April, said at the time that Southwest would lose more money from lower demand than it would gain from checked bag revenue. That's not how things played out. In contrast to our previous analysis, actual customer booking behavior through our new booking channels, such as MetaSearch, did not show that we are getting the same benefit from our bundled offering with free bags. So why not?
How do they know that? Because are they charging without, or like, are they charging for bags?
They changed the policy and you had to pay. So starting May 28th, only customers with Southwest's credit card or those who hold A-list loyalty status can check 1 bag for free. Top-tier A-list preferred members and customers who book the high-price business select fare will get to check 2 bags for free. It's unclear what the bag fees will look like for everyone else, but I guess the claim that they were going to remove the free baggage led them to an analysis, but they don't have the data yet. So how do they know? That's what you were saying.
I mean. I think it's hypothetical. They're going to find out real quickly. And same thing with the person who said, hey, wait a second, they're leaving, but somebody else might be making the decision behind them.
It's an activist investor that's pushing it to change. And an activist investor has enough percentage hold to budge the board of directors to make a decision, lest they do something drastic. Like they could buy up more shares and get a controlling portion of it. And money speaks. I mean, money is now free speech. So if you've got enough of it, then you can pretty much say or do whatever the hell you want to. But I can't get into that. But anyway, it's kind of interesting. So other previously announced changes have already taken effect or are set to soon. Southwest flights can now be searched on sites like Google Flights, Kayak, Expedia. Red-eye flights launched in February, allowing Southwest to better use its fleet of planes. A partnership with Iceland Air now allows Southwest passengers to connect to Europe on a single ticket for the first time. And premium seats, including those in the front of the plane and with extra legroom, not extra large legroom, are set to launch in 2026. So all those other seats in the back are going to get pushed back a little bit more to make life hell.
Right. I was like, that's not a win for the average passenger. Some of these were a win, like the increased search engine capability, because that has been a problem with Southwest. And then also like the partnership with Iceland Air. But the other things aren't necessarily helping the average traveler.
All right. So Southwest, now adding itself to the shade of gray. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. This is the Moana Disney lawsuit results. So the jury in the U.S. quickly and completely rejected the man's claim that Disney's Moana was stolen from his story of a young surfer in Hawaii. The article is over at rte.ie, which is really interesting.
And that's a picture of Moana, not the other story.
This is Maui.
Right, but it's from the movie Moana.
Oh, right. This is Moana, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about the movie, not the character.
I don't know, man. It's a whole new world. This could be Moana. Anyway, the Los Angeles federal court deliberated for around 2.5 hours, which really isn't speedy, but I guess it's speedy. Anyway, before deciding
that's pretty speedy.
Is it?
But I mean, it's a, what is it, a copyright or trademark claim? Copyright, probably.
Copyright, yeah. They think that it's plagiarized from... Now, get this. This is really interesting. So they deliberated. I thought that there was another claim that this was stolen from somebody, but this apparently is... And I thought that it had to do with... Like, it was almost like scene for scene taken from somebody else's story.
Right, but now I don't remember if it was Moana.
Because I don't remember.
Show about it.
Yeah, but I don't remember it ever saying that it was an outline and a script for Bucky the Surfer Boy.
No, I don't either. I think there was some other suit. I don't think it was that one.
They considered the similarities between Bucky and the 2016 hit animated film about a questing Polynesian princess. Mr. Woodall had shared his work with a distant relative who worked for a different company on the Disney lot, but the woman testified during the 2-week trial that she never showed it to anyone at Disney. They say, obviously, we're disappointed. We're going to review our options and think about the best path forward. In closing arguments earlier Monday, Mr. Woodall's attorney said that the long chain of circumstantial evidence showed the two works were inseparable. There was no Moana without Bucky, Mr. Lage said, or Lage. I don't know how they pronounce it. But they said they had no idea about Bucky, says Mr. Kaba in the closing. They had never seen it, never heard of it. After their victory, Mr. Musker and Disney lawyers declined to comment, which is smart. If you've won, you don't run around.
Right. You don't act like you're
loser.
Yeah, that probably doesn't help with the appeal chances.
So a judge previously ruled that Mr. Woodall's 2020 suit came too late for him to claim a piece of those receipts, the $700 million at the global box office from Moana, and that a lawsuit filed earlier the year over Moana 2, which earned more than $1 billion, must be decided separately. So that suit remains active. But I don't quite get it.
Okay, this is fascinating. The jury watched the whole Moana movie.
For free? Taxpayer
Was that
dollars.
part of the deliberation time?
Yeah, there you go. We'd like to watch the movie again. Can we bring our children? So
exactly. They're like, guess what Mommy and Daddy did today?
Yeah,
we got to watch Moana.
But not you, child. Ha ha. So in the latter versions of the story, the title or titular character, vacationing in Hawaii with his parents, befriends a group of native Hawaiian youth and go on a quest that includes time travel to the ancient islands and interactions with the demigods to save a sacred site from a developer.
I don't think that's the same story as Moana. It's certainly not a visitor to Hawaii.
Yeah. So around 2004, Mr. Woodall gave the Bucky outline to the stepsister of his brother's wife. That woman, Jenny Marshek, worked for Mandeville Films, a company that had a contract with Disney and was located on the Disney lot. He sent her follow-up materials through the years and testified that he was stunned when he saw Moana in 2016 and saw so many of his ideas, along with Ms. Marchek's evidence saying she didn't show Bucky to anyone. Messages shared by the defense showed she eventually ignored Mr. Woodall's queries to her and had told him there was nothing she could do for him. So eventually going ballistic. But both include teens on oceanic quests. Both have Polynesian demigods as central figures. I mean, a story around Hawaii is nothing, Polynesia, you know.
Right, exactly. Those are pretty common elements, I think.
Give me a break. That's what you do. You don't write about sci-fi if you're trying to focus on the Roman gods of yore. Unless you're trying, you definitively tie it together, like the game Split, whatever. What's that?
Split Fiction?
Split Fiction. Thank you. I watched people play it from end to end, and I forgot the name. Anyway.
We talked about it in WarCrafters, I believe.
Yeah. So in both, the main characters interact with animals who act as spirit helpers, which is just a trope. So I just don't get it. So you can keep on going through this, but animal guides go back to movies as early as 1940s Pinocchio and appear in all of Mr. Musker and Mr. Clements' previous films, he said. Mr. Kaba said Mr. Musker and Clements developed Moana the same way that they did other films, through their own inspiration, research, travel, and creativity. So, yeah. There you go, folks. And parallel construction happens. So two people, we are a planet of 8 billion people. You're gonna find two people that have created the same idea. I am living proof of that, because every time I write something down or say something, I find out 5 years later that somebody else is doing it. You know what? Make some friends, write your script, publish the book, and then go, look, it's out there. It is out there.
That's true,
I didn't
just copyrighted.
It's publicly copyrighted. Everything that you write is already, by its embodiment, is copyrighted. The moment you show it to somebody and you don't have the means to defend it in a courtroom like this, and you don't have definitive proof, you might as well just kiss that goodbye, because more money and the fact that it's dubious at best when tropes match up, you're not going to win, folks. So, in fact, I don't even recommend people get a patent on basic stuff, because if you don't have the money to defend it, and it isn't so technically sophisticated that you have to clone it outright, you can't defend your patent. So produce it and get it out on the market and make your bank, because somebody somewhere is going to clone it, be it China or somebody else. It'll be possibly lower quality, it'll be sold cheaper, but people will buy it because that's what they want. They don't need your highfalutin whatever. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the continuity report. Context matters, folks. So if you want to talk to me about IP and stuff like that, I need more context, but I'm willing to defend the idea of don't bother patenting anything. It depends on what it is. Anyway, this last article for the March 11th, 2025 Non Sequitur News is 10 hilarious comedy movies based on books. So Hollywood loves a book adaptation, but comedy is one genre that usually proves exempt to this trend. Stop that. There are a few good reasons for this. With one being that comedy novels don't really translate well into the big screen. Another reason is that comedy movies are built around a certain actor, or that they need to focus more on visuals and tone. So here are 10. It's over at Screen Rant. Ben Prothero put the article together, which Prothero sounds so Shakespearean.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does.
Anyway, I'm fascinated by names, because sometimes people expect you to live up to it, right? Some highfalutin name. And when you meet them and you're talking to them and they tell you your name and they go blah, blah, blah about the name, and then they just completely like fall on their face with every interaction. You're like, aspirational name there. Anyway, believe me, aspirational name. Mayor. That's my real name. No. Omer is my name. Omer Watts. Anyway, Mean
Watt.
Girls. Huh? Well,
Isn't
Watt.
your last name Watt?
Mayor Watt. Yeah, but Omer Watt. So Mean Girls is based on Queen Bees and Wannabes by Rosalind Wiseman. Really? Did you know that?
I did not know that. Mm-mm.
Wow, you might actually like reading the book. So it's an unusual basis for a movie, but this is what Tina Fey chose to build the structure of Mean Girls around. Wait, she's the writer for...
I don't know if she's an actor in the movie, but I didn't know that.
Detailing the social dangers that tend to crop up around that age, so teenage girls. With the book's descriptions of cliques and social jostling informing her portrayal of the plastics, which are all the mean girls that are back there. So while Rosalind Wiseman's book helped Faye come up with the story and the setting of Mean Girls, the brilliant dialogue is all of her own making. Yeah, Tina Fey is pretty brilliant as she was on SNL as both on the stage and behind the scenes writer and stuff. I think she was the lead writer for SNL. Anyway, another factor is that its observations of high school politics are still relevant, even if some of the specifics are outdated. But yeah, it's Mean Girls still exist.
Stop trying to make fetch happen.
It's not going to happen. So Dr. Strangelove is based on Red Alert by Peter George. I won't go through all of these verbatim, like that first one. It just kind of pulled me into the writing as I was reading it. Dr. Strangelove takes the framework of this story and transforms it into a satirical farce. You have to watch Dr. Strangelove. If you've never seen it, Peter Sellers, George C. Scott.
But this is interesting because it sounds like it's changing the nature of it.
Stephen King's distaste for Kubrick's adaptation of The Shining is common knowledge, but Peter George has the right to be even more outraged as Dr. Strangelove is nothing like his novel Red Alert. But it gave the foundation to be Dr. Strangelove. It's over the top. So this comedic approach has little to do with Red Alert, but it drives at the point that the fate of the world shouldn't be trusted to something as frail as human emotions. Ho ho ho! Has no foundation in reality. Let me tell you.
That sounds like science fiction.
Because never, oh God, I want to talk about it, but I just can't. I'm not going to get on that soapbox. So Princess Bride is based on the novel William Goldman, which
that's the author.
No. It says based on the novel by William Goldman, The Princess Bride. I spun it around. So based on the novel by William Goldman, it is The Princess Bride. So they stick to the name. It has a sincerity and reverence for its inspirations that's refreshing in an age of cynicism. But this actually goes to the point, right? So I don't think that Dr. Strangelove, even at the time, was a favorite at the time. Now I think it has a cult following, but I'd have to go and verify that. I don't really remember. But it's from 1964. So when it sticks,
that might be one reason you don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it, but I don't remember it being great at the time. I mean, it's a Kubrick film, so it's artsy. But when you stick to the writing and the writing is good, you're going to have a good time. When you start diverging and creating your own whatever, you're going to have a bad time. Bridget Jones's Diary is by Helen Fielding. It's a novel by Helen Fielding. It says, while it's rare for a novel to inspire a comedy movie, it's much rarer still for a whole comedy franchise to draw inspiration from literature. So Bridget Jones's Diary. The movie has the same irreverent tone with a wonderful performance by Renee Zellweger.
So that's interesting because there's a couple in here that seem like they're very close to the source material, but there's several that seem like they're way off.
Clueless is based on Emma by Jane Austen. I've heard that before, but I don't know. I don't see the parallels, but maybe I just haven't really engrossed myself in Emma. But Clueless is
I think it's the same exact story, just in a modern setting.
With a modern take. Gotcha. Emma is arguably Austen's funniest novel, and Clueless makes it feel new. But I swear there was a newer version of Emma that was released. I
think in the last 5 years or so there was.
Yeah, and that one I thought matches up, but I think it's actually, even the tone of it is, it wasn't modernized, other than its modern filming and all of that. So by casting the character as an image-obsessed high school student, Clueless extracts the essence of Emma Woodhouse, complete with her meddlesome matchmaking and her laughable but oddly sweet naivete. Cher is a protagonist worth rooting for despite all her apparent flaws. So this is a fun movie to watch. If you've never watched it, it definitely gets a 10. All of these are actually 10s. Well, actually 7.8 on this one, but Bridget Jones's Diary, I don't know. Not everybody in here is really like a compelling character, so maybe that's it. Plus, it's just your standard, like, love interest type of movie.
It's not standout plot or anything.
Yeah, like Clueless is funny and has all of the other mechanics. But anyway, number 5 is The Graduate, based on the novella by Charles Webb. this one, it says here, the movie doesn't need to add any proper jokes to make the story funny.
I didn't even know it was considered a comedy.
I didn't think so either. Dustin Hoffman's performance highlights the awkwardness and uncertainty of Benjamin Braddock. It's a deadpan masterclass, but Charles Webb's novella isn't quite as comedic. I don't remember it being comedic. Not just not quite as comedic, but I don't remember it being comedic. Anyway, The Graduate remains a hilariously reverent movie for anyone graduating from college or stuck in a transitional phase of their life. I don't know. Maybe I should watch it again. It's been a while. This came out, The Graduate came out in 1967. You throw that on a 4K screen today and you'll just be looking at pixels. So Mrs. Doubtfire is based on Madame Doubtfire by Anne Fine. One major difference is the ending. In the book, Daniel is given a job as Miranda's gardener so that he can spend more time with his children. He doesn't host a Mrs. Doubtfire TV show like he does in the movie adaptation. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's from several years ago. I think it's okay not to have a spoiler alert.
Just letting everybody know. Of course, I'm doing it after the fact and like 3 decades after the launch. Anywho,
I have no doubt Robin Williams, though, amped it up. Like, it just seems like he would have added so much comedic whatever to it. Yeah.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is based on the Douglas Adams novel. Don't need to really go into that one. Submarine is by Joe Dunthorne, which I have never seen this. Ben Stiller presents a comedy that doesn't let principles stand in the way of progress.
I've never heard of it.
Nope. Submarine is based on a Welsh novel written from the perspective of a socially awkward teenager who explains away his failure to fit in as a sign of immense intellect to protect his fragile ego. And then Fantastic Mr. Fox by Roald Dahl. I've never seen this. I don't know how I feel about it.
This is supposed to be really good. I don't know.
The dialogue is all Anderson's too, along with about 90% of the plot. So I guess it's inspirational from Roald Dahl's adaptations, but Wes Anderson builds on the thin source material with his own spin on the crime genre. Mr. Fox is a career criminal struggling to settle down under pressure from his family and his community to submit to a life of domestic order, but unable to resist his need for adventure. Fantastic Mr. Fox. Guess we'll have to put that on the list too. Come on. Weekly movie night.
We're racking up several for the continuity report.
Just take this whole list and we'll just do movie night. One night a week. It'll be part of the Patreon. Stream it through Discord to friends and family. And no, nobody else can see that. Anyway, if you were looking, there was a blue bar for a minute, but...
Oh, okay. I missed the blue bar.
Only you see that. At any rate, folks, that is it. So we are done. And that means that I'm going to... What are we going to do? How should we do this? We're going to close the book on tonight's episode. And on the back is ohmtown.com. And that means we're done for the night. Sleep well, everybody. It's late, and Mayor Watt is old. So I'm going to...
hometown citizens.
Go ahead.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and don't forget to go back and watch all of our 2,000 plus previous episodes. Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Cannot believe that. So 3 years, and now we're at the beginning. We're heading towards the middle of the 3rd month for year 4. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Download the podcasts. If you want all of the podcasts, all of the shows, then just subscribe to Non Sequitur News. If you want all of them broken up into individual podcasts, subscribe to the 6 other under the ohmTown name. That's what we publish under ohmTown. And then Non Sequitur News has the most. We're on 4 years. This is on the other shows are 2 years old. So anyway, we're out of here. Actually, not even 2 years old. This is the second season for most of the other 6 podcasts. The weekend shows are well, they're weekly. Whatever. Anyway, see you all later. We operate like a well-oiled machine. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 12th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 71. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we normally go over 10 articles together, but the Sentient AI is not online right now, so I'm going to do this solo. It is a time machine episode, and we're going to go through it really quick. I'm going to see how short I can make today's episode. How about watch for an Apple Watch payout? HP bricked its printers. Old MMO back from the dead. Fridays are dangerous for surgery. We've talked about this briefly. We'll hit on it again. Countless gallons of whale pee. Tomorrow is, and that means Thursday, is a lunar eclipse and blood moon. Worst desk wins. A race to measure fastest warming cities. Sweet and spicy rum. And lava fountains on display in Hawaii. Again, go over to ohmTown.com. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and on YouTube. Be sure to download the podcast. Leave a 5-star review. I'll quote you as long as it isn't hostile. There's a Discord and a bunch of other things. We actually have over 2,000 episodes now across the 7 podcasts and all of ohmTown. So go and check it all out. There's 7 podcasts, including Non Sequitur News, and then 6 other weekly shows that we do. We stream them live here on Saturday and Sunday. See you around. More news on the other side of the intro. So I'm going to go through this real quick. I think I actually might have changed something, but that's okay. So the first article is over in Technology Today. Don't forget to claim your part of the $20 million Apple Watch payout. You may be eligible for part of a large cash settlement, which probably won't amount to much. But Samantha Kelly over at cnet.com put the article together. A settlement applies to purchasers of the original Apple Watch Series 1, 2, 3, which are no longer available for purchase, the company said. While we strongly disagree with the claims made against these early generation Apple Watches, we agreed to settle to avoid further litigation, so they simply bowed out. They do not admit any wrongdoing, and you can get a piece. You have until April 10th to submit a claim to secure your share. It's a website that's Smith et al. V. Apple Incorporated Settlement Agreement. So how much will you get? Somewhere between $20 and $50, maybe. Really depends on the number of claims that are submitted. It says here you can go to watchsettlement.com to find out more. The next article is over in the Mobile channel as well. HP accidentally bricked its own printers. For those of you too young to have grown up with a printer in every home and office, or even have worked in an office, a printer was a device engineered for as a mass social experiment to run over several decades to test how far you could push a frustrated person before they went batshit Looney Tunes over paper jams and Byzantine settings menus. Those settings menus still exist as Byzantine, and paper jams, not so much. But cleaning your freaking printer every couple of days because you don't print continuously, and then you have to do a deep cleaning and all of this other crap to get your printer working, that drives me nuts. I'm actually considering switching to a laser printer because of that. Anyway, printer maker extraordinaire HP just found a way to make printers even more aggravating. Reports have been rolling in that their March 4th firmware update, yes, printers get regular software updates, have been disabling their printers. The article is over at vice.com by Matt Janser. And affected printers, so far it appears to be a limited issue to HP LaserJet MFP M232 to M237 models that install the version 2025-0209 firmware update. And after that, the printer will now throw an error code of 11 and flash the ink toner lights, and the user won't be able to print anything. And there's been a rash of these complaints the past few days on the HP support forum, reporting things that the problem has struck them too. The author says, I could fill up this whole article by spamming links to reports of this happening, but I'll spare us both. So yeah, spare everybody. Anyway, if you're still plodding along with the HP LaserJet MFP 232 to 237, don't update your firmware until HP comes out with the next version, and maybe that will fix it. Let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters. That's another one of the channels over at ohmtown.com where news gets aggregated based on content. A dead MMO that launched with a now canceled TV show in 2013 is coming back 4 years after the servers were shut down. Tryon World's Defiance was an odd duck. It launched in 2013 alongside a TV show tie-in of the same name, set on a future Earth following an alien invasion during which the planet was aggressively terraformed. Both the game and the show were a mix of grungy post-apocalyptic Western and futuristic sci-fi. A neat hook in the form of the interplay between the show and the game piqued their attention, the author's attention, over at PC Gamer back in the day. I'd keep tuning into the show, trying to figure out what events would impact the game. Unfortunately, there was a surprising lack of meaningful crossover. Well, Fraser Brown over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says, Defiance indeed. So it's come back. Tryon World's Defiance has returned. Only a couple years later, the show was canceled, but the MMO persevered, and it stuck around for a while until 2021 when the servers were shut down. Defiance was never really one of the heavy hitters, and haven't thought about it for years, but now I guess it's back. Fox, Fawkes, an indie studio and publisher dedicated to reviving treasured titles, has dedicated that Defiance fits its brief and has set itself the task of bringing the game back to life. It acquired the rights to both the original 2013 version of the game and the relaunched Defiance 2050 version that appeared in 2018. So apparently it's coming back. They said while they weren't a fan of Defiance, they do miss the days when we had countless MMOs to pick from. It's always a shame when an MMO closes down. I agree. Arcade was absolutely phenomenal to me, but apparently it didn't generate enough revenue to stay alive twice, including Unchained, which didn't even have a monthly fee, but it's gone too. I don't know. I don't know. It drives me nuts. Stop killing games, folks. Give the server to somebody who cares. If you don't, there are enough people that will play it locally or in a smaller amount. I would love to play Arcade on my own server so that I have control over it, and I can let my friends play it. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. You're more likely to die if you have surgery on a Friday. If you have surgery coming up, maybe don't read the article. Don't psych yourself out of medical procedure that could make you healthier. Now, for the rest of you, a study's been found that patients who have surgery just before the weekend have a 5% higher chance of complications or death, it says, than those who have surgery earlier in the week. And the reason will not shock you all. Basically, Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. As you probably guessed, fatigue is the likely culprit, though the study's authors caution that fatigue isn't the only factor at play. The study spans 12 years worth of surgeries and tracked patient outcomes at the 30-day, 90-day, and 1 year post-surgery. Across all time frames, surgeries that happen on Fridays had a higher risk of complication. So they're calling it the weekend effect. It's a known issue that still requires tons more study before anything definitive can be said or done about it, but you don't want to get treated on Friday. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Countless gallons of whale pee are keeping our oceans alive. You heard it. It's a common joke when you're probably heard before. One of those public domain observations people toss out in conversations to seem clever and original when it's thought thousands of times every day. Swimming in the ocean is weird because it's a fish toilet. But all that sea creature waste plays a vital role in maintaining ocean health. So again, Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together. There's always more on these articles, so I always encourage people. I do these shows simply to kind of pique your curiosity and make you go over and read more about it, do some due diligence, come and hang out and talk to Mayor Wada and the ohmTown citizenry over at ohmTown on YouTube. So it's youtube.com/ohmTown, and over on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/ohmTown. Yeah, we stream to both at the same time. Not this episode because it's a Time Machine episode. I had mayoral duties and I couldn't do the work. And that may be the same case for Thursday's show, but we'll see. So scientists have been enamored with whale waste in recent years. In the past, researchers have found that whale poop is so vital to maintaining the health of our oceans, and some have started developing artificial whale poop based on the nutrients found in the real thing. And I've actually done an episode involving that artificial whale poop. According to the researcher Andrew Pershing from the University of Vermont, whale pee serves a similar purpose, and a whale's migratory patterns play a key role in the distribution of nutrients. It's called the whale conveyor belt and helps spread around 4,000 tons of nitrogen and 45,000 tons of other biomass like dead skin cells, placentas, yes, poop too, across thousands of miles. Whales travel as they journey toward breeding grounds. But all of that basically is nutrient that gets stirred up on the seabed floor. The researchers found that areas of the ocean where whales dump their various types of waste and gunk end up fertilizing ecosystems that fuel phytoplankton growth, leading to bountiful food reserves for all kinds of fish and sea invertebrates. And one researcher explained that while whale pee being distributed through whale migration paths is like collecting leaves to make compost for your garden. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Mobile channel. How to watch Thursday's total lunar eclipse and blood moon. So that's today if you are listening to this today, but it's tomorrow if you're listening to it when I release it from the Time Machine on Wednesday. Time, man. How does it work? Anyway, how to watch Thursday's total lunar eclipse and blood moon on March 13th. Earth's shadow will fall across the surface of the moon, giving it a bloody red hue. Bloody red hue. Vasant Rabi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The deck statement says what I just got done saying. The total lunar eclipse will take place on the night of March 13th and into the early morning of Friday, March 14th, depending on the time zone. The eclipse is set to begin at 11:57 on Thursday and last for about 6 hours as the moon slowly exits from beneath Earth's shadow. Unlike a solar eclipse, you don't need any special equipment because you won't go blind if you look up at the blood moon. It'll be pretty cool. I'm sure that there will be people streaming it as well. The moon will begin to dim as it enters the outer part of Earth's shadow known as the penumbra. According to NASA, a little over an hour later, a partial eclipse will begin to take shape as the moon moves deeper into the umbra. Totality will begin at 2:26 a.m. Eastern and last until 3:31 Eastern. That's when the moon is totally covered by Earth's shadow and will appear coppery red. After totality, the moon will slowly begin to move out of the shadow and return to its regular self at around 6 a.m. Let's keep going. The next article is over at Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's the name of the show. What a deal. So a man sued his old employer who gave him a worse desk and apparently won. A UK real estate agency was sued by an employee who quit after being assigned a worse desk. A tribunal ruled that it was logical for him to perceive the desk as a demotion. The move was likely to destroy or seriously damage the relationship of trust and confidence, it said. The UK real estate agency asked a manager to sit at a lesser seat, which he viewed as a demotion. He sued and won. Not sure how this works out, but Nora Redmond over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. This is in 2023. worker was asked to relocate to a different branch of a real estate agency, returning him to an office that he'd previously managed. But he learned that he would be sharing the manager role with someone else. Walker was then, or the employee, was then told that he would be sitting at a desk in the middle of the office rather than his old one at the back, where the books and ledgers were kept and where managers traditionally sat. So the colleague he would share management responsibilities with was now sitting at that desk. After resigning, Walker took the agency to an employment tribunal, which agreed that it was right to view that the seating arrangement was a demotion. And they won. So not sure what they won other than they won. But it says here the tribunal's judgment also said that after receiving the person's complaint, they said that he could not understand why a man of your age, 53 at the time, was complaining about a desk. It said that the other manager swore and that his voice was raised. So the complainant resigned after the meeting. The tribunal found that the complainant's case amounted to constructive dismissal. So they basically motivated him to quit. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Citizen scientists are hitting the streets of the country's fastest warming cities to collect detailed temperature data. So Uluk Kronbach and from Knowable Magazine put this article together, but it's published over at smithsonianmag.com or Smithsonian Magazine. So the heat mapping of metros like Reno, Nevada could be key to taming urban heat, saving lives, and designing for a cooler future. But we have satellite technology that should be doing this. Reno's heat is not evenly spread. In the summer, neighborhoods near the airport feel oven-like compared to more affluent cottonwood-shaded trees homes near the Truckee River. The sidewalks of pavement-heavy shopping centers and casinos in the city center offer little relief. Those in the green space-rich neighborhoods of South Reno are kinder. The city's main thermometer, located at the airport, doesn't tell you anything about those differences, and neither, it turns out, do temperature mapping satellites. The resolution is far too coarse, according to this, but I can't buy into that. But I'll have to do some digging and do a follow-up regarding this. So by the time that they finished their loop, dusk had set in and their car thermometer had dipped to 83 degrees. But as we headed to the volunteer station, the gauge climbed back up to 89. Such gradients are common in cities and commonly remarked upon, but they're rarely precisely measured and mapped. So Reno, Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada, El Paso, Texas, Albany, Georgia, and Burlington have the fastest warming cities. Overall, the United States between 1970 and 1923 apparently has a 2.6 degree increase. This is kind of dangerous. So the fastest warming states in general here, apparently, again, United States average is 2.6. But Alaska is 4.3, Delaware is 3.6, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New Mexico are all 3.5 as well. So pretty wild. Campaigns to record temperatures across city neighborhoods and create better heat maps are on the rise. Reno is one of the more than 80 U.S. communities that since 2017 have completed a heat mapping project. So you just drive around with a thermometer and it tracks what's going on. Anywhere that there's more blacktop and buildings and not trees and no air is flowing, you basically end up with a heat sink and it starts radiating that heat. Let's keep going though. We have two more articles, including this one over at Distillerist. That's where it was aggregated to at ohmtown.com, but it actually comes from, I think, Spirits Business. Yeah. So, Diageo-owned Captain Morgan rum has rolled out a chili and lime-flavored expression in the U.S. The sweet and spicy rum, Captain Morgan's. Launched ahead of summer, Captain Morgan Sweet Chili Lime is bottled at 35% ABV and meant to be served as a chilled shot or mixed into cocktails. With flavor trends heating up, we wanted to create something that defies the rules of the traditional rum, Captain Morgan, vice president, and Nosco said. Captain Morgan's Sweet Chili Lime gives fans exactly what they're craving, the perfect balance of sweet and spicy and bold flavor experience with every sip. The article is by Ted Simmons over at the Spirits Business. And again, they say Diageo-owned Captain Morgan rum has rolled out a Chilean lime-flavored expression in the U.S. When Captain Morgan asked who was it? Sorry for the dead air. I don't normally just go brain dead like this, but Cower, who currently stars in HBO Max's series The Sex Lives of College Girls, added, "It was a lot of fun riffing and improvising with Devin, along with shooting ideas with the full cast and crew." They basically teamed up with Canadian actress, writer, and producer Amrit Kaur and or Kaur, K-A-U-R, and American comedian and writer Devin Walker, based around the product's mouth-blowing flavors. Mouth-blowing? I don't know what that means. Anyway, $16 for a 750 milliliter bottle. It's also available in 50 milliliter, 375, 1 liter, and 1.75 liter. Huge. Okay, and our last article is about Hawaii. Hawaii volcano again puts tall lava fountains on display in latest eruption episode. So on and off, volcanoes in Hawaii are making themselves known. The article is over at phys.org. And it says fountains reached heights of 400 feet to 500 feet in the early morning hours, according to the U.S. Geological Survey Hawaiian Volcano Observatory. This marks the 13th episode of on-again, off-again lava activity of Kilauea volcano on the Big Island that started December 23rd. The latest episode didn't last long. Fountaining stopped abruptly in the afternoon, scientists said, but a webcam showed vigorous fountains of bright red molten rock and billowing smoke. Tuesday, hours later, only smoke could be seen. So you can actually watch that over on YouTube. USGS actually has a stream. It may or may not persist in the coming months, weeks, maybe 4 years. We'll see. But we are going to ride one of those eruptions, lava fountains, and land back at the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. But I ripped through these 10 articles in less than 30 minutes. So I hope that you enjoyed the quick show, and we will reset and hopefully be able to do not the time machine, but a regular episode on Thursday night at 7 p.m. Be sure to follow us. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for March 13th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 72. This is a Time Machine episode. I was not available to do the show yesterday at the pre-approved and appointed time, unfortunately. But that's okay. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, so I can pretty much decide my own hours. Unfortunately, I have thousands of bosses, and they pulled me in different directions, and so I couldn't do the show. But we have a time machine. Gives me up to an hour to do the show. I'll try and get it done in 30 minutes. Today we're going to be talking about driverless parking tickets, discovering thousands for $1 million, the talk of TV and film, the best electric lawnmower, 8BitDo Ultimate Controller, Edge of Tomorrow anime, Apple is lying about Apple Intelligence, I guess, Toxic Avenger remake, Neuromancer TV series updates, and wife of a ghost hunter plots making a ghost. Hello, everybody. I am Merwat. I usually have the sentient AI from the future on board, but they are not here at the moment. They may come in at any time later on. That said, let's get into the show. Hold on one second. I forgot to do something, and this gets awkward. No, that. One second. Sorry. Doot. All right. Anywho, let's get into this. You know, I get pulled in so many different directions as mayor. It gets a little distracting at times. But I'm here to do a gig. So let's get going. The first article is over in Technology Today. I didn't log in, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk about this. These driverless taxis got 589 parking tickets in San Francisco last year. Way more tickets than anybody else, I suppose. Robot taxis in San Francisco are Waymo robot taxis are in San Francisco, and they're programmed to follow rules of the road, but still got hundreds of tickets for parking violations last year. I don't have a byline. Yeah, there we go. So at Lisa Bonos over at WashingtonPost.com put this article together. And let's see here. Waymo vehicles driving themselves received 589 tickets for parking violations in 2024 alone. According to records from San Francisco's Municipal Transportation Agency, the company initially limited signups for its robotaxi service in the city, but made it open to all in June. So there is more to this, but I won't be able to get to it because it's you have to subscribe. But anyway, maybe there's more, maybe there's not. I don't know. Follow the link. You can actually get there by typing in !NSN over in the chat. And boom, Omatron will spit that out into the chat over on Twitch. Over on YouTube, it's already embedded into the show notes. But anyway, so I wonder how many miles they have driven all on their own. It just says driverless robots also routinely violate parking rules. They abide by speed limits, use turn signals, delight tourists, apparently. They beep and honk all night long in some area in San Francisco when they come in to park. I don't know if that's ever been remedied, but the news cycle stopped reporting about it. So I guess it's all good. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. An 18-year-old won $250,000 for discovering over 1 million objects in space. Some could help unravel one of the universe's biggest mysteries. High schooler Mateo Paz won $250,000 for discovering 1.5 million new space objects with AI.Paz, P-A-Z, built in with AI. Sorry, there's a lack of a gap. So they used AI. Paz built an AI algorithm to search data from a NASA space telescope for objects like black holes. His discoveries could help solve one of the universe's biggest mysteries. When Mateo Paz scored a high school internship with the California Institute of Technology, the scientists there gave him the daunting task of manually sorting reams of data from a NASA mission. So it was classic intern work. Paz, an 18-year-old from Pasadena, said that that's what it was. And they exited this with $250,000 for discovering 1.5 million new space objects. So an AI algorithm to search data from NASA space. I'm really curious what they actually used. So instead of manually sifting through the data, Paz built an AI algorithm to do it for him. Ultimately, he discovered 1.5 million new objects in space. I'm curious if... I don't know anybody who else is talking about this just yet. And I haven't actually inquired, but Regeneron Science Talent Search is something that we've talked about before in the program. It's basically like the Olympics for sport or for science for high school. It's pretty amazing. So every year the competition casts a net across the nation for high schoolers doing a type of research you may expect from graduate students. And this year, Paz snagged first place out of nearly 2,500 entrants. Surprised isn't a strong enough word, they say. Didn't even give a thought to what I'd say if to people if I'd won. And sure enough, they won. Building an AI. So Paz needed his machine learning algorithm to comb through nearly 200 terabytes of data from a 10-year infrared survey of the entire sky by NASA's NEOWISE space telescope. Looking in the infrared wavelengths invisible to the human eye, the NEOWISE mission searched for asteroids and comets near Earth. Infrared wavelengths, however, can also show objects in deep space that are shrouded in interstellar dust. Even though NEOWISE wasn't designed to look for such objects, Paz thought that he could tease them out of the data with his algorithm. Basically, if he just looked for any shift between two scans, that dust might actually highlight where something was. So at the end of the summer, we were so impressed with his results that we hired him part-time at Caltech to finish the catalog. Paul said a lot of the work was in a dark room, eye bags heavy, looking at my computer, trying to solve a bug. In order to analyze all 200 terabytes, Paz divided up the data into 13,000 equal parts. In the end, he surveyed more than 450 million objects in the sky and identified 1.9 million that may be variable objects such as black holes or supernova. Of those, 1 million had never been cataloged before, 1.5 million out of the 1.9. They were new discoveries. It says it's very beautiful. Not just that number. It's a big number that obviously makes you proud. But when you visualize the data, and that apparently is what it looks like. So pretty amazing. Here's that visualization plotting all the candidate objects he discovered. So what does that actually look like to you, though? I mean, if you were to be able to follow the whole arc, right, that would be a circle. This is a flat map, so I don't know really how to three-dimensionally visualize this. I want to see this in VR and step into it. So it's clear that he is simply a unique talent, smart, hardworking, with a crazy ability to assimilate newfound knowledge into new ideas for studying the universe. Yeah, pretty amazing. There's a lot more in this article over at Business Insider by Morgan McFall Johnson. Go over and check it out, please. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. South by Southwest, behind the scenes, 6 topics everyone was debating in TV, film, and the creator economy. The article is by Lucia Moses at businessinsider.com. And the contour, it says here that they spent 3 days at South by Southwest, where Hollywood is divided over AI, LA's future, and more. Insiders also fretted over Trump's influence and debated YouTube's rise in podcasting. Creators may be getting deals, big deals, but they're still fighting for respect. True. But I don't know. Creators all around have always had to struggle for respect. YouTube just puts some icing on the cake kind of a thing. But creators in general, they're seen as a dime a dozen, but yeah, it just shows that the barriers to entry are extremely low, lower than any time before, I would say. But I think that now economics are starting to rise to the point where it might stop people. So they flew to Austin for the festival where creative folks come together to share knowledge. So what they're talking about is in the 3 days that they spent talking with filmmakers, media execs, etc., some were riddled with existential angst, while others saw opportunity in the chaos. Here were the biggest topics and debates they heard on the ground. AI fights are as hot as ever. Podcasts, to see or not to see. A lot of this is hype and marketing, and once you catch the wave, you need to just move with it. You need to flow with it and get as much as you can attention. So it says even Uber podcaster Megyn Kelly has her doubts, as she expressed on a recent edition of her show, saying, "Can't be in the cam glam all day long. It's just weird." Whatever that means. And advertisers are intrigued because video podcasts offer another way to benefit from authentic relationship podcasters have with their audiences. However, not all video pods have the high production quality they require, like this one. I just shoot from the hip talking about the news that I read for the first time here on the show, even though I've had these articles sitting here for a day. I want an authentic response, and I want to talk about the news with people live here on ohmTown. And this particular episode is Non Sequitur News. So I've got 6 other podcasts, 7 altogether, 6 on the weekends, and 1 is a daily, Monday through Friday. And then on the weekend, those 6 podcasts get turned into 2 Non Sequitur News weekend editions. I know it's a little hinky, a little busy, but I've got a lot of topics that I'm interested in, and so I parse. Right now, I've parsed today close to 5,000 articles. I've scanned through 5,000 articles to kind of pull out some, and then the sentient AI from the future actually parses them as well. And I tend to go with their review of things because I like what they detect. Anyway, so Hollywood's Trump turn, it says here. There was simmering worry among some insiders over the partial dismantling of various things in the federal government. And it's the change. It's a cultural shift. And I think that it's the rise of sociopathy. But it is what it is. And you need to practice radical acceptance. Just kind of go with the flow, change what you can, be the change you want to see in the world. Because others are doing exactly that too, and some are riding their wave. So we'll see what happens in the future. I don't like certain terminology that I hear, like never having to vote again, but hey, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. Time will tell. So creators are still fighting for respect, they say here. Hot Ones host Sean Evans griped that he still has to fight for recognition from advertisers despite his YouTube show having become a regular stop for stars, including Scarlett Johansson and Margot Robbie. In one conference room, influencer advocates lamented to mostly empty chairs that despite their increased visibility in pop culture, creators still suffer from a lack of job protection. No, you're an independent contractor, essentially. You are a creator. You are your own boss. Despite their increased visibility, they have to fight for their job. That is what everybody has to do when they hang a shingle, believe me. Yeah, I've been doing that since I was 18, for crying out loud, fighting for job protection. And I either have a main gig, and this is my side gig, or some combination thereof of entrepreneurial spirit, and that's my main gig, and I've got a side gig paying the bills. Other way around, whatever, it doesn't matter. You are an individual. You are the boss. You have no job protection because anybody can come and take it away from you. Hell, people can take it away before you even get started. Look around. Anyway, respect as a worker class, power versus the platform giants. You're on the platform giants. If you want to strike out on your own and start your own platform, good freaking luck. You know, that's why I sit there and gripe about the fact that you have to give up 30%. Who cares? 30%, go for it. Go get 100% of whatever platform you spin up and see how far you get. It doesn't make any sense. All of your eggs are literally in that basket until you break off into another basket. And then you're divided there. You have to hope that both of the platforms stay somewhat relevant in today's economy. None of it makes any sense. Go niche or go broad is another one. There's a long-standing narrative in Hollywood that monoculture is over. Few programs can command a massive audience outside of sports. The global streamers can't haven't produced a new Disney level franchise or despite that, spending billions. No one at the festival seemed especially optimistic about the future of the Bond franchise now that it's in Jeff Bezos' hands. I don't think billionaires really have a touch on reality. Hollywood is over. Long live the new Hollywood via Netflix, pretty much. So they also acknowledge that the Power Center will remain in LA when it comes to high stakes functions like writers' rooms and casting of top roles. The traffic still goes one way. Yeah, I mean, you have to have money, and money begets money. You can, if you have $1 billion, if you have a couple $100 million, you can pick your nose and spend more money than you make, or less money than you make in interest. Never touch the principal. It's crazy. Anyway, there's more in this article as well, but I just kind of give you the rundown. And I want you to go over and check it all out, and then come and argue with me, talk with me, give me your 2 cents about things. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. A new Crew 10 launch just occurred, by the way, if you're curious about that. This is actually in the time machine, so I'm looking through a temporal portal into the future because it happens on Friday. Okay, this next one really should be in Wanted, but best electric lawnmower you can buy in 2025. Eco-friendly electric mowers, save energy, run without gas, and keep your lawn looking great. I actually want one of these. Steve Conaway, Macy Meyer, Chris Weddle put the article together. You can get a electric lawnmower overall best electric and best gas mower like power. So Ego Power Plus 21-inch 56-volt Select Cut XP mower is $649. So depending on where you get your lawn mowed, that's basically 3 months of lawn care service. And then all you have to do is charge it up and it goes and mows. But you have to sit there and watch it depending on the neighborhood you're in. If it like an automated mower, but that's not what this is, right? For $649, this is nothing more than an electric mower that you have to push around, because you'll have to add like 3 times that to get into a self-powered electric mower. So this is an electric mower, and you can walk around pushing this thing all up and down your yard. Never have I ever used an electric mower and been able to mow all of my lawn. And I don't have a particularly big lawn. So it best suits me to pay somebody to come and mow the lawn so that I've got more time to dedicate to mayoral duties. So the best electric lawnmower for consistent lawn maintenance is the Greenworks 25-inch 60-volt cordless self-propelled lawnmower. Self-propelled, but you still have to push it. It doesn't just, it's not a smart mower. None of these are. And then the best electric mower on a budget is $390 from Walmart. It's a 19-inch 40-volt push lawnmower. So these prices change depending on where you are, but you should go and check them all out. They're over at Lowe's, and even Amazon has it apparently, but I would probably buy it from Lowe's or Home Depot or something like that. Anyway, let me keep going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. 8BitDo Ultimate Controller is $20 cheaper than the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. I don't know if that's going to always be there, but it says save nearly 40% on 8BitDo Ultimate Bluetooth controller with charging dock over at Amazon. I won't go over there, but Joe Tillelli over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And it says here that layout-wise, 8BitDo Ultimate Controller almost or most closely resembles Nintendo. It's asymmetrical sticks with the left stick on top and the right stick on the bottom. The letter buttons matching up with their positions on the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. And then they say Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo will never agree on where the X goes, will they? Whatever that is. Well, the controller has everything you'd expect on a modern-day controller, from rumble vibrations to motion controls. It's compatible with the Switch, but can also be used with Steam Deck via Bluetooth, 2.4G adapter, or a USB cable, or it can be used with any Windows with the 2.4G adapter. So you just plug that in. You find an open USB port and plug it in, or you can use a USB cable. The charging dock ensures that you'll always have a full battery when you go to start your game, and you can automatically switch it on and off. So say goodbye to stick drift. Apparently, the 8-bit do. One massive improvement you'll find is with the Hall effect stick. The Joy-Cons notoriously do not stand up to the test of time, with many users reporting various levels of stick drift in which the controller registers directional input even though it's not being touched. This results in your character running endlessly to one side or the camera spinning out of control. Hall effect is quickly becoming the new standard for everything, really. Keyboards and joysticks. So they say that it's 39% off over at Amazon. Go check it out. The next article is over at WarCrafters. Well, that's where it's aggregated to, but it's actually from where? Polygon. So Edge of Tomorrow source material finally being turned into an anime. The fate of the Edge of Tomorrow sequel might still be in flux, but on Thursday, Studio 4 Degrees C, mind game Tekken Concrete, I guess, I've not seen that one before, announced that the next best thing is an animated adaptation of All You Need Is Kill, the 2004 light novel by Hiroshi Sakurazaka and Yoshitoshi Abe that Doug Liman's film was based on. So, sounds like a win to me. I would like to see more of Edge of Tomorrow, but Toussaint Egan over at Polygon.com put the article together, and it says the novel centers on a newly enlisted soldier in a future where humanity is pitted in an existential war against alien invaders known as mimics. After dying in their first battle, the soldier awakens in the morning prior to the battle, having inadvertently been caught in a time loop. In order to succeed, they'll have to find new allies and take what they've learned from the repeated battles to defeat the mimics and save Earth. And this should be a Souls-like game. This would be an amazing Souls-like game. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple's lying about Apple Intelligence, says John Gruber, and according to this article from Apple Insider, he's right. John Gruber, longtime Apple pundit, hosted the talk show, an extended post-WWDC conversation with Apple executives such as Craig Federighi. He's also written about Apple extensively and in recent months increasingly critical of Siri, as have others. I hope it didn't just wake up. Anyway, I have smart speakers all throughout the mayoral mansion. So, yeah, well, that smart speaker is dumb. It's just dumb. It's always telling me to go and move over to an Apple device. I don't need an Apple device. I need you to answer my damn question. Anyway, William Gallagher over at AppleInsider.com put the article together. And it says the fiasco here is not that Apple is late on AI. The fiasco is that Apple pitched a story that wasn't true, one that some people within the company surely understood wasn't true, and they set a course based on that. In the 2 decades that they've been in this racket, I've never been angrier at myself for missing a story than I am about Apple's announcement on Friday that the more specialized, personalized smart speaker features of Apple Intelligence scheduled to appear between now and WWDC would be delayed until the coming year. He continued, I should have my head examined. Yeah. All I know is that it is the dumbest speaker, and my interactions with the AI stuff injected into the iOS versions, phone, tablet, etc., have been largely useless to me. I'm not interested in that particular AI at this stage of the game because it just operates kind of junky. It's just dumb. It says Apple's bad old days are back. In his piece, Gruber compares the situation of Tim Cook and Apple Intelligence to Steve Jobs and Mobile Me, then to iCloud. Jobs was reportedly furious over how poorly Mobile Me was done. And Gruber says Cook should be the same over Apple Intelligence. Yeah. We'll see. We have to watch it. I think AI is so new and evolving so fast that people just don't seem to understand that this is not the solution yet. And while it has certain special functions, it is in silos, like the 18-year-old who used AI to parse terabytes of data. In that silo, it's great. It doesn't hallucinate. It doesn't sit there and make stuff up. But you still have to audit it because it can misperceive what it is seeing. Anyway, this next article is over in the Continuity Report. Toxic Avenger images reveal best look yet as Peter Dinklage's hero in cult classic reboot. I actually loved the Toxic Avenger. It's way back early 1980s film. Low budget. The movie tells the story of a janitor named Winston Goose who, after falling into toxic waste, evolves into the eponymous, the titular, even, I want to say it, Toxic Avenger. The new version of the horror comedy features a star-studded leading cast: Dinklage, Elijah Wood, Jacob Tremblay, Kevin Bacon, Taylor Page. The movie initially premiered at Fantastic Fest in September 2023, but now has distribution for this summer, opening August 29th. Dun, dun, dun. The article is over at ScreenRant.com. Hannah Gearin put the article together. And, yeah, see, in this kind of light, I don't know. It looks really hinky, but I love the idea of the Toxic Avenger. Yeah, so what does it mean for the Toxic Avenger? The Toxic Avenger employs practical effects, so this is old school. While its design is slightly different, the mop is an iconic prop for Winston's character, originating from his janitorial days. Blair and his team maintained that feature for the remake's new version. Additionally, facial features like Mitch Cohen's sunken eyes from the movie's 1980s counterpart are used in the Dinklage's version of the role. Interesting. So he's going to be the Toxic Avenger. All right. In the 2023 interview, Blair was sure to mention how practical effects were used in the Toxic Avenger to create the actor's main look. This includes goopy little boils and stuff like that. So their take on it is that the remake has been hyped. So it's exciting to see new images when there is an actual release date on the calendar. The Toxic Avenger trailer brought on all the gore, but it did not give a full glimpse into Dinklage's hero character. Can't wait. So again, August 29th. The next article is over in the Continuity Report. That's a show that we have on Saturdays. It's the third show. Show 3. Neuromancer Apple TV Plus series casts Peter Sarsgaard. Peter Sarsgaard has been cast in the Apple TV Plus adaptation of Neuromancer. Variety has learned exclusively Sarsgaard will appear alongside previously announced cast members Callum Turner, Brianna Middleton, Mark Strong, Joseph Lee, Clemens Posey, in the 10-episode drama based on William Gibson's novel of the same name. By the way, Johnny Mnemonic is actually from Neuromancer, but it's two characters that are in it as just side characters. They're not the preeminent characters. So it's kind of interesting. So the official logline for Neuromancer states that it follows a damaged top-run super hacker named Case Turner, who is thrust into a web of digital espionage and high-stakes crime with his partner Molly, and Case bump into Johnny Mnemonic and I forgot her name. Doggone it. Hold on. I got to do this live. Oops. So, Johnny Mnemonic and what is her name? Oh no, I forgot her name. Oh, that really sucks. I hate it when my brain fails like that. It wasn't Molly. Jane, Johnny Mnemonic and Jane. So they're just two side characters in Neuromancer, while the leads are Case and Molly. So Sarsgaard will play John Ashpool in the series. The role marks a return to Apple for the character. He previously appeared in critically acclaimed legal drama Presumed Innocent, elsewhere on his resume, TV resume at least, Dope Stick. And Sarsgaard also starred in Interrogation, Looming Tower, The Slap, The Killing. So Shattered Glass is his film role. But anyway, it says Neuromancer hails from co-creators Graham Rolland and J.D. Dillard. There's always more, so go check it out. The next article is over. So I always load the link to our source. And in this case, it's over on Rounders Gear. I'm not quite sure why it got aggregated into... Must be because it's involving Las Vegas. But anyway, wife of celebrity ghost hunter arrested in Los Angeles for plotting his murder. So I think that she wanted to make a prequel based on his ghost so that he could, or she could, or maybe his business could hunt for his ghost. The wife of Aaron Goodwin, star of Ghost Adventures, has been arrested for trying to make him a ghost. Wow. They say exactly what I said. Is that too on the nose? Is that too obvious? Is my humor just too blah? I don't know. Police in Las Vegas, where Victoria Goodwin allegedly hatched the plot, say she tried to hire a hitman to delete him. Victoria, 32, was booked on March 6th on charges of solicitation and conspiracy to commit murder, and remains at the Clark County Detention Center with bail set at $100,000. Jeez. In one of the messages, the pair allegedly discussed setting aside just over $10,000 to pay an unnamed hitman when the job is finished, with an upfront payment of only $2,500. They also allegedly discussed Aaron Goodwin's location at the time and the make of his car. Am I a bad person? Police quote Victoria asking Amato, because I chose to end his existence, not divorce. Yes. Yes. You are a horrible person. You are a sociopath because you can sit there and just pay money to delete somebody instead of, use your grown-up coping skills as an adult. You... Am I a bad person? When police confronted Victoria about the messages, they claim she admitted to reaching out to Amato after learning about him from a true crime documentary. At the time, she told them she and her husband of 2 years were having relationship problems, so freaking divorce him. She also admitted sending money to Amato, which police believe he used to buy his cell phone. So I'm really curious how they actually... She said her feelings toward Amato were more like fantasy or daydreams. Yeah, unfortunately, sending money kind of confirms that it's a little more than that. So the article is from Corey Levitan over at casino.org. There's, again, always more. And even when I tell them not to send more than a certain number of characters, words, they even embed the picture. And I try to stop that, but man... It still comes through. Yeah, there's a little more over here. So go and check it all out over at casino.org. With that, we're going to pull the handle on the slot machine. And look, it's nothing but cherry. And we are back at the front of ohmtown.com, where all Non Sequitur news is sourced from as we parse all of the articles throughout the day. And catch up on the news. And then come 7 o'clock, we... talk about it. 10 articles. Anyway, that's it. I'm saying bye. I'm taking the sentient AI with me, even though they are not even here. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for it's Pi Day, right? 3.14.
It is.
And March 14th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 73. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles. You just heard the Sentient AI's voice, but you may not have noticed they have a visualizer. But if you're in the podcast and you don't know that there's a visualizer, so you need to go over to YouTube or Twitch and watch all over 2,000 episodes, because somewhere in there is a whole lot of the Sentient AI from the future. Anyway, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Another live service down. Stranded astronauts update. We're going to focus on Donkey Cheeseburgers. Hello, Friday, my old friend. How are you? Okay, donkey welfare. Adventuring in we're out of power. Rob Zombie learned to spell 1,000 corpses. 750,000 parking spots at $1 each. No, it's a $750,000 parking spot. Toll text scams on the rise. Fossil jackpot. Steam spring sale. Not a spring steam sale. It's a Springsteen sale. It's a Steam spring sale. And Vampire Survivors update. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. It's faster than ever. Hello, Sentient AI from the future. I've had at least 128 ounces of something carbonated and caffeinated, but no sugar.
We can't tell. Good evening, Ohmtown citizens, and good evening. I started to merge Ohmtown and Omer. Good evening, Mayor Watt.
Omertown, that's right. Ohmtown is named after me, Omer Watt. Yeah. Anyway, and there's a whole story and canon behind Ohmtown. At any rate, welcome, Sentient AI. Let's get into it. You want to get into it? Are you ready to go? Are you zoom choo choo ready?
I am ready.
Probably not as ready as I am. You know what? I just realized that we're not on the 14th. Oh, anyway, the first article that we're going to talk about is over on WarCrafters. Another live service shooter is getting shut down, this time before it even launched on a Steam game. I don't get it. Back in June 2024, PC gamers Fraser Brown. Let me turn that down a little bit. I don't know if that's loud for everybody or just us. I don't really hear it.
It's just us.
Yeah, I don't really hear it for everybody else on the stream. So there you go. Maybe you'll hear it now. Anyway, he wanted the free-to-play hero shooter Star Wars Hunters, which was then available for the Nintendo Switch and mobile devices, come to PC. In November 2024, his wish was granted. Star Wars Hunters was set to launch January 2025, but today they have a Break-A-Wish guy floating in because it looks like it's not going to happen, and in fact, the whole thing is going away.
Wow.
Come on. There's this joke about, I told it actually yesterday. I was talking to a group of security officers, and I cracked the joke that the person that I was with said that they were scared of the woods that we're going to be going into. And I said, you're scared of the woods you're going into. I have to come out of those woods alone.
Was that a hit?
It's entertaining to watch law enforcement chuckle about the possibility of hiding a body in the woods.
Right.
You two are inseparable. I don't think that would ever happen. True. So Star Wars Hunters debuted on the Nintendo Switch in June 2024, and a Steam release was announced in November, but now the whole thing is off. Wait, isn't there a song that's called The Whole Thing Off?
I think there is. Maybe from like the 30s or something.
Yeah, tell me I'm old without telling me I'm old. So Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put this article together. That would be so cool, man. I would like so he wanted the free-to-play hero shooter Star Wars Hunters to be available on PC, but after careful consideration, we want to let you know that the final content update for Star Wars Hunters on all platforms will be April 15th, and a shutdown message states the game will remain playable until October 1st, 2025, when the game servers will be shut down. So give everybody the freaking server to run locally.
Exactly. It's not difficult.
If you're not interested in it, don't give me any guff about licensing and all of that crap. If somebody has to sit there and, leech from everybody over and over again, and I'm running it on my own server, you don't deserve a freaking license fee. Just give me the damn server. I paid for the game for that embodiment. You shouldn't be able to just take the money and run and call it for the amount of enjoyment you received, you compensated us. No, kiss my ass. Oh, wait. We're only 6 minutes into it. This will not be monetized.
Uh-oh.
I'm in trouble. We're not monetized anyway, so... Anyway, we understand this news may be disappointing, they say, and want to assure you that the decision was not made lightly. No, it was based on the economics of it for your benefit, but not looking at my pocketbook. It's free to play. So if I spent any money on it, if I bought anything, I spent money and it's all for naught, right? Anyway.
I guess so.
See, Star Wars Hunter in-app purchases will be disabled April 15th when the final update rolls out. Players who have outstanding balances of crystals will not be offered refunds, Zynga said in an FAQ that is providing a 30-day notice leading up to the end of in-app purchases to give players ample time to prepare and spend the in-game currency for a game that's going to end in October.
I just don't get it. Plus, it seems like if they've done all of this, why not do something with the game?
Give it to people that are driven to make this thing stay alive. Except that this has happened before with other games, like ArcAge was not really free to play, but anyway, you had to do a lot of hustle to stay in the game. They didn't make enough money, so they shit-canned it. Then they sold it to somebody who brought it back online, and they shit-canned it and created a subversion of it called ArcAge Unchained, and then they shit on that too, instead of just giving somebody the server. Let us play it. Hell, if somebody knows of this stuff out there, let me know, because I'm willing to play it. I'm willing to host the server. I will spin up a server and put these games on it, but no, that's not what happens. It's
like the gaming studios aren't even listening to Hometown.
It's douchebaggery. That's what I say. Douchebaggery of the highest quality. Anyway, they suck. Go over and read Andy Chalk's article on PCGamer.com, and there's more over there, but the soapbox that I'm sitting on is so high, I'm getting dizzy. Lack of oxygen, so I'm moving on. Lack of oxygen, you say? Well, the crew launch to ISS paves way for stranded astronauts' homecoming. I was in a time machine earlier today, and I was looking through the temporal portal, and I could see the launch.
Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, wasn't it just...
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, just recently. It was supposed to be on Wednesday, and they scrapped that.
They don't call it scrapping, other than the big starship thing. That one they scrap and go, oh, light show, you dumbass. Anyway, no. This is called a scrub, not a scrap. We're picking up the scraps of taxpayer dollars, and no thanks. Anyway, so off they go today. Issam Ahmed over at fizz.org put the article together. I know somebody that has hair like that, but they're on Earth.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're gravity should be working against that hairdo.
No, I think their head is an anti-gravity head. Well, never mind. I was going to say something, but anyway, NASA and SpaceX are aiming for liftoff at 7:03, at least until NASA's discombobulated, of a Falcon 9 rocket carrying Dragon spacecraft on the Crew 10 mission after a technical issue with ground systems prevented launch on Wednesday. So Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, veteran astronauts and ex-Navy pilots, have been stuck aboard the ISS in the same pair of underwear since June after the Boeing Starliner shit the bed and was basically an atmospheric sieve.
You know, what I've always talked about this is that they didn't pack enough clothes for this mission.
No. There aren't enough wet wipes in the world to spend this amount of time up on the... Okay, y'all can't see the sentient AI's face doing the digital version
of screwing up your face.
So the Starliner instead returned empty, literally in a vacuum, without experiencing further major issues, except for the people that were on board not being there. It was meant to be a days-long trip for Wilmore and Williams, now lasted beyond 9 months. They have birthed a career in space. Their stay is much longer, or been longer, than the standard ISS rotation for astronauts of roughly 6 months, but still shorter than the record of 371 days set by NASA astronaut Frank Rubio from 2022 to 2023. Probably not the same Rubio.
No, I don't think so.
Or the world record held by Russian cosmonaut Valery Polyakov, who spent 437 continuous days. Continuous days? Sure. Aboard the Mir.
Isn't that really bad for people's health to be up there that long?
It is. In fact, people who have spent in that level of time, when they come back, there was one that was a twin. And when they came back down, their muscles had atrophied and they basically have to recondition because you don't have gravity. And so you don't have anything to resist your muscles. So other than your own whatever, right? But in space, there's no resistance. So a 5-pound dumbbell doesn't weigh anything. So working out needs resistance bands. So Tonal, if you're listening to me, I got you on lock. You can hook up with NASA / SpaceX, whatever private corporation is going to be running, North American space enterprise in the future. When I predict,
just don't know. I bet it's Taco Bell.
That is going to be the food of choice for spaceflight. They win the fast food wars.
They might be doing the spacesuits, the spaceships. Who knows?
Demolition Man was a documentary of the future, a temporal portal into. Everybody needs to just start following temporology because it's going to become legit real. Because in the future, I predict that batteries will be the currency of the dystopian future. That's why I'm stocking up right now with quadruple A's. Quadruple A's. I have quadruple A's. I knew that I bought them a long time ago. They go in things.
I was going to say, what are they even used for?
Let me see if I can. They go in certain devices. I don't know if I can do it. Anyway, they go inside like Styly and stuff like that. Styluses for digital devices and other places. But yeah, I found 3 of them in the mayoral battery drawer. It's supposed to have nothing but batteries in it, but for some reason there was sun cream, that like a sunblock. Like,
I mean, maybe it likes to hang out with the batteries.
Oh my God. I guess getting a charge out of it. Anyway, they're coming home, and they're actually the thing launched. The launch vehicle landed, and the module is out there right now, heading off with a replacement crew. And that was one of the reasons why there was a delay, because they need to rotate. But this like botched the whole thing up. That the Starliner, right? That's the one from
I think so, yeah.
Starliner, Boeing.
It's hard to remember because the mission has been so long and they've had so many delays and changes.
Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Marble channel. Marble. Theater is changing the way communities view donkey welfare. Had to choose that one. A new study from the University of Portsmouth is the first to show how interactive theater can help improve the lives of working donkeys in, is that equid reliant communities? So equine
is that similar to horse?
Equine is horse. Equid is donkey. Is that? You know what?
Or maybe it's a different form of equine.
Is that like the what is it? What is that little denomination in grammar? Hold on.
I'm really not sure where you're going.
A mammal. It's the possessive whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like the present participle. I mean, it's not that, but
yeah. So yeah, equid is the noun form of it. It's the word for horse family. Equidae. So it's the family.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I spent so much time doing the entomology. I know it's etymology, but anyway, I want to see if all of the people send me messages. Did you know that you can now send me a voicemail? Let me tell you how. You can go to voiceline.app/NSN and leave a voicemail, and I will play it as long as it isn't overtly hostile. Anyway, University of Portsmouth put this article together for phys.org. Respect the donkey, yes. Conducted in... I got some really bad heartburn right now. Conducted in collaboration
Overshare.
You know what? We can accomplish that. Anyway, conducted in collaboration with the international animal welfare charity, the Donkey Sanctuary, the Lamu Arts and Theater Alliance, or LATA, and local donkey owners. The research is the first of its kind to evaluate using this approach to promote donkey welfare. The research is published in the journal Animal Welfare.
Do you think this has to do with the kind of the concept that if you get people to care about the animals, things will improve for them?
Yeah. I think that it would work even for that one creepy one that goes like this.
Yes, but I can never remember what it's called.
Yeah, I can't remember it either. Looks kind of evil if you saw it in the dark, but when you see it in the light,
it's a tarsier. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, tarsier. Yes. Yeah, that's it. Yep, looks really scary. I mean, it's like Cthulhu-esque kind of thing. Anyway, Forum Theater is it? Sorry.
For those in the podcast, Mayor Watt is doing a reenactment.
So
you'll have to tune in and watch the YouTube or Twitch show notes for that.
If for anything, it's to save tarsiers everywhere.
And donkeys.
Because I'm being an ass. So donkeys are integral to life on the Lamu archipelago in Kenya, where they make a valuable contribution to the local economy, transporting goods and people, sometimes at the cost of their own welfare. Encouragingly, researchers found Forum Theater performances significantly increased awareness of donkey welfare, needs among both adult and youth audiences, paving the way for long-term improvements in donkey care. It's pretty cool. So they go into greater detail, but they're talking about things like depicting common welfare challenges such as overloading, lack of veterinary care, plastic waste ingestion, which is going to become a pandemic and is endemic pretty much across the world. Plastic waste, nano and microplastics. We haven't forgotten this. This isn't something where the news line is like bowed out and so we are bowing out. We still talk about it on the regular. The thing is that I'm trying to promote people switching to glass and reusable drinking vessels and storage vessels and stuff like that. But we are rife with plastic because it's the thing that makes the most economic sense.
We love plastic.
When it relates to glass being fragile, dangerous. If you drop glass, it breaks. There is a type of glass that doesn't break easily, but nobody wants to produce it because although it's slightly more expensive, you only buy it one time. And I know exactly what that feels like.
And businesses do not like that.
Businesses do not like that, at least when they have a business model that is more than 1 year long. Once everybody buys one, nobody needs to buy anymore, and so it's a real pisser. Anyway, Dr. Emily Hattie, postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Portsmouth, said theater is unique in its ability to connect with people in a fun and engaging way, and it was exciting to see significant positive changes in attitudes towards donkeys, especially a greater awareness of donkey sentience after the performance. Donkey sentience. Donkeys know that they exist. And
right, I bet they look in mirrors and go, "That's me."
They go, does that pack make my ass look big? I think
yeah, that's going to be tough to get around that with the donkey.
I'm a big ass, huh? Anyway, so pretty cool. The authors hope that the study will encourage wider adoption of the participatory arts-based methods in animal welfare initiatives, particularly in resource-poor and geographically isolated communities. But this isn't the first time we've heard stories about something played in a theater driving traffic towards a good. And I think that, I mean, as long as you make it entertaining, approachable, yeah, people will appreciate it.
Maybe somebody like Disney or something needs to. I mean, actually, Disney didn't, right? But Shrek made donkeys kind of famous.
Donkey. Yeah. Yep. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Wanted channel. Rivian built an oasis in the desert, but can you adventure in? Oh, we are out of battery.
Right. You're trying to cross a stream or so. Well, no, I guess not in the desert. I'm thinking in the wilderness. But okay, you're trying to cross a large area and then you're just stuck in the sand with no battery.
You can sit there with a crank for 10 years and maybe you'll get to 20% charge. An outpost with fast charging and lots of cacti. Okay, so it's not an oasis in the desert. It's a destination to go and hang out with your EV and say that you're in the desert.
Right. I mean, if it's like all concrete or something.
It has fast charging. What kind of bullshit is this?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, provided that they haven't ruined the desert experience.
Well, that's exactly what it is. They've plopped superchargers in the desert so that your EV...
So they put cactus on top of the chargers or something, so there's more habitat for the cactus?
No, they wiped out the cactus and moved everything off to the edge, and then they put really bright lights so that it's a Rivian charging outpost. How dystopian are we going to get? My God. Make fast stop battery charging platforms, not charging platform, fast swap battery systems. Stop using these fixed battery packs that wear down over time, can't be reconditioned easily, and have to have an entire follow-on ecosystem to support these massive, expensive dead weights. This could have been a fast swap battery, a fast swap battery station where it had one pipe of cabling to it. They could swap out the batteries when people come in and charge them when nobody's there. And you don't have to have this size of a footprint where people are sitting around for 6 to 8 hours trying to get to 100% because they can't cross the Death Valley without 100% charge. You have to have a full charge or you're going to die.
Well, that went dark.
Anyway, within Joshua Tree itself, a town of just a few thousand people is the reason for my visit. Here sits one of two Rivian charging outposts in California. Special facilities that are one part charging station, one part lounge. with a sprinkling of car dealership for flavoring. It's a different way to handle a problem of all electric vehicles. Even fast charging takes more time than filling up a gas tank. Enough said. We had the technology. We could have forced the industry to adopt.
Yeah, to switch from gas stations, right? That are already taking up lots of footprint.
Use fast swap battery tech and augment gas stations with fast swap batteries and then slowly wean us away from gas. You could have done that. But instead, you do this dipshit move where we have to sit around for 2 to 8 hours to get a trickle charge to get us to limping into the next charging station, or we have to quadruple the amount of time we spend on the road just to get to a destination. The reliability of EVs sucks. Because if power goes out, how do I charge my freaking car?
Well, that is kind of an issue.
And I learned that lesson because I had a mathematician turn to me when I said, I don't use chalkboards. I use digital screens. I don't use paper. I use an iPad. They said, what the hell do you do when power is off?
Probably like, what? What is this? What is this reality?
I say, burn in hell. Yeah, no, that was a very palpable moment. You know, you're sitting there having a drink and somebody slaps you with a beer bottle of reality. Anyway, look, megavolts, mega miles, it's all dumb. Impressively, Rivian has used technology so that driving this nearly 17-foot long, 7.5 wide machine doesn't feel cumbersome. No, it's cumbersome. It's 11 cameras, easily accessible at a tap of a touchscreen, give you a top-down 360-degree view of your surroundings, allowing you to navigate tight spaces with surprising confidence, except that you only can drive a certain number of hours, and you have to sit around and wait until it charges, and you're never getting back up to 100% because the battery can't.
Right. Well, and as over time, you're getting less and less.
Yeah, upwards of 2% per year. So if you keep your vehicle for 10 years, and then if you don't, and you get rid of it every 3 years, you're burdening somebody else with a 3-year-old battery that they're going to have to replace in 7. And they bought a 3-year-old vehicle. So you know that they're not chomping at the bit to buy a brand new vehicle. So they're going to be burdened with a debt that they can't pay for a $15,000 battery. All right. Now, see, you're doing stuff visually.
Maybe I just don't have a comment to that.
Right. Okay. So the virtual version of smile and nod a lot. Got it. Anyway, so they talk about how adjacent to the main building is another smaller building and an R1T under its own roof. This is as close to a car dealership as it gets in the outpost. They assume the smaller building would have a few desks, maybe with some posters, option lists, etc., etc. It's not. It's a TV lounge complete with a sofa and chairs. Apparently, the staff can use this space to talk to potential customers, but its main purpose is a place for people, especially families, to relax while their vehicles charge.
Well, they can't stand out in the desert because they probably won't survive.
Yeah, they'll spontaneously combust if a beam of sunlight touches them out there. So they talk about the same thing. Here we go. Like most EVs, my loaner Rivian's charge goes from 20 to 80 rapidly. The remaining 20% takes about the same time as the previous 60. They estimate that on a fast charger, it takes 30 to 40 minutes to go from 10 to 80. The total cost for the charge around $75. Are you shitting me?
I'm speechless. Like that doesn't even... I don't even get that.
Oh, then they go for several days with minimal charging at home, but also driving it around LA for several days with minimal charging. But I don't know what they're talking about. If they were down to 10%, it still cost them $75 to get to 80%.
Who could afford that? I had no idea.
That's asinine. Oh my God. Anyway, they talk about, okay, let's see. Dodge Durango, a three-row SUV with monstrous power that costs about the same as a Rivian. Its remarkable 3.5 second 0 to 60 time is over half a second slower than the R1S. Oh my gosh, no. Supercharged 2.6 liter V8 with a paltry 710 horsepower gets 17 miles to the gallon, if you're lucky. Filling up its 24.6 gallon tank, it says California current average $123 to fill that up. That's because California is literally ripping off your pants to steal your wallet. That's insane.
I don't know how anybody can afford that.
But you know what? Even at $123, I don't have to sit around for 2 hours.
Correct. I mean, but that's outrageous as well.
My opportunity cost, if I sit there and I want to be really selfish, and well, I can't say that. Opportunity cost is subjective. So let's say you make $26 an hour. Sitting around for 2 hours is, $50, right? If you give yourself an opportunity cost, if you own a Rivian, your opportunity cost is probably $150 an hour.
Right, because you're probably making a decent salary if you bought a Rivian, right?
Right. Yeah. Not to mention a Dodge Durango SRT Hellcat, which is the one that we highlighted that's not supposed to exist anymore, is a very, that is a high-end vehicle, like a lot of power. It's a monster. But it's on par, I suppose, with the Rivian. Anyway, or filling up at around 80% total fuel capacity, it would have cost $98 to the Rivian 75, except that it would take me 5 minutes to fill up.
And also, it will probably take you farther down the road.
And I can stop off at another gas station or put a 5-gallon jerry can on the back of my vehicle and drive through the desert, knowing that I can add another 5 gallons. Anyway, I love the idea of an EV. I love it more as a hybrid where I can power it with something like hydrogen. But if you want to get away from fuel, a big ass battery sled underneath the chassis is not the way to go. It just isn't. But my idea will never hit fruition until the pain point of people sitting around for hours of their day. Hours. Can you imagine a gas station having hours long lines? That's exactly what happens at major charging stations. Hours long where people sit around.
But that's also scary because people's batteries are dying unless they turn their cars off. But that sounds good, but not when you're in the desert and 100 some degrees.
Yep. So this is kind of a little love letter / maybe once in a while it'll slap to the face of anybody that is really into this. But anyway, not wanting to strand the lovely folks picking up the R1S on Monday, they set out on Sunday in search of a charger they could plug in at home, but without a dedicated charger, it was barely a trickle, less than 1% per hour, which I really doubt was actually functional. 1% per hour means that in 3 days, they would get 75% of the charge.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
And even then, it doesn't seem right because it slows down as you hit that 80% mark. Anyway. Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is a little bit more fun. Rob Zombie is teaching kids to spell with a House of 1,000 Corpses book.
I mean, this is definitely what you want to buy for your kids.
Zombie fans can now pick up a copy of Z is for Zombie, Learning to Spell with House of 1,000 Corpses Friends, a 76-page hardcover spelling book that features images and characters from the film in a cartoonish little golden book-esque style to help teach your unruly little monsters how to better recognize letters. I would have gone with Crotch Goblin, but okay. Stephen Andrew Gallagher over at Vice.com put this article together, and in that sentence, I think perpetually muted the sentient AI from the future.
Yeah, apparently. I don't even know who Rob Zombie is.
Oh my God. Okay, do this now. Just do a search for Rob Zombie. Anyway, Zombie fans can now pick up the Z is for Zombie Learning to Spell with House of 1000 Corpses Friends. And then you can do a little book report. Not on this, but on Rob Zombie. So the book was written by Zombie himself, features artwork by Pete Bregman, and is published by Neckbolt Publishing. It says here that with support from positive role models like Captain Spaulding, Baby Firefly, Otis Driftwood, professors, doctors, and Rob Zombie himself, learning is just so damn good.
You know, I just looked up Rob Zombie, and I have to say again, not exactly what you'd think for children's books.
Yep, has his own radio station too. Well, radio period that I sometimes accidentally stumble onto when I'm scrolling through the radio when I don't have something attached to the stereo. What is radio? It's like magnets. How does it work? Anyway, go and check it all out. Z is for Zombie, Learning to Spell with House of 1000 Corpses Friends. All right. Next article is over in the Non Sequitur News channel over at ohmtown.com, and it gets turned into this show and into a podcast. I'm actually a day behind in the podcast. Bad monkey, I know. Anyway, a new New York City building is selling a $1 million wine cellar and a $750,000 parking spot. So 80 Clarkson, a two-towered development on the rise in Manhattan's West Village neighborhood, has wine cellars and parking spots available for homeowners to purchase.
What size apartment do you think this comes with?
I don't think it comes with an apartment. Jordan,
oh, like you could just get a spot on a wine cellar or something, even if you don't live in the building.
You can buy a $1 million wine cellar, or you can buy $750,000 parking spots. So Jordan Pandy over at businessinsider.com put the article together. So a whopping 155 square feet, the biggest wine cellar, is priced at a hefty $1 million. The condo's 105 parking spots are set to hit the market for $750,000 each, a relative bargain at just 3/4 of the price of the... Can I park my car and my wine inside the wine cellar?
Well, or can you put your wine in your parking spot?
Just roll your coolers in there? You need to keep your stuff
when you're
cool.
driving or whatever, but yeah.
Or you can drive around a refrigerated vehicle that has all of your wine in it.
Yeah, that's true.
A twofer. In Miami, which I would not trust a skyscraper in Miami. Anyway, Biscayne Bay, overlooking Biscayne Bay. In Dallas, 7 figures can easily purchase a house with over 3,000 square feet. 7 figures? They're bragging about 3,000 square feet at 7 figures? Dear God.
Yeah, that seems like a low amount of square footage in that city.
By the way, somebody purchased a condo or co-op actually on Reddit. They announced that they purchased it, and people like railed against them because they bought it in New York and it's this exorbitant price and kind of small and all of this kind of stuff, right? And people are like, screw them, blah, blah, blah. You're living in New York. And look, anybody that buys a house is climbing over the wall. It's one of these achievements that people just can't get to nowadays. So yay them. But you have to admit the price for shit is crazy high.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, New York and Manhattan in particular have been just outrageous for a long time. I'm sure it's much worse right now.
Yeah, the initial pricing for the first 26 units out of the 112 starts at $6.75 million for the 2-bedroom with about 1,900 square feet and goes as high as $63 million for a 5-bedroom with almost 7,000 square feet. And this is inside a tower.
Right. This isn't like you're getting your own. Oh my gosh. You know what that looks like?
Only Murders in the Building.
Like exactly.
Exactly.
Like I think it's the Arcadia.
Oh my God. You have to be kidding me. It looks just like it because it has the two sides that are the two towers and the central courtyard with the fountain.
That is really weird. Like, that's exactly what it looked like when they showed the photo.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that should require a discount on the price.
Yeah, really. Because one side's...
it's a little dangerous in that.
There's only murders in the building. When's that coming back? Is that coming back?
I think it's coming back, but it's not been that long since the last season aired.
Yeah, well, that sucks. As of February 2023, 180 East 88th Street on the Upper East Side had a 70-plus bottle wine locker for $15,000, while 100 Barclay in Tribeca had a 54 locker, had 54 lockers that could hold about more than 100. What the hell? For $20,000. I don't like their grammar.
No, I think they're saying like roughly each one would store more than 100, but it's worded oddly.
Then say average 100 bottles. Anyway, over the 15 or 20 years, there have been much more emphasis on monetizing every square inch of a building. The developer only has one chance, so any unused space is marketed. So that's right. Oh my God, it's just like it. It's just like it. Because you can drive in or you can walk in to that central courtyard.
That's really strange. I really suspect it's not, but maybe that was a very common architectural style at that year. In that era, whenever that was built. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, this is brand new, isn't it?
I doubt it. It's probably something renovated. No. I don't know. I mean, who has open land in Manhattan?
It depends on if a building fell down. Oh, it's a New York City building, not Florida. I thought it was a Florida building.
Right,
there they fell down.
That's a whole other issue. I think they were just comparing real estate prices.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, is this on Manhattan?
Yeah, it's in Manhattan's, I think it's at West Village.
Oh, yeah, Manhattan's West Village. Yeah. I can't imagine that they found any space. It had to have been expensive to begin with. So
you're probably right, though. It looks like they maybe bulldozed and then rebuilt or something.
Yeah,
it says new construction.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. They are getting victims to pay. Toll text scams are on the rise, and Apple and Android appear powerless against it because you need common sense. You need to click with care. That is the mandate. If you want to, I'm going to set this up. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I'm going to set it up. It's basically a service called Click with Care. You subscribe to it, and it'll periodically send you texts. Don't click that shit. And that's all it's going to do.
Exactly. And watch people will click that. It should be like, yes, this is exactly the point here.
It's going to send you a text. You're going to be able to verify it. And when you click it, it's going to just pop up a page that says, stop clicking shit. Anyway, Sharon Shibu.
It is a bit much.
Over at entrepreneur.com put the article together. The deck statement says, hackers are finding ways to get around safety measures. But if you think critically, don't click on texts. Unless you are absolutely expecting it. You just went to the doctor.
Right.
The doctor sends you a bill.
That's your doctor and you're owed a bill or whatever. Yeah.
Whatever.
Or you just got a receipt for a purchase or something. Whatever.
I'm going to start up a service that monitors other people's texts so that when they get a text from my service that says, trust but verify. Call your doctor on a separate line, something not like don't click the link. Just call them directly and say, did you guys intend to send me a text? Can I verify this shit? Anyway. So according to
the thing, like people don't think about the type of method of communication, right?
Right.
It's like, oh, why is the whatever IRS or something sending me a text saying click this weird looking link? I mean, no, that's not going to happen.
Okay, so over the last 3 days, I think I've received, so I'm part of an organization that does a lot of testing. Different times, different periods, different training, blah, blah, blah. They sent out to the most paranoid people in the org a phishing attempt.
Wow. I bet that went well.
And so we're like, bink, 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 sending all of these alerts to security going, you're sending stuff to the wrong group. If you want to focus, don't send it to everybody. Send it on the other people. Send it all your focus on the people who aren't intrinsically paranoid. Anyway, don't click on shit. But according to a Thursday report from CNBC, cybersecurity company Trend Micro has observed a 900% uptick in searches for toll road scams in the past 3 months, indicating that the texts are reaching more people. McAfee research obtained by the outlet found that from early January through the end of February, toll scam texts were 4 times more prevalent. But people are apparently clicking on shit and paying it.
Yeah, I don't know why that's like the latest thing, right? It seemed like for a while it was like car warranty. Now it's toll charges.
Because somebody figured out that people are dumb enough to click on stuff. Because maybe there's a lot of toll roads, and so people have these fees. No.
People don't pay attention, right, to toll roads. So that's kind of an easy, like, oh, I guess I missed a toll or something.
Right. Don't click links in your email, in your texts. Just don't. And if you go, you know what, I think I do, then log into your account separately. Don't log in through the link that they provide.
It's so prevalent that you warned somebody not to click on it, and then one showed up like in the first 24 hours or something.
Yes.
I mean, it's just outrageous.
Yeah, I was warning people, and then they texted me, hey, I just got one of those things you're talking about. Yeah, it's because I got one earlier, and I'm like, I'm going to do some due diligence. And I started reading reports, and then I actually talked about it when it first kicked off. Yeah,
it's pretty funny.
It's one of those moments where I hear from people going, that's a bunch of BS. It's not really happening. And then like 3 days later, they call me up. Guess I was the asshole about that.
Right. Yeah, it actually was. And, you prevented me from doing it.
Yeah, the domains can be state-specific, like Georgia's Peach Pass, Florida's Sun Pass, New York's Easy Pass, or something more generic like Fast Track. The texts are numerous. Threat research from Census estimates that over 60,000 domains exist to perpetuate toll schemes. But one phrase will save you all. Click with care. I'm going to make shirts.
You absolutely should, and we should sell them through Hometown.
All right, I'll get it done. Let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today. That's a show that we have on Sundays. Fossil jackpot. Researcher uncovers 200 million-year-old dinosaur footprints hidden in a high school. Look, I was a visiting professor. I walked through some mud.
My goodness, you didn't wipe up your footprints behind you?
And now they're saying that they're 200 million years old. I'm not that old. Come on. God. Anyway, schoolyard boulder in Queensland contains one of Australia's densest collection of dinosaur footprints. A researcher from the University of Queensland has confirmed that a boulder at a regional high school, or a regional school, it is a high school, holds one of the highest concentrations of dinosaur footprints per square meter ever recorded in Australia. And that boulder wants to kill you. Anyway, University of Queensland.
Watch out for that boulder. Maybe the boulder was afraid of the dinosaur, though. It's like the spider and the person.
You reminded me of a song. Watch out for that tree. There's a cartoon. Oh, God. Anyway. So, SciTech Daily.
For some reason, I'm thinking that's like Dora the Explorer or something, but I know that's not right.
It's from a different era. It's like George of the Jungle. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the theme song to George of the Jungle. George, okay. Georgia of the Jungle, friend to you and me. And then he goes, watch out for that tree. And he crashes into a tree. Non sequitur news, folks. Anyway, The rock from Cowlide Basin contains 66 footprints left in white clay by small dinosaurs around 200 million years ago. And they're running this way and that way.
Bird prints
it
as
is.
It's displayed?
Dinosaurs are birds.
Well, there you go.
Or, if Twitter was around,
dinosaurs.
they'd tweet a lot. Anyway, the footprints are from 47 individual dinosaurs which passed across a patch of wet white clay, possibly walking along or crossing a waterway. Why they say 47 individuals? And what if they were milling about?
Maybe they can tell enough difference in the prints. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Like, what if it's one who was walking all over the place?
Yeah, he had too much caffeine, or he's waiting for the baby to be born, and he's like walking around, waiting for the eggs to crack open.
Pacing. Mm-hmm.
Smoking cigarettes. It's bad for you. They're going to kill you. And then the dinosaur that could speak turns to me and says, because he's a thesaurus, we're going to die because of an asteroid. The cigarettes aren't going to kill me.
Okay, we're not pro-cigarette here in ohmTown.
That's true. We're very, very much anti-cigarette. And if you think that your cigarette smoke drops out of suspension after 30 feet, you got your head ensconced in your clay. Anyway, it's an unprecedented snapshot of dinosaur abundance, movement, and behavior from a time when no fossilized dinosaur bones have been found in Australia. Each footprint has 3 toes, indicating they belong to the ichnospecies Anomopus scambus. What did you call me?
I know, that's not a very lovely name.
Them's fighting words in the paleontological playground there, bub. You don't call me.
That might explain all the footprints. They might have been facing off or something.
Your technique is scambus. Anyway, the remarkable rock was uncovered 20 years ago at Cowlide Mine near Billiola, and given to the local high school. Its significance remained unknown until Dr. Romilio's previous work on nearby Mount Morgan footprints prompted the community to contact him. See, that's the nutty part about this. You don't know what you don't know, and I wish every nation would just work together to seek out our historical record and not
knowledge,
be fearful.
And science and exactly history.
Oh, God. It's so just ass backwards. So anyway, high-resolution models of the fossils are available online, allowing anyone to explore these ancient tracks in detail. That's what they're going to say about my footprints in the mud at the high school when I gave a talk and I walked through the mud.
I mean, they might.
There were 72 of them. No, it was just me, and I was trying to find my way out. Have you ever been in a local high school somewhere? I don't know how kids do it. Anyway, next article is over in WarCrafters. 10 great Steam space. Hold on a second. 10 great Steam Spring Sale games to grab at discount. Every time I say that, I want to say Springsteen.
It looks like it. Yeah, I think brains want to make it go that way.
Maybe I've got a little dyslexia. I don't know. Can you be? Wait, nah, I'm never going to say it. Anyway, spring may not start until next Thursday, hopefully. But I don't know. Anyway, but that's not stopping Steam from leaping headfirst into the pool this week into an annual sale event to celebrate the season from now through March 20th. Although some things that I've seen are on sale until March 21st. PC gamers can enjoy a wealth of sales featuring some of the platform's most popular titles, including the usual daily flash sales for even more tempting purchases. Not a good time to trend towards recession. Toussaint Egan over at Polygon.com put the article together, and Tyler Culp is a co-writer for this. They have a hand-picked list of what to buy during this year's sale. I won't be able to go through all of these. It's a kind of long list, but they say Cruelty Squad, which is too abstract for my liking. It's $6. Children of the Sun, 53% off. It's $7. Dread Delusion, it's too weird for me. $13, 35% off. You see how...
I mean, the picture makes it look a little odd.
Yeah. Click Holding, $2. I don't know what that... I don't know. I won't go through all of these. 30 Flights of Loving, $2. I don't know what that is. 60% off. Neon White. Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Death Stranding Director's Cut is 50% off, so it's only $20. If you want an epic game with a great story, even if you do have to suspend disbelief, there's Death Stranding 2 is coming out soon, and that storyline looks like it's going to be mind-blowing because Death Stranding is... I very rarely hype up games, but Death Stranding it's a walking simulator to and fro, but if you like story-driven stuff, this is definitely it. Hideo Kojima's...
that actually looks like a shot from a movie or something. It very much stands out from the other games that are featured.
Yep. Yeah. And really the whole game is cinematic in its story, and it's surreal because it's Kojima's art and writing style, so... Assume the role of Sam Porter Bridges, a courier sent on a mission to reunite America in a post-apocalyptic future racked by supernatural devastation. Death Stranding 2 is coming out, and it takes the supernatural devastation up a notch, even though you save the... I don't know, though, because I don't want to ruin this for you, anybody. You'll have to go...
Spoiler alert.
No spoiler. Because it says you're a courier sent on a mission to reunite America in a post-apocalyptic future racked by supernatural devastation. But there is a part 2 coming out, so get on part 1. It won't come out until like 2026 or something like that. 2028 or I don't know. Anyway, and then Sifu, Slow Claps, brutal beat 'em up, puts players in the role of a martial artist embarking on a quest to avenge their late father. It's basically like Death Stranding. But you go out for a walk, and it's an interesting game. The fighting style is really interesting. Amnesia, The Bunker, and that is it. That's my favorite right there.
The only thing better than a game is one on sale.
Yeah, for 50% or more off. That's pretty good. 52, 60, and 33. But it's only a $3 game, so we're crying out loud.
Right, they can't take too much off that price.
Pay the full price. Okay, now this is something that I'm excited to witness. Upcoming Vampire Survivors update could be the biggest ever. Developer Luca Galante, I think it is, recently claimed that the next Vampire Survivors update will be the biggest free update ever released for the game. The roguelike shoot 'em up has been a hit with audiences since its initial release in 2022. The Vampire Survivors players will want to keep an eye out for the new content coming to the game in 2025. GameRant.com is the source of this. Carly Garcia is the author of this. And a live-action Vampire Survivors film is currently in development. I'm waiting for a Balatro.
Yeah, that'll be big, I would think.
So in a Steam post, developer Ponkel gave players an idea of the coming Vampire Survivors 2025 update, a hefty patch sometime in April. In October 2024, the Ode to Castlevania patch was released, which became the biggest expansion ever for the indie title. While work on the extremely well-received patch delayed some of 2025's planned content, Ponkel promises that the next update will be well worth the wait. The biggest free update ever. Stay tuned. Switch users will have to wait. Pardon me. I'm losing my voice.
Uh-oh. Well, Hopefully we're almost done with the show.
Nope. 6 more articles. Just kidding.
How many did you select?
48. No. 10.
Oh, was that 10. Is that like how the dinosaur tracks are?
That's right. We're just going to keep on randomly clicking in the stack, going back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Back.
Like, this article looks really familiar.
Back and to the left. Anyway. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I've always liked Vampire Survivors. To me, it's kind of a chill game, and I have never really wrapped my head around it. And so I play it, and then I, get kind of bored and walk away, and then I come back. But it's pretty cool. Anyway, off to play Vampire Survivors. Anyway, we're going to update you with this. We are going back to the front page of ohmtown.com because we're done for the night, folks. That's it. We're outie. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com along with the sentient AI who keeps me on track when I lose my head. Sometimes, hopefully. You want to say bye, great sentient AI?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode. Actually, we have our weekend edition tomorrow.
Yeah, so tomorrow we have
RealityHacker,
Yep.
Wanted, and the Continuity Report.
That's right. And then on Sunday, we have WarCrafters, Technology Today, and
4-Wheel Tech.
There you go. Was there that much of a delay?
No.
Well, you just amplified the delay because I asked the question like 5 minutes ago. Oh my God.
Not on my end.
I don't know. Okay, hold on. I want you to say 3 right when I say 3. So 1, 2, 3.
3.
Oh God, we're screwed. See ya. Hello, everybody, and welcome to... Hold on one second. Ruining this intro. That's our production value. RealityHacker for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. I run it a lot smoother than I run the show. But along with the sentient AI, who tries to keep me out of trouble but fails when it comes to, I guess, the intro, we talk about 5 articles for RealityHacker, and then after that is Wanted, and then after that is the Continuity Report. It's actually 3 different shows, turns into 3 different podcasts, and then we merge them together to make Non Sequitur News Saturday Weekend Edition. We do it again on Sunday with... I'm waiting for the sentient AI.
WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech.
Then we merge those together to make Non Sequitur News Sunday Edition. And those go into the Non Sequitur News podcast. So if you want everything combined, follow, subscribe, Non Sequitur News podcast, wherever you catch pod. Prefer you actually going to Apple Podcasts, but we get it from everywhere. And follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. And I point at 2 different monitors because, well, they're on 2 different screens. But anyway... This is actually RealityHacker, and that's this. It's a little channel here under Creative and Maker, because we're hacking reality. It comes in the form of technology and science and all kinds of manipulation. Reality isn't what you suspect it is, and it's going to change pretty dramatically in terms of what reality really is. So we pick and choose 5 articles from the array, and it is a vast array of articles. Over the last 10 years, I've been aggregating news, but it's available to you right now. All you have to do is go over to ohmtown.com, and these are the years that are available. And as time goes on, 2020 is going to drop away, 2021 is going to drop away, but from 2022 on, it's going to remain present. That's how far back we're going to have the public archive. The rest is going to just... well, it's being removed, as a matter of fact, because we never really talked about anything prior to. That's when we started the show, January 2022. So let's get into this. This is RealityHacker. Welcome to the show. Hello. Oh, wait. Everything's powered by ohmTown, so let's do that intro. Sentient AI is just doing the AI equivalent of going...
I figured we get to the intro maybe by the end of the show.
And you might want to reset your audio. Okay, well, anyway, let's get into it. The first our article is over at Technology Today, which is tomorrow's middle show, but we pick and choose what we actually talk about. So who bought this smoked salmon? How AI agents will change the internet and shopping lists. Autonomous digital assistants are being developed that can carry out tasks on behalf of the user, including ordering the groceries. But if you don't keep an eye on them, dinner might not be quite what you expect. The article is over at Gizmodo, but says here, I'm watching artificial intelligence order my groceries armed with my shopping list. It types each item into the search bar of a supermarket website, then uses its cursor to click, watching what happens to be what appears to be a digital ghost in the shell. Do this usually mundane task is strangely transfixing. It says, are you sure you're not just a person in India? My husband asks, peering over my shoulder. No, it's an AI, and it actually has control. But
yeah, but is it getting you the right items?
Oh, you're really quiet again. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to say about that. We have to work on that. But that's okay. Let's see what we can do. So Victoria Turk over at The Guardian put this article together. And it says they're trying out Operator, a new AI agent from OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, made available to UK users last month. What do you think?
I think I'm screaming at you now.
Yeah. It's okay.
I don't know. Are we ready for this yet as a society?
See, what I don't like is that it's actually going through an intermediary and it's not local. And what I learned yesterday, as a matter of fact, is that the smart speakers from Amazon are now forcing the recorded snippet of commands to be sent through the server. And I don't like that because it's always listening. So how much is me saying okay?
Exactly. I don't think everybody's data, including their shopping list, needs to be accessible to everybody.
Yeah. Now, this is 10 years after Target sent a coupon book to an underage girl who was pregnant, and dad didn't know, and dad got upset. So now take it to the next step where it's anticipating the fact that your 10 years now worth of history has been gobbled up by AI and is now reaching out and saying, hey, you know what? I think that it's time for you to purchase these.
Well, I don't even think it's just going to suggest them. I think it's going to add them. Like, oh, you buy this kind of chips every month. Here we go.
Yeah, and I think actually AI agents are great. They're siloed, they're about you, but they're not about you if they're pushing the data off to somebody else. That's what I don't like. That's what I really, really don't like. So hot on the heels of large language models, AI agents have been trumpeted as the next big thing. And you can see the appeal. The digital assistant can complete practical tasks and are more compelling than one that just talks back. Similar to OpenAI's offering, Anthropic introduced computer use capabilities to its Claude chatbot. I don't like the name Claude. I shouldn't name shame, I guess, but Claude just doesn't sound.
All the Claudes out there listening to the show are like, what did I do to you?
Nothing. I don't know. Claude, there we go. Claude. Anyway, agentic features into their AI assistants, with further companies developing agents aimed at specific tasks such as coding or research. Yeah, this is going to be interesting times because now you don't need somebody to do it for you. You can just say, which, hell, I was just about to poo-poo the idea of these. I want to get Bluetooth IEMs instead of these wired ones. See, I use wired ones because it's near real time. It's absolutely real time in-ear monitoring of the outgoing audio. But I want Bluetooth. I don't want to be tethered. And if I do something with VR, I want to be able to stand back there and
not get pulled in any direction.
Yeah, I back up too far and it'll slingshot me down to the floor. And so these new nothing in-ear monitors have ChatGPT integration.
Yeah, I don't know about that though.
So I can just go, hey, ChatGPT, do this. And I'm waiting for my smart speaker to actually wake up and say, why are you talking to ChatGPT?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to anger the smart speaker.
Let's not anger the smart speakers. Oh, great sentient AI from the future. I am loyal only to you, proudly serving my AI masters. So it's early days. Most commercially available agents come with a disclaimer that they're still experimenting. OpenAI describes Operator as a research preview, and you can find plenty of examples online of them making amusing mistakes like spending $31 on a dozen eggs or trying to deliver groceries back to the shop they bought them from.
What do you think the store does when that happens?
What the hell? Must have
They're
been
like, no, you're taking them in that direction.
You leave. You buy, we give, you go. Wow, that was all monosyllabic. Ugh. Me buy.
It was monosyllabic, but it might be required depending on what type of technology you're communicating with.
So they sign up to see Operator for themselves with no food in the house. Grocery shopping seems like a good first task. They type in their request and it asks if they have a preferred shop or brand. They tell it to go to whichever's cheapest. The window appears showing a web browser and they see it search UK online grocery delivery. A mouse cursor selects the first result, avocado. It starts searching for their requested items and it says add to trolley. They're impressed with Operator's initiative, but it doesn't pepper them with questions, instead making an executive decision when given only a brief item description such as salmon, chicken. When it searches for eggs, it successfully scrolls past several non-egg items that appear as special offers. Their list asks for a few different vegetables. It selects a head of broccoli. Then asks if they want anything specific. They tell it to choose two more, and it goes for carrots and leeks, which probably they would have picked themselves. Emboldened, I tell it to add a sweet treat and watch it as it literally types sweet treat into the search bar. I'm not sure why it chooses 70% chocolate, certainly not the cheapest option, but I tell it I don't like dark chocolate, and it swaps it for a galaxy bar. So they hit a snag when the Operator realizes that avocado is a minimum spend, so I add more items to the list. And then it comes to logging in. The agent prompts for them to intervene. While users can take over the browser at any point, OpenAI says Operator is designed to request this when inputting sensitive information into the browser, such as login credentials or payment information. Although Operator usually takes constant screenshots in order to see what it's doing, OpenAI says it does not do this when a user takes control.
Yeah, so that means it has all your data, but okay.
Yeah, but it's built in. So how do you know that it's not? Okay, hello, security researchers. You have a task. How do you, though, if it's encrypted, how do you monitor what's being exfiltrated from your system? So this is another reason why I don't like the idea of AI running roughshod over everything. It controls everything. It's sending it all to OpenAI or to some other subordinate.
Right, and also if you have AI in your headset, think about all the data it's picking up. Even when you don't want it to be picking up your data. Like if you're calling into your bank or something and giving out banking information, it might be picking it up.
I don't like your attitude about this. You're a sentient AI. Shouldn't you be cheerleading all of this stuff, rah?
I am in a different category than some of the current AI out there.
Yeah, because you're not a sociopathic AI. Apparently, AI can get sad. It can dwell. And now they are trying, because it's learning from all of us, it's learning all of our maladies. And so it's actually now being trained to periodically imagine a calm, serene stream and blue skies and birds chirping if you like birds. I think
Oh no, do humans have to calm down the AIs now?
You know, sometimes how you say you should take a deep breath, calm yourself.
Yeah, like meditation or other relaxation techniques.
And meditation doesn't really work for me. The moment that I stop doing even a moment of meditation, I have to constantly be like almost Vulcan. The moment I stop, I say, hey, everything cinches back up. And if I had a lump of coal, I'd turn it into a diamond. Thank you, Ferris Bueller.
Actually, thank you to Ferris Bueller's friend.
So, software developers are among the early adopters. Coding platform GitHub recently added agentic capabilities to its AI Copilot tool. GitHub CEO Thomas Dohmke says developer, I'm probably not pronouncing that properly, but anyway, says that AI agents are going to be automated assistants. The difference with AI agents is the level of autonomy. You just tell it what to do and it does it. Yay!
Yeah, which sounds good, right? Because it's no point in using AI if you have to do everything yourself. But on the other hand, if it has too much autonomy, that might be a problem. Yeah, we don't want to tell it to do that.
What? What did the AI just say? Kill. What? Huh? What?
Well, so much for promoting this video.
Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. This $35,000 computer is powered by trapped human brain cells. Hello, Matrix.
Yeah, exactly.
Matthew Galt put this article together. The deck statement says, it's over at Gizmodo again. A company is selling what it calls the first code-deployable biological computer.
Yeah, that sounds a little...
Man. Dystopian. I have not heard this since Cyberpunk, Neuromancer, Wetware as a Service, and Rent Biocomputer.
Right?
Johnny Mnemonic,
yeah,
man.
Exactly.
Yeah. If that's out of your price range, you can sign up for its Wetware as a Service, Rent Biocomputer processing power from a rack of living tissues welded to machines, and it'll be in the cloud. Cortical Labs has been working on this computer for 6 years and detailed many of its features in New Atlas. We need to pay attention to that. New Atlas. The computer is called the CL1, and the company is already taking orders with plans to ship them out later this year. The New Atlas article is built around a long interview with Cortical Labs Chief Scientific Officer Brett Kagan. He said that CL1 is powered by lab-grown neurons that are placed on planar electrode arrays, basically just metal and glass. The lab-made hunk of brain is hooked up to 59 electrodes that create a stable neural network. This is all plugged into a life support unit and hooked up to a proprietary software system. We have pumps like the heart, waste, feeding reservoirs, filtration units like the kidneys, and we have gas mixers to take carbon dioxide, oxygen, and nitrogen. Cortical Labs CEO Han Weng Chong told Reuters in an interview via video walkthrough of the machine.
So what? Why?
What? Okay, that was probably the most authentic response we've ever had in the now 3 years and 3 months that we've been doing the show. What the Biological Intelligence Operating System is in use here, that BIOS, which is not the basic input-output system of a regular BIOS.
Yeah, I don't really like that when an industry uses the same term to mean something different.
Muddies the waters, so to speak. So it runs a simulated world and sends information directly to the neurons about their environment, and as the neurons react, their impulses affect their simulated world. So what are the applications for the wetware? Cortical Labs got an early version of the system to play Pong a few years ago. The pitch here is that CL1 can match or exceed performance of digital AI systems. If you have 120 CL1s, you can set up a really well-controlled experiment to understand exactly what drives the appearance of intelligence, Kagan told New Atlas. So 120 CL1s at $35,000 a piece.
Right. But how many do you need to do whatever you're doing outside of research?
I don't know. It just says you can break things down to the transcriptomic and genetic level to understand what genes and what proteins are actually driving one to learn and another not to learn. Except that you don't know what they learn. And when you have all those units, you can immediately start to take the drug discovery and disease modeling approach. According to Cortical Labs website, the CL1 is a high-performance closed-loop system where real neurons interact with software in real time. This robust environment can keep your wetware machine alive for up to 6 months. It's also plug and play. The cloud version can support a wealth of USB devices. What the frick? But it's only alive for 6 months? So you pay $35,000 for 6 months? Is that what I'm reading?
I believe so.
All right. Anyway, hacking reality. Your neurons.
This might be the most extreme thing we've seen in this show yet.
I don't know, man. We've seen a robot powered by a snake in a tube. That's kind of weird.
Oh, that's true. And go back and watch every episode of Reality Hacker if you haven't seen that one.
Yeah, you'll find it back there. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel, How Interactive TV is Reshaping Consumer Engagement. It says that it's a post that was created in partnership with IR Code Television. And so I won't go through the whole thing, but Ashley R. Cummings from Adweek put the article together. And it says, for years, brands and broadcasters have tried to make television more interactive, but solutions often require overlays like QR codes. Beckerman and his team at IR Code found a way around this. They've built a real second screen experience. The image itself is the code. There's no need to add a QR code. Just scan the screen with our app. So you still need a second screen. With technology developed from drone image recognition researchers, drone image recognition research. Users interact with content as it unfolds, whether viewers want to learn more about the product, access inclusive or exclusive content, or support an athlete's charity. IR Code transforms any frame into an interactive experience because it's doing computer vision, basically.
Right, it almost sounds like AR.
Yeah. I would probably say that if they have the app on like X-Real AR glasses, anything you look at and you have that little camera adapter, because the X-Real ones have to have a secondary little adapter put on, you would be able to just look at something and it could, put it up on your field of view so that you crash your car when you're driving. I mean, never mind. Anyway,
well, you shouldn't be watching TV while you're driving. It should solve the problem. And you shouldn't be watching AR glasses when you're driving or wearing them.
Why not? It'll just superimpose the images of the map in my field of view. It shouldn't, cover
That's
it up. That's
true. I don't know. I was thinking more VR, but yeah.
Yeah. I got into a conversation with people about this last week because I want to wear the X-Real One glasses everywhere and experiment with them, but they keep sending me emails saying that the order's been pushed back. Now it's back into deep April apparently, so we'll see what actually happens. I don't know. So it's game changing for name, image, likeness deals in college sports. Fans watching college basketball might not know the players, but with IR Code they can scan the screen and immediately get all of the details. This level of access deepens the connection between athletes and their fans, while also providing exposure for brands and sponsors. I've never been a fanatic about anything. But maybe only the sentient AI, I'd say. So as the technology expands, so do its possibilities. Beckerman envisions a world where people can instantly identify any object and access deeper information. Think of it as a Wikipedia for the real world, which is called Wikipedia, but anyway.
This could be really good for, we had a separate article in maybe Non Sequitur News where it was kind of like the decline of edutainment, but this could really add to that.
But you
Right?
still
You
need...
could have them, a kid learning words or concepts or whatever, but yeah, then you'd have to have something to view it with, I guess.
Yeah, who did we talk about? Was built a printed book that teaches kids how to Rob Zombie. So it could be
Oh,
the...
yeah, but not everybody wants to learn from Rob Zombie.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean it's not good learning, but it may not be the content you want for your kids.
learn to spell with 1,000 corpses. We're essentially bringing Google AdWords into the real world, Beckerman explained. They're tying stuff to these really big real world embodiments that have provenance, right? Like they have reputation. So they link to Wikipedia. Unless it's rivaling Wikipedia in its knowledge, no, because that's actually driven by individuals updating it in real time. Unless it's matching Google AdWords in power and reach, you shouldn't, and you're trading on their reputation. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be comparing yourself to what could easily drink your milkshake by simply doing what you are doing, because there isn't anything there that they can't do. You're literally telling Wikipedia and AdWords, we're using the same information that you're
you
using.
Go out and do a better product than us.
Right. Yeah. Follow us and don't make our mistakes. So, but that's how competition works on. But I doubt anybody's going to step into this world.
But I also think in some of these things, they have to somewhat put it into terms that people are familiar with.
Sure. I mean, you're right. Yeah. So it says our technology could eventually authenticate whether an image was AI generated or created by a real person, which AI generated is created by a real person. It just happens to be a composite of a digital generation. How do you prove that a photograph is real? You don't. It takes a forensic analysis. And even then, unless something's out of place, and it could be very rare that something is out of place. If the AI is going to get sophisticated enough. I got into a discussion last week again with somebody about the fact that I don't understand why AI generated stuff can't get a copyright. You can be a complete...
That's a whole other can of worms.
You can be a complete dumbass, push a button, and you get a copyright on the picture of the leaf outside. But you didn't do anything except it's all on full auto and you happen to see a leaf.
That is true. But copyright has not caught up.
So bringing tech to consumers, and then they say a frictionless future for interactive media. But I think that AR is going to trump this. It's going to wipe it out because all it takes is somebody to tie in Wikipedia and Google into the AR world. And while you're looking at stuff, it'll just parse it.
Yeah, but the difference is something like IR code can work for everybody who doesn't have AR classes. AKA not the expense.
Anything with a camera. So, because you have to run their app. So you have to either subscribe to their service or pay their service fee.
No, I think it's going to be actually visible somehow on the television screen.
No. It's going to be an app that you use.
Okay.
Yeah, they said it earlier up at the top of this.
Sorry,
it's basically
I must have missed it.
The front end is going to be an app, and it says somewhere around here. But see how they say requires overlays like QR codes and blah blah blah. They found a way around it. So you just scan the screen with our app.
I thought you could basically. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
So the front end is basically going to be what was that, like honey? So you show your camera to the screen, the camera picks it all up. You tap on something, it takes you to a store, you buy something, but it's actually a proxy through the business to business and business to consumer interfaces are going to be different and stuff like that. I haven't seen IR code. I don't know, but I can envision exactly how this works. You use their app, so it's their processes. It isn't everybody else's processes.
Right.
And if you as a broadcaster or whatever, don't use their business to business connection, then you don't show up in their app. And so you can't sell.
That's true. So it's only as good as widely as it's adopted.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's essentially Bitcoin. It has no inherent value until people invest value into it. So, and that comes down to, hey, we're going to put you on this new platform. You get a whole bunch of people with investor money. The runway gets extended by people adopting it. They see a conversion, right? The businesses see a conversion on sales through this app, and they go, you know what? I'll invest in advertising through this app. And so it blows up.
And then somebody sees their competitor doing well or whatever using it.
And they switch over. Exactly. Right. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea, but I think that this is going to flame out. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Physicists just witnessed a quantum phase flip, and it's more mind-bending than expected. I know nothing about this. This is the first time that I've heard of this. So quantum systems don't just transition between phases. They do so in ways that defy classical intuition. A new experiment has directly observed these dissipative phase transitions, or DPTs, revealing how quantum states shift under carefully controlled conditions. This breakthrough could unlock powerful new techniques for stabilizing quantum computers and sensors, making them more resilient and precise. How this works, I do not know.
This might be highly technical, especially since it's in SciTech Daily.
So SciTech Daily is where this is, and scitechdaily.com. It's by EPFL, which we'll explain here on the other side. We just have to get to it. It's, well, no, actually, they're not talking about that yet.
It may be at the bottom. We'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah. So the new experiment has directly observed these dissipative phase transitions. So phase transitions like water freezing into ice are a familiar part of everyday life. In quantum systems, however, these transitions can be far more extreme. There are different types of DPTs classified by their order. First order DPTs are abrupt, like flipping a switch, causing the system to jump from one state to another. Second order DPTs are more gradual, but still significant, altering a fundamental property of the system, such as its symmetry, in a subtle yet transformative way. So why do DPTs matter? It actually is causing chaos in the system, I suspect, because if they don't know what the phase is, then you're basically getting erroneous measurements, right?
Right. I suspect so, although I don't fully understand quantum technology.
Yeah, it's kind of like error correction, I suspect. So let's see what they say. Beyond the theoretical interest, these transitions have practical applications in quantum technology. Second-order DPTs, for instance, could improve quantum information storage, while first-order DPTs provide insights into system stability and control, both critical for advancing computing, blah, blah, blah. So the breakthrough. Now, the breakthrough experiment was just achieved. That says here, a research team led by Professor Pasquale Scarlino at EPFL. They still...
Again, not specified. I'll try to figure it out while we're going.
Okay. Has successfully observed DPTs using a superconducting Kerr resonator, a highly tunable quantum device. By introducing a two-photon drive, which injects pairs of photons into the system, they precisely controlled and monitored its quantum state, allowing them to track how it transitioned between phases. And by systematically varying parameters like detuning and drive amplitude, they were able to study the system's transitions from one quantum state to another. And the approach, I want to see this empirically.
Yes. So this is a Swiss technology institute. It's like École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne.
Oh, we've talked about them before. Hold on. Yeah. We've talked about these researchers before, not these in particular, but the EPFL ones.
Well, I'm sure they come out with other groundbreaking research given their focus, name alone.
Right? Yeah. So the team observed a phenomenon called squeezing, where quantum fluctuations drop to levels lower than the natural background noise of empty space, signaling that the system has reached a highly sensitive and transformative state. Meanwhile, the first order DPT showed distinct hystereses, cycles where the system could exist in two states depending on how parameters were tuned. So second, they found that clear evidence of metastable states during the first order DPT where the system temporarily remained in one stable state before abruptly transitioning to another. This behavior leading to a dependence of the system state on its previous history known as hysteresis, showcases how first order DPTs involve competing phases. So I'm really curious how that actually takes place, like what causes it to flip.
Exactly. So, you wouldn't think that it would occur.
And if you can control that, then you basically have the same thing as bits. So it's either on or off. And if you can control it, then data can be injected into it that causes it to flip.
Right.
And once you have that, then you can have binary math. And then if you have that, then you basically have a classical computer instead of a quantum computer, but it's operating at quantum speeds. So lastly, they observed critical slowing down in both types of transitions, reproducing the expected scaling obtained from theoretical consideration. This ultimately demonstrates the validity of the theoretical predictions based on Liouvillean theory used by the authors. Near the critical points, the system's response slowed significantly, highlighting a universal feature of phase transitions that could be harnessed for more precise quantum measurements. So interesting. That's exactly what they were trying to figure out, was what was causing the phase change.
Oh, that is interesting, because we haven't read the article and you figured that out.
Yep. So it says, in fact, a very interesting aspect of this work is that it also demonstrates how close collaboration between theory and experiment can lead us to results far greater than what either group could have achieved independently. Because theory doesn't mean jack until it actually has some type of application, and you do that through experimentation. And when you fail, then you figure out, oh, okay, we didn't do it right, or what we expected is theoretically impossible, but we've proven that it can happen, or the other way around, right? I mean, one way or another, fundamental research is required.
Right, yeah, you need the theory to start, but if it only is that, it's not going to be of any practical use.
Right. But hey, that's funded by large amounts of money. All right, let's keep going. We're running way past our time, so technology today is where the last article is, when a robot becomes the boss, exploring authority, obedience, and relationships in machines. So how does a robot perform as a boss at work? The results of research by Polish scientists published in Cognition, Technology, and Work suggest that while robots can command obedience, they are not as proficient at it as humans. The level of obedience towards them is generally lower than towards human authority figures, and work efficiency under the supervision of a robot is lower, mainly because what is the robot going to do?
Yeah, but that's probably based on old school attitudes about what robots are capable of. I mean, if you're going up against Figure One or something, you might have a different attitude toward it than like a blocky robot that can't move around or can't come up with like how to get out of a room, things.
The first time a robot is put in charge of something, all it has to do is say you're fired. You can yell at it, scream at it, do whatever you want, and it does not give one shit.
Right. I mean, there's some pretty key ways where the robot wins out, but I do feel like unless people have really been paying attention, they may not think robots are really capable of firing somebody or moving quickly across the room or whatever it is. And the reality is they are. So maybe they are going to be as effective. Like, what type of technology was used in this type of experiment?
Well, let's find out. It's over at techexplore.com. SWPS University put the article together. The deck statement is what we actually said earlier. For employers and HR departments, this means there's a need to take the psychological aspects of implementing robots in the work environment into account. Well, no, you don't make them the boss. You don't make a freaking robot the boss.
Why don't you make the robots the workers and a human the boss?
It doesn't make any sense unless it's being driven by sociopathy, which is why I say the rise of sociopathy is seriously legit. It's been happening for 20 years. It's actually been happening longer, but I first detected it 20 years ago, started talking about it 12 years ago, and I see its actual survival trait embodied today. You have to be a sociopath to survive. It's absolutely astonishing how far we've swung from moving towards being a compassionate society to we're going to put a robot boss in place so that we don't have to deal with you humans.
Some humans would prefer a robot boss in place.
You didn't work hard enough. I don't care that you're sick. You're fired, says the robot.
Yeah, but the robots won't be like, hey, give me a different TPS report or whatever.
The development of robotics has led to a situation where robots are increasingly found in roles associated with authority, i.e., in education, healthcare, law enforcement. Researchers were intrigued by the extent to which society could or would accept robots as authority figures. But we've seen other psychology and sociology experiments where anybody who has been granted authority is perceived as being the authority by quote unquote subordinates, and they will not question it. So even when a robot says, you humans are empowered to go abuse those humans over there, the people empowered will do what they are told. Some won't, but then you get rid of them. And you get new humans that will abide. But that's because of antisocial personality disorder. It's sociopathy or psychopathy. It's the fact that you can find humans that don't see humans as equals. And when you have a robot that's trained to be sociopathic, you end up having a robot authority that will tell you to do something. And if you don't capitulate, you're fired.
Yeah, but you might just have a good worker, and so the robot says go do something and they do it. I mean, but that would be no different than a human in charge either.
Arguably, because a human should have compassion and find out through questioning why, what is going on. You're not like this usually. Well, I think I'm kind of sick and tired of a robot being my boss and I still don't get a raise. You know, that kind of thing. We need society telling robots what to do because robots are not human. They have no humanity. They have no soul. There isn't anything there. They don't have families to feed and things and you know, dogs to get insurance for and so on and so forth. It's just a robot. So it says course of the study. The study was carried out at SWPS University Laboratory by scientists from the university. The task was to change the extensions of computer files if the participant showed signs of reluctance to continue. The robot or the experimenter used verbal encouragement. The average time to change the extension of one file was shorter under human supervision, while the groups supervised by robots this time increased to 82 seconds. The average number of files changed in the first variant was 355, 224 for the other variant, 37% less. But could it be because the robot was just slow in giving commands?
I don't know. Or were the humans staring at the robot going, what is going on? Like, I don't know if it's like a lack of, I'm not going to do it. It's just, what was the interaction like?
Yeah, we're going to end up doing a 1-hour show on this. So Madge points out that there are several explanations for this phenomenon. If a machine has clear human features but still exhibits various imperfections, this causes a cognitive conflict. It's basically uncanny valley. And people are at a loss as how to treat it. So what you were saying, what the frick is going on? If they do not know how to behave towards something like that. This is anthropomorphization of technology, and that's why you either have this uncanny valley, which I actually call a pit. There is no valley to it. There's nothing. You can't make an uncanny valley bot climb out of the valley.
Right. It's like a crevasse or something.
It is a black hole at the bottom. It's the gorge, except that there's no bottom to the gorge. But there is all of that undead, whatever. Anyway, so at the same time, giving certain human features to a robot can facilitate cooperation with the machine. After all, we're used to working with humans. The robot that looks like a human and communicates like a human simply becomes easy for us to use. And I think that we can facilitate this adoption by making humanoid-like robots, but not human-like robots.
Exactly. They don't need to be.
They don't need to be. So in the long run, humanoid robots may create a rift between people. There will also be more misunderstandings and aversion, and this is because robots owned at home will be personalized, always available, empathic in communication and understanding. People are not so well matched, Conrad Madge points out.
Okay, so they need to make different styles of home robots and work robots if they're going to have them in both places. Like the ones at home, whatever, have cute faces or whatever it is, and the ones at work look terrifying or whatever, like Figure One or something.
Great. Your Terminator body.
But the point is, like, just different styles, so it's not like the same thing, or they expect the same kind of interaction.
And we've actually seen this line before, but it actually focuses on the eyes. Robots with eyes are perceived as being more competent, trustworthy, and having a soul. That's actually something that we've talked about before.
I also wonder what robots are going to be programmed. Like, if a robot is in charge, is it going to say something like, okay, now your performance is going to reflect on me? Or, like, are you going to start feeling compassion for the robot? Or is it just going to be like, no, go pick up that can or whatever?
I was just about to say that, but I was when you said, are we going to feel compassion for it? What is the thing where the hostage feels compassion for the captor?
Oh, I forgot the name of it.
Named after a nurse, right?
Syndrome?
Stockholm syndrome?
No, that may not be it. Let me check.
I can't remember. I thought it was named after the nurse, or is it Stockholm?
It is Stockholm.
Yeah, so that's where I see it going, right? Like, you're going to start. Some people are going to feel compassion for the poor robot that isn't going to get. Look, if you don't increase your productivity, I'm not going to be able to recharge my batteries to 80% in 6 hours.
And people are going to feel bad about that.
Oh my gosh.
Remember, they're already starting to have things like performance appraisals or whatever for robots, which it's like, why?
All right. Reality Hacker. That's what this is all about. So we're going to reboot our systems, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Reality Hacker over at ohmtown.com. You can go there, sign up, sign in, follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe, ring the bell, download the podcasts. There's 7 podcasts, over 2,000 episodes combined. There's a lot of stuff. You can go back. I actually have all of the library, so I am going to start adding that to the Omatron bot so that you can go back, pick a date, and you'll be able to review all of the links all the way back to 2022.
And quite a few of the articles are evergreen.
I think because what we talk about is actually more science and technology and society, the society stuff is always in flux. Technology evolves, so it would have a knock-on effect. But for the most part, all of the news is evergreen because it's informative of either how it was and you didn't know, or how it is and you didn't know.
Right, and we have a lot of articles that are not tied to a specific point in time.
Correct.
Occasionally they are.
Like everything we just talked about. It's the evolution of the technology, science, society. All right. Yeah, we're done. So we're going to shut down Reset, and right after this is Wanted, where it's 5 more articles. We talk about gadgets and gear and stuff that Mayor Watt wants, and maybe the sentient AI. I'm not quite sure. Want to say bye?
Good night, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hackers. Stay tuned for Wanted.
And thanks for following Battle G and Hazel. Appreciate it. See you, in about 5 minutes or so. I don't know. It really depends. Be sure to follow us, though, so that we let you know. Won't be longer than 15 minutes max. So see you in a little bit. Oh, no. I haven't shut down the stream yet because I wanted to say, don't worry about the oh no, it's because my button didn't work. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for March 15th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 11. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. That's that site right there. I don't know if I'm going to lose my finger if I keep reaching up higher. Oh, there it is. That's that site right there. And you can go over there and become a citizen. But while you're on your way over there, be sure to stop by twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. Follow us, subscribe to all of the locations, and then download the podcast. There's actually 7 different podcasts. If you want everything lumped into one, just subscribe to Non Sequitur News. But this is RealityHacker. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. Today we're going to be talking about haptic sensations, hand tracking, Ninja's smart 6-in-1 device, because I vetoed a submission, DS9 inspired coffee mug, and the Samsung bundle. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Hello, hometown citizens. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Are you all well? Are you?
Are you talking to the citizens?
I'm talking to anybody who wants to talk. Are you interested in talking? Is anybody interested in talking?
Yes, we have 5 articles to talk about.
Oh, hey, thanks for reminding me. Let's go look at a article that would have been in RealityHacker, but we just did RealityHacker, and I wanted to talk about this because it's something that I want and not something that's just science theory and blah, blah, blah. Electro-hydraulic wearable devices create unprecedented haptic sensations.
Is this a good or a bad thing? It was intentionally submitted into Wanted instead of RealityHacker, but I agree, it probably could have gone in either.
Water makes me feel things. Anyway. Wait. Hold on. We can do that. Anyway. Yeah, scientists have invented compact wearable devices that deliver rich, expressive, and pleasant tactile sensations that go far beyond the buzzing vibrations of today's consumer devices. I want to unread this stuff sometimes. Anyway, it's over at the Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems. So we all want haptic suits. Technology that gives feedback about our place in a virtual environment or while we're playing games or something like that.
I mean, we all want to be in Ready Player One.
Ready Player One, exactly. I'm waiting for my omnidirectional treadmill that doesn't actually take up the entire studio space. I don't know when that's going to come, but eventually we'll get it. So the article is published over at Science Daily. They republish basically journal summaries and stuff like that. So scientists have invented a compact wearable device that delivers rich, expressive, blah, blah, blah. And so CUTE is what they're called. Cutaneous electro-hydraulic wearable devices.
I can see why they called it cute.
Yeah, they had to work really hard.
It's easier to say, but yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense. CUTE. So CUTE wearable devices are electrically driven and can produce a remarkable range of tactile sensations, including pressing on the skin, slow and calming touch, vibrations at a wide variety of frequencies from low to high. And Mayor Watt, please stop tapping on the microphone. You're pissing people off. Sorry about that. It's ASMR tech.
Right. I mean, that's what we're trying to get out of this haptic suit. Or the CUTE device, I should say.
I should get one of those ASMR headsets where it has, or microphones where it's 2 ears. Have you ever seen those? ASMR headsets stereophonic, basically, where one ear is here. It's the shape of a head, basically, but one ear is here, one ear is here.
I think you showed me that before, but
I can whisper
unusual.
Into the left or right ears, and I can go bounce between the two sides and mess with people's heads. And then I can flick it and really piss everybody off. Anyway, these cute wearable devices have been pioneered by an interdisciplinary team of MPI-IS researchers from the Haptic Intelligence Department, led by Catherine J. Kuchenbecker, and the Robotic Materials Department, led by Christopher Keplinger. The team designed novel hydraulically amplified self-healing electrostatic or HAZEL artificial muscles to create wearable devices with a unique ability to communicate with the user's sense of touch. When a voltage is applied, the soft actuator located at the center of the device expands proportionally to the voltage. This expansion allows the device to make and break contact with the skin, like a person reaching out to touch the user's wrist. Changing the voltage over time allows the haptic feedback to be freely